other stocks in the market in terms of the chip sector and tech, as it's attempting another push for its highs. $1,000 maybe potentially on the horizon as well. But yeah, I really like the strength in this market. And you were just a few minutes ago, you were talking about, oh, we're at the highs. Who knows when we're going to capitulate or pull back? But if you look back at this year, we already had almost a 20% pullback at the beginning of this year.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Nvidia went down 40% or something.
So we had a strong pullback this year
already.
already.
140 to 98, $5. Yeah. Like that's Nvidia, like one of the biggest names, right? And so there is a lot of money happening there in this marketplace. And I saw that Rivian millionaire. I'll open it up and show you guys. There's a lot of money being made, and Obi and I were talking about how much imbalances and all that actually matter, and just being able to, it goes back to what Michael's talking about. It goes back to some of these call walls or put options or different put walls, different option plays, traders getting caught offside and everything like that. And there's big opportunities when you're looking at rebalances, and we talked about it all on Friday, where you're saying that there needs to be some buys happening in a stock like a Palantir, or I think there was sell-offs in, I can't remember what names, Hecla Mining, I think was a big buy or something like that, but you get different opportunities to make some money. So we're gonna go check out, my Stream Deck's probably not loaded. Hold on a second. I have to hit the money thing for this because we're gonna go review. Still not working, okay. Now? No, there it goes, okay. Hopefully it doesn't happen like 1,000 times. Let's go find out who made money on Friday here. So this is,
oh boy.
This is, what the heck is going on? My computer does have, there are some gremlins. I saw Brendan put in the chat there that there were some gremlins running around here this in the over the weekend. But here we go. All right, top 10 traders. Look what happened in the TSX on Friday. Talk about some trading opportunities. $47,000 in the TSX. This is Canadian. This is American, sorry, by the way. So $47,000 made on some of these imbalances. More. Someone made 23 grand in NASDAQ. This trader traded many markets, man. NASDAQ, Stockholm, Zitra as well. This trader almost identical, almost to the dollar with the amount of stocks. They're probably trading at the same office. 21,000, 19,000. There's just monster numbers available there. And all of this is not trading punching long Apple or punching long Enbridge or trading Canadian banks. It's looking at the numbers, it's figuring something out and going hard on whatever sort of imbalance options. We don't have trade options here, but looking at different opportunities that are available in the marketplace. And I was just gonna, and Obi and I started saying this earlier when we saw each other, was like, we knew there was big numbers on Friday. There's imbalances. Look, some days they're wrong. And those are just the top numbers.
That was quad witching, right? You got to remember, quad witching, like everyone,
but you can get geared up for that, Obi. Yeah. I know you're going to say it's quad witching, but there's opportunities like that every day. I just feel like as traders, you gotta look for those.
Yes.
And sometimes they're not as obvious as quad witching. But there's a deletion tonight. You talked SPTN. That stock is getting deleted tonight.
Yeah.
So that
tomorrow,
so that should be on the imbalance locator. So if you're doing enough, excuse me, if you're doing enough research and looking into all that stuff, I feel like there's opportunities every day in this market. I was going to go over Bitcoin too, but we can do that as we go on. We're getting a little late in the tooth here, but your Apple play there. That Apple is the number one trade right here on it. So we're going to wait this. Thank you so much, Buddhist priest. I tried to go, Sean's looking trim. Yeah, not that trim, my guy, but I tried to go to Burger's Priest last week. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
I know, but the one on the Queensway, which is one of the original ones, was close renovations.
Oh, no.
So you know where we wound up going? Rudy's. You've been to Rudy's?
Oh, I've heard. Why does it sound so familiar?
It's Smash Burgers. There's one in Little Italy. There's a couple downtown. It's like a purplish logo. Anyways, pretty good. Yeah. Pretty good. I prefer Burger's Priest, but it was pretty good. So we went there. It was my birthday last week, so we went
happy
there.
Birthday. Happy birthday.
Thank you for that one. Yeah, September. I love the fall. My brother and I are born on the same day.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Nice.
So as well. Isn't your birthday in the winter?
July.
Complete opposite of winter. All right, cool. Good for me. All right. Well, then we'll. I'm sure I said happy birthday to you when it was there. I just my memory is not the greatest. So, do I think Robinhood might go up a little bit today? Yeah, well, I mean, again, I think that's a great question.
Close on Friday.
Rishi, we did have a monster close on Friday. I'll talk about Robinhood quickly. See, this is the problem. I can't look at the chat because the minute I look at it, I just want to, the S&P.
App and Hood,
yeah,
right?
you see App Love in that stock.
Both those are crazy in the close.
So there's always buy the rumor, sell the news. So I had thought, and I had talked about this live on here, and this is, again, another great opportunity to look at index rebalances and things like that that have nothing to do with the macro idea of the stock itself, but more the micro workings of index rebalancing and allocations, right? So I feel like you had a nice little 4-day run up, but the market was so hot last week, so I'm not sure if there was really any run up into the inclusion. You know, the inclusion was announced, I think, a month prior, so you already sort of got that bump and then the fade when the market was weak. This was your opportunity to buy Robinhood, man, down here. So do I think, I can't remember the question, but do I think there's room for acceleration? Yes, I do. I mean, there's where the the post-market trading happened on Friday after the imbalance happened. So a shot up into 125, obviously some sell side action there while the market's not open. I would say it's not on the sticky note, but thanks for bringing this up. I actually think a 125 break long right into here is something to talk about for Robinhood. So that's going to be a good continuation play. Now that we have the S&P, we have all this stuff behind us, we can now focus on fundamentals of Robinhood, and it's been really a good stock to get going. Now it has a huge PE. It's not a typical fintech name. Well, it's a typical fintech name, but not a typical finance or banking name, right? Those banking ETFs and stocks have PEs under 20. This thing is, before I tell everybody what it is, Hood's PE is probably 60 or 70. Let me have a quick little look at it together live, and then we can switch. As if.
Boom, right there.
I didn't even, Obi, honestly.
On the nose.
Like, that's just ridiculous that it was, we've never even looked at, like, I'm not even going to try to guess SoFi's because now that I'm 1 for 1, we're just going to put it at that. But yeah, I do like Robinhood there. And I think 60 PE, honestly, for a growth name, Costco's PE is 53. So, you know, Costco 53, obviously it's going to be a little bit of a different business model than Robinhood. Holy geez, it's 9:08. Sorry about that, boys. All right, let's go back over to the desk. We're having too much fun here this morning.
All right, guys, 67.22. That's where we closed out on Friday on the ES December contract, guys. We're on that December contract right now. We're trading a few points ahead of that 6,700, so we've been dancing with it. It's been a resistance level. We haven't been able to clear it for the last number of days, despite, you know, trading above it at times. 67.21, guys, the overnight high with the overnight low, just 5 points below 6,700, 66.95. So we're going to use 6,700 as our support level. If we continue to trend, we're looking to that 67.25 point area as resistance. If we lose, Brendo, 6,700, we're looking to 66.75 as support.
A lot to understand once again this morning. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab the absolutely free watch list. Comes right to your inbox every morning. Link is below in the description. All you need is your email. You get that for free. You can use that address as well. We'll take you there. Oracle, top of the list here this morning. We were up nicely after the close on Friday, held on to those gains for the most part here this morning. They announced the CEO, or temporary, I guess, CEO replacement. We're back to the downside on that, but trying to bounce right now back above not only 305, but 307, trying to hold. Also, looks like this TikTok deal down here is a done deal for the time being. TikTok involved with a group that is going to secure the U.S. data assets, essentially, of TikTok. And it looks like it's going to include the Chinese algorithm, which is key.
Yeah, that really shocked me there, Brenda, because we had been talking about, you know, the bread and butter of this app is the algorithm. So here's the deal. 6 of the 7 board members on this new kind of administration set up to oversee TikTok are going to be American. 1 will be Chinese. We're going to have likely Rupert Murdoch as well as his son Lachlan Murdoch involved, playing key roles in this new organization. We also obviously have Oracle's chairman, Larry Ellison, as well as Dell Technologies CEO Michael Dell. They're all going to be participating in this. We know that President Xi and President Trump spoke on Friday, likely executing what was reported, Brendo, to be a very old deal that wasn't gone through because of the Chinese-American trade negotiations. So we're going to continue to watch over here, but this is yet another step in the right direction for Oracle, really diversifying away from cloud.
As we all knew, Xi, that is, had the final say on the TikTok deal. So I guess Trump got another one in his success column. Here's, I guess it's 308 was, or 308, 309 was the high, or the closing price going back to Friday, guys. Bit of a tough spot right now. This thing's been one of the hottest stocks since earnings, though.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, thanks. I was just looking at the chart, actually. And yeah, it's been hot since earnings, and I think that's where you got to play off now. I mean, this TikTok thing is just, whoa. Well, actually, I don't know what's up with that move that just happened there at 8 o'clock. So that's a little
That's off of the news there, yeah.
Right, you know, I'm just saying, like, that's
candle,
a decent, decent candle down in there. Nice to see it trying to battle back right there for Oracle. I think it's forming a pretty decent kind of garbage zone here. And when I say get that garbage out of here, like once you start to break through it, then you're going to see that these bottoms were well supported, right? And I think that if you could get, again, something around $300 for swing trade, I think that's great. Eventually this breaks 320 and then gets returns back to, you know, earnings bonanza. And I mean, they had that, you know, OpenAI mystical buyer there, you know, opening up their book for the next 4 years for them. They got a deal with Meta late on Friday as well, sending this market. I think it was a $20 billion deal or something like that with Meta after hours, so, or close enough to the end of the day there. I think it might have been this little spike. Oh no, that's the 4 o'clock. That's the imbalance spike. But anyways, a deal coming with Meta. Oracle's not slowing down anytime soon. Larry Ellison, I know the guy's 80 years old, but this company is really, really pumping and really working. So I think you buy any of the dips in this, and why not just play off this pre-market low? Buyers came in and bought it at 304, 305. I think it's a work in progress, but I think you want to buy that. And look, if you break 3 bills, we can get out. I mean, let's just use less shares on Oracle and try to hold it down into this area if we're wrong right here. So it's like these were the tops on Friday, you know, until we broke out. I mean, and what happened at the end of the day on Friday? There was a lot of different action there. This must have been it right there on the Meta news, and then it came back in, and then we got bumped up on those imbalances. So I feel like there's some falsifying up there, but could pull back in, and if we do get a 304, 305 dip by opportunity, Obi, I think that's a buy. And again, off some of those highs right there, that's 304 from Friday, coming in, and then consolidation, boom. So for me, that's a buy right into this area. So I think we can actually sit there and catch a falling knife with like 1 unit. And then if it breaks back down below, like, or in and around 300, maybe we put on 2 or 3 more units and we have 4 or 5 units, and then we wait to see if it breaks that, and if it does, then we go home early. No, but you know, I like the long in the space. Yeah. It's starting to go now. Look, it's almost back to zeros, and with the market falling down and Oracle being strong with stories behind it, I think it's a work and I think it's a win. So I like it, and I'm excited to have a look there if it gets down into 3 bills.
I think that's a very interesting area to watch for sure. But I'm gonna have to differ a little bit.
Yeah, no, that's great.
On my opinion. I think Oracle long term is definitely a great long. You can see this is the monthly chart. We've been trending up pretty nicely over the past few years, even through COVID. We get bought up and hold levels relatively well. Going back down to say like an hourly chart, I do like this consolidation that we're having. We've got an aggressive push on top of it. And yeah, I really do like that 290, 300 area. But guess what, Sean? I like the breakdown. I have exactly the same kind of idea on mind, being like, if this goes, I like that for the breakout as well. But if that breaks that 290, there's a lot of short-term participants that may have gotten long in and around earnings or pre-earnings or whatever it is, even through earnings, that may be a little bit offside, maybe bring us back into some prior resistance, turn into support maybe at the 260s. That's what I'm looking for on Oracle here. I do like this flag that we're building. And yeah, that 290 is definitely going to be a little bit of an interesting point to see what price does in and around there and how participants kind of act in and around there as well. So I think I'm going to be waiting for this to potentially come in. But if we do break out, that 320 is looking good, that prior high just from last Tuesday. If that 320 goes, then yeah, maybe that 350 is well within range. But all-time high push, that aggressive earnings has started to consolidate right now in and around that 300 on Oracle. A little bit of morning news, but you can see going down to a shorter time frame again, it's eating it up pretty well, bouncing off of some prior day's highs as well. So even through a little bit of, I guess, scary selling, it's holding up pretty well on the support side.
All right, let's go on to Snapchat here. Huge gap to the upside once again this morning, coming off a bit of a pullback day on Friday. Notice the volume at the bottom. First of all, ramping up with price here. This thing was up 12% on the week, even with that dip going into the weekend. We're hugging $9 here on the back of a pretty successful launch here for a new OS for their smart glasses right after we got Meta's last week.
Yeah, here they are, Brendo. I mean, I don't know. I think I like the Meta ones a little bit better.
Chunky.
Yeah, a little chunky. I think those would, the viewing spectrum looks to be a little bit smaller, and monster side, I think that just comparing to the Meta glasses there, and Meta glasses obviously come with the wristband that follows hand gestures, not so for the Snapchat glasses. But as you mentioned, up 12% last week, really boosted by unusually high trading volume. In fact, Thursday saw about 202 million shares exchange hands. That's way above the average daily range of 40, Brendo. A lot of people were saying that it was linked, or the move was fueled by TikTok regulatory concerns. Somehow TikTok would be restricted and Snap would benefit. I don't really think that that's going to be the case, quite frankly, because it feels like, we're just going to be business as usual for TikTok. We'll see.
The selling we saw, you mean on Friday going into the weekend here. Nice gap, though, this morning, guys, holding at highs for Snap.
What a disaster. Last week, I sat here.
Yes.
I mean, it's great. I'm glad it's going up. But I sat here last week when we talked about the glasses. So I think it must have been Monday or Tuesday last week because we were waiting for Meta to come through. Right. And I was like, I remember Snapchat was all about these glasses. And they were one of the very first ones to talk about this. And you could probably look it back. It's probably 2019 or something like that. I don't even remember. And I was like, you know what? This $7 area, and I think it was at $7.40. So that very next day, that same day, it went up. And then that's when I was like, oh, okay, well, I'm not going to buy it. Maybe it does float back into this area. I mean, it's been really beat up. I mean, I don't necessarily want to sit here and pound into Snapchat or anything like that. But I was thinking to myself, what's wrong with this 7 area? And if it breaks it, hopefully we'll be able to get out 680, something like that. And I even remember saying here, Obi, I was like, we get here, we go up to 850 and we get out. This is 8, this is 9, but in and around 850, taking out that. Now you're running into the 200 period moving average. I actually think you can, if you're long in this name, stay here.
Yeah. I
mean, this TikTok news is great. The thing about Snapchat is it's very utilized by, I feel like the demographic, and this is just speaking from my checks and balances and stuff like that. And I had, this weekend we had some of the teammates, and my daughter's 11, and they use Snapchat. There's Snapchat group talks for their hockey team and whatnot. There's a lot of usage of that app. But then I find as kids get older, I talk to my 23-year-old. He's not using Snapchat. And I don't know, do you use Snapchat?
I used to use a lot of Snapchat, right. But I've kind of fallen off of it. I know there are people who still still active, but I don't think it's
not
as
the number one go-to.
Anymore.
I think more, there's a lot, obviously, as different things, different social medias we can use. But I do like the glasses, and I do think that if there still is a base there, advertising continues to win right now. We are obviously a consumption-based economy, and if they're consuming digital information on Snapchat, then it probably continues to go higher. I mean, you're always looking for those daily active user numbers. Yep. And then if they can get a spark now because Meta's bringing back this glasses talk and they can get a good little run here with their augmentation, then I like Snapchat moving higher. And I don't think you have to get out until it breaks back below this 50-period moving average. I'm here to stamp that, not as a fail. I have a fail here, but I don't think it's going to. I think it's going to continue to go higher. I like Snapchat here, and I'm not in it. So I just like the way it looks. It's breaking out. Obviously, you're going to have some kind of resistance at the 200-period moving average, but what about $10? Yeah. You can go from $7 to $10, put 40% in your pocket and forget about it. I think that's a win.
I like that. I like that a lot, man. And again, yeah, getting a little snap to the upside off of those glasses right there. But yeah, continuation is exactly what I'll be looking for here. As Sean just pointed out, a lot of room to the upside. We got that $10 resistance level. We're trading at $8.96 highs as of right now in the pre-market, and the bid is holding up pretty well as well. You can see the 4 a.m. high. We're kind of chopping and turning.
Hey-o.
Thank you very much. But yeah, a little bit of a gap up push on Snapchat. Again, last week, Friday, we had strong selling into the close, all-day sellers, and today we're gapping up above some of those reference prices. I really like the long even more when it comes to that, and you can see the build-up into it as well. It's been trending, and this is a little bit of a pop acceleration.
Here's a man who's at he's the perfect demographic for Snapchat.
Oh, yeah. Nice little rounded bottom as well.
I feel like the answer's on his chest right now for that one. Thank you for the coffee.
I like the shirt.
Your weekend was good?
The weekend was good weather until last night.
Yeah, the rain came through. But you know, I don't mind the rain for
A big boomer, big thunderstorm.
Yeah, yes, yeah. The first time my dog is never normally scared. But yesterday was kind of like a little bit like, didn't like all that
Clyde
noise.
just snored through the whole thing.
Yeah,
He doesn't scare him at all. Interesting.
But it's nice to see the weather though come through, so that's good. I mean, it's funny because in the summer I feel like it wasn't raining too often.
No, we need the rain. My poor
decent,
garden, I got peppers and tomatoes out there, all kinds of other stuff, and we need rain. Like, wow. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Rand. Thank you for the coffee, Randy, as well. Was there one more point about Snapchat on the daily you wanted to go over?
You know, I like the push. That's what I'm saying. I liked it for the continuation, and as long as it can hold those pre-market levels, I'll be looking for that continuation. I want to see some buyer dominance, and I want to get involved if I see some buyer dominance. That's basically the idea on Snapchat. But yeah.
Buyer dominance. 6 million shares in the pre-market already. It's Snapchat. It's time to go back over the desk. And now we got to go look at Tesla now breaking above 430 and looking pretty strong. Tesla is or is not on the sticky note. What do you guys think? Let's go back over the desk.
All right. Yeah, exactly. Back to basically session highs here for Tesla. This is Piper Sandler this morning, looking at 16% potentially more upside here to come.
Yeah, that's a good look, Brendo. Not bad at all. $500 price target from the 430 that we're at right now. So here's what they said. They noted in their note, they highlighted that Chinese EV makers view Tesla as their key benchmark, both in manufacturing as well as AI-driven innovation. They're giving they're gauging Tesla delivers about 495,000 units in Q3 of this year, noting that their progress from 0 to 1 is critical for scaling to mass adoption. Obviously, that $500 price target, as we spoke about, the firm points out that Tesla's full year 2025 multiple of 230x is actually defending by drawing parallels to Amazon's valuation in the early 2010s. So we'll have to see how that looks. Danny Ives as well chiming in as he typically does. Brendo reiterating Tesla's long-term AI and autonomous driving potential as a $1 trillion market cap opportunity. He also backed Elon's $1 billion stock purchases as a major confidence signal. We saw Elon buying up a storm of Tesla's stock over the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, and will most likely continue at this rate. What do we think here, guys? More upside here for Tesla?
Look, I mean, I like Tesla. I'm the car's downstairs charging right now, but no, I think it's a buy. We started talking about this already when we started the show. It's broken now above this range, right? The minute we started clocking through 370, we've just been hitting long like every day pretty much. You got one red candle and they're fine. But honestly, I think it continues to work now, man. You got Dan Ives back on the side of Tesla here. They're now talking about cars and acceleration in the space now. 495,000 deliveries for Tesla. I mean, it's a great number there. And then obviously we continue to look at Tesla as a robo-taxi play and as a further AI play. And I mean, look at this. When you take a look at that, Obi, you're breaking through your weekly resistance right now. And that has to be 435. That little wick high right there on the 17th, looking like 433 and change, 434. I think it's 434 would maybe be the breakout level there. And then so I'm always like, when there's a gap, maybe wait for some kind of a pullback to VWAP, which would be 430. I don't think that VWAP being here at 430 is far enough away. Like, you can get dramatic moves, and we talked about what Tesla does off the open every day. It'll give you buy opportunities and it'll give you sell opportunities. Like this name will move up or down $7 or $8 in the first 5 minutes, pretty much of every day, let alone a day when it's dummying the market right now. You're well up when the market's down. I could see some Tesla haters, or not even haters, but guys that were long into this coming in today, potentially thinking the NASDAQ may go for a little bit of a sleep here in the first couple days of the week with not many headlines, not big earnings coming through. We have Micron later on. But I would say that Tesla potentially on a dip into the 200 period. I like these pre-market lows in around 428. And then I kind of like these levels that we developed on Friday that we're holding, 426 to 427. But to answer everybody's question, and nobody has the question, I just posed it because nobody's questioning, and I'd like to talk to myself. Tesla is not on the list today. It's Apple, it's Intel, it's SoFi.
Boy.
Like SoFi. SoFi breaking through 30, I put on here, is a definite trade opportunity today. SoFi breaking through 30 and getting to 31.50, I think is a good opportunity. Already breaking out through highs, $29 long if we get a dip buy. Apple, Intel, SoFi, and then all of, or at least these three big quantum names. I think they're still a long. As we wait for some support, you can go find that on my note. But at the end of the day, I think Tesla makes a move down in, especially if this market, I know it looks a little hot right now. Let's see if it pulls back to VWAP. If it pulls back to VWAP, Tesla will as well. And we do have the imbalances out, which aren't affecting anything. So we're going to wait for a 426, 427 area for Tesla. And I can't say the word imbalances without showing it to everybody. Snapchat has a buy, Nvidia with a sell. So that's now 500,000 shares to sell. So you're getting a little bit of a red candle there for Nvidia. But I don't see Tesla on here of any sort of significance. So for me, it's clear sailings. Look to dip by that around 426, 427 for Tesla. 3 minutes to go, my guy.
Yes, sir. You know, I like the continuation on Tesla, like I said, and starting off the week with some good strength for sure. And you were talking about Tesla haters. Sean, I got to tell you, I love Tesla haters.
Yeah, man.
And I love when they have strong conviction as well, because that's basically what's been running this move over the past few years, is the stair-step squeeze action. Like, if you hate Tesla, by all means, man, go ahead and short it, because that run up in that squeeze has been absolutely beautiful. And the way that the structure has been building up is just as beautiful itself. Another build up last week on top of the 400. 433 halves is the high of that consolidation. So I'm going to keep it simple. I'm going to see, can we do a distinct push through that 33 half? Are we going to sustain? Do we see momentum right off of the open? And yeah, last week, if you were trying to get long intraday, it was a little difficult because intraday it would more often than not sell off. But you can see bigger picture structure, we have been stepping up. So I really do like it. Let's see if that strength does come in at the beginning of the week.
All right, let's go on to CoreWeave here. Actually moving right now, trying to get back to green on the morning. Was downside here basically after what we saw on Friday. Nice move to the upside through to 130 out of the gate on Friday. We're trying to go red to green right now. This is just one of a few. Loop Capital initiating coverage on CoreWeave this morning. 165. That's a huge upside target for CoreWeave after that Nvidia news on Friday.
Yeah, it's not bad to have somebody like Nvidia guarantee they're going to buy your excess capacity, Brendo, because while there's not so much excess capacity at the moment because there's a lot of demand, obviously, for AI compute, but nice backdrop for CoreWeave to make sure any excess is bought up separately. Nvidia is partnering up with an Abu Dhabi AI research hub called the Technology Innovation Institute. It's going to be one of the first in the Middle East. They're going to develop the next generation AI models and robotics platform, and this is the first time we're going to see Nvidia's Thor chip, Thor, which is going to be used for robotics in a project enabling advanced research, so we'll keep an eye on that. But I want to mention, Brendo, remember when Donald Trump went to the Middle East, he brought a bunch of tech leaders with him, and there were big orders for NVIDIA's GPUs? Well, many of those orders are still gone unfilled. The deal faced delays, Brendo, as the United States is still concerned about the connection and the relationships between the Middle East and China. They don't want China to get their hands on these latest chips, and so a lot of these chips have not been developed or sent to G42 and some other Middle Eastern companies.
I mean, a lot of these trade deals kind of in the same category right now. Yes. It was a napkin handshake kind of deal, but there's nothing set in stone as of yet. Just real quick, I know we're tight on time here. This is gold today. So here's more all-time highs this morning, guys. We're approaching 3,800 now for gold.
Gold right there. I didn't even realize we only have 30 seconds to go right here. I have it. It's still unavailable, Obi. I'll try again in a minute. Right. We're looking to get StubHub shares short, and we're unable to get it, so we'll have to look to see what happened there. With only 15 seconds left right here, I got to get the countdown, but I like Intel short out of the space right now, breaking through last week's support there of $30. This opening bell is brought to you by VinFast. We want to say thank you to VFS. Make sure you do scan that QR code on your screen. 3, 2, 1. We are now open. We'll talk about VinFast in a minute. We will now go. Obi, good luck today, and good luck to everybody out there who is looking at this market with us. First position is now in. We are short Intel. I'm going to try to give Intel up to $30.50. I want to see if this name can get back into this area. I dare you, Intel, to see if you can do that. So we're going to wait to see right now. But there it is, a quick little pull down now. 5 or 6 cents in the money for Intel. I do think it bleeds a little bit more. Let me put a quick 5% out down in the low 60s if we can get it. But here goes Apple. It's an apple a day. doesn't keep this doctor away, but it's getting me in it right now. If this breaks 250, watch out for Apple going upside right now. I like this trade to break through those levels. We'll try it. But Obi, the last couple times we've had breakouts early, they haven't necessarily been the trade that I've been thinking. We had Google we tried last week, didn't necessarily work out. So we're going to wait for Apple right now to make a move. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Thank you to everybody for paying attention and joining us here one more time today. We've got Obi in the hot seat right there beside me. So, and then just quickly, I'm going to go over to you in a second, Obi.
Sure.
Tesla does make that move down. Oh, no. Slap a fail on your boy right now because that went right into 429. I said, look for the 200 period moving average, and it came up and smacked that right there. So, oh boy is right, Obi, for that one. I'm going to be focusing on Apple. It looks like it wants to take 250. Hey, man, we've been calling 250. Joe Sharif knows this. When we bought it at 210, we were like, next stop 250. Maybe it's time to get some out. But Apple continues to make highs here, and there it goes. We're going to break it, and we're going to go long here on AAPL. SoFi making a move down. What up, Obi?
Oh boy, yeah, that both Apple and Tesla going for it right there. 433 halves was that consolidation high on Tesla. We're chopping in and around that level right now, but I like that Apple push a little bit more here as we push up into that 250. So that 250's got a little bit of size here. So let me pull it up for you guys here on the book on this screen, and we'll throw up a little bit of a thing there as well. And I was way too slow because it's gone, and that's how fast some of these things can happen here. So that 250 initial push didn't really push. I guess 40. It went to 250, 40 there. So yeah, 250s coming in on Apple. Oh boy, breakouts in this market. Damn. Absolute strength on that one.
See,
there. Let's see if it can
back.
sustain. Let's see if it can sustain. Like it's 250. I expect there to be a lot of a bit of a churn here, but yeah,
my guy, don't jinx it. Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it.
We'll see. We'll see.
Right. No, you're right. I'm just playing.
I just want to see price sustain, and it's doing that.
Are you long?
Exactly. I'm long already. I got long before the half.
Would you punch me? Oh, you got 240. Oh, yeah. Okay, good.
Halves. Yeah,
that's right. I didn't even see that. All right, good. Great job there, Obi. I mean, I'm glad that that's working out right there. Let's go, man. Me, Obi, and I right now in this name. So there goes Apple right now trying to go a little bit higher. Intel, oh boy, man, we're going to go 2 for 2 with a bang, and a bang, and another bang, and another bang, and there it goes. Intel, hey, we're short Intel, 29.75, as it was written Nas style on the sticky note. There it goes, man. We're already taking profits. We're 70 cents in the money on Apple, right? Apple is, Obi? Daily gold net right there on Apple. Now $1 in the money. And boy, we have something for that. It's called the Dollar Club right there. There goes Apple up to 251 right now. We're long at 250.07. You've got it. Oh, our board is off, but trust me when I tell you we're long this name. We are also into SoFi. So Intel and SoFi and Apple, the three trades that we all have written down on our sticky note, we're in all of them right now and seeing what is up. We only got out of a third right now of Apple. Apple tipped up to 251 there, and we did take the piece out there. So now we're going, and we're going to see what's going on here. Apple fading right back into 250. So, you know, the euphoria in this name might be coming out just a little bit here, as there's the fade right back. I'm going to try to hold this to 249, man. That's kind of where the 21 period moving average is. Let's see what winds up happening here with Apple, but so far so good. Intel's a good one. SoFi, we'll see if it holds, and we're dealing with Apple right now.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I know that 250 just chopping and churning. So the pullback came in nicely.
It'll be all right.
Bar low on a 3-minute, I got 249.60s, 249.64. So yeah, let's see. It's holding. VWAP's all the way like down at that 249. So I like that level as well. Let's see if it sustains. But 250, I expect there to be a little bit of a churn, a little bit of a chop here. The market tailwind is definitely on our side as well as Apple pushes to the upside here. So 24,860-ish here on the NASDAQ. And then we got consolidation highs, recent consolidation highs that are being pushed here on the ES as well. So VWAPs, let's see if it can hold that VWAP. I'm looking for buyer dominance. We talk about that higher time frame push and breakout, and that's coming in. So let's take a quick look at that once again here as we chop and churn around that 249 level here on Apple. So we'll go straight up to a 3-hour chart and pull back, and these are the highs that I'm talking about, guys. This one right here, from 249.39 all the way from February of this year. So yeah, once we can effectively push past this, all-time highs are well within range, coming in at a 259.18 level there on Apple. So yeah, hopefully, let's see if we can take a good bite out of this one here. 250 still churning pretty nicely and sustaining pretty well as well, Sean.
Did you try your peach yet over there?
I have not tried my peach.
I still can't get you StubHub. I'm still trying. I tried 2 times there while you were talking. I don't know what to tell you. Right now, I can try less lots maybe, okay. But okay, I don't want to worry about it because I got these positions right here, so I'll deal with it.
Don't worry about it. Right?
Okay, all right, we'll deal with it after. Okay, just real quick, man. There goes Apple. So we said this on Friday where we had huge moves, and we had Apple long on Friday as well off this 240 level, and then we got out a lot of this at VWAP 241.50. But look what happened to Apple. It went up $4, $5 on Friday. I don't want to drop it all right now, but we do have a big trade on. I mean, look at what SoFi is doing right here. If you're not following, honestly, the sticky note, I don't know how I'm coming up with some of these, but there's SoFi 29 long. It's at 29.30 right now, 29.25 right here, and it's just been really printing for us right now. So I'm going to put another offer on SoFi, see if we get a 22. Apple long break at 250. We had that. It never dipped down. And then the Intel short printed for us as well. But there it is right now, trying to get a little bit out of SoFi, and there we go. We get the 22s. This Apple I'm going to try to sit with. We just got a piece out there as well at $250. $50. All right, let's go back over to some names that maybe you guys want us to look at. Wow, there goes Tesla. Fire off the hot dog cannon right there. Who's got Tesla? Not me. But there it goes. We talked about that at the 200 period moving average and said that Tesla has a great opportunity today to extend further. It has 480 written all over it. You just got to look. And right now, there's another 3% there for Tesla. But you know what, Obi? We have something that everybody can contribute to live on the show, and this is this stock visualizer. I'm going to reset this bad boy right now. All you have to do is, I want to thank all 10,000 of you for watching right now. Thank you so much for everybody there. BBAI, we'll definitely have a look at that. Shout out to Oracle. We will Yatin on here. Shout out to Vic Agarwal that wants Oklo. Everyone wants GameStop, Robinhood, Tesla talk, BT talk. Wow, let's go Apple right now. Bang on that one as that continues to go higher. Put your love in the chat. Put the names that you want in there. Let Obi and I know. And this is going to populate. I'm going to hit pause on this. Let's go Apple. Man, the Apple are like these Blue Jays, man. The Apple's made the playoffs, baby. Congratulations to Blue Jays right now for making the playoffs. But this is what's happening right here. All these names. They want to talk about Robinhood. You want to talk about Tesla. Grab the Uber of South America, of South Asia, we found out last week as well. So there it goes, man. There goes Tesla 240. And oh boy, Obi, to take a word from you, there goes Apple. Did you get anything out on the top there? I was too busy.
I added a little bit there.
You added. Okay, hey, if you're adding, then that's not a bad sign for me because we're already in this. But I have to tell you, I just took some out at 250.75.
Yeah, so I'm taking it slow. I'm looking for that 251 to come in. So that 250 chopped, we held well. We sustained above VWAP, and then now we're pushing up into that 251 once again. And there it goes, 251 cleared. Let's see if we can sustain this. Can you print the quarter? Can you hold the quarter, then print the half? That's what I'm thinking about right now. 251, what's the high there? 251.28 is the high as of right now. So still chopping and churning. That Tesla, man, oh boy, what a crazy move on that one.
Yeah,
straight up to, what's the high? 240s, almost, sorry, 440s almost there.
It's not
439.80s it went up to. So yeah, crazy push on this here market, man. The buyers are definitely dominant.
I just got in my long-term account. What's going on? Oh yeah, this is the new phone. Oh, and I have to look at this handsome face right here, Sharif. Come on, my guy. This is how you know this isn't my phone.
All right, anybody watching?
He did this. He gave it to me. This is what he's going to get. Okay, but this feels nice. Like I don't have. So I only
just in case you don't know whose phone.
This is the Max. You know, this is a little different. Mine's. I just have the Pro, but mine's only a 14. This looks nice, Sharif. What is your initial thoughts?
I like it.
Nice.
Good. Yeah. Okay. So he's liking the phone. Good upgrade. What was your last one? 14 Pro or 15? 13. Okay. So similar to me. So nice little upgrade there. We'll talk more about Apple, but I think that's why we like the stock today. It's gotten good reviews on the iPhone. The lineups still continue to be quite long. We heard some good news about this also from Sharif. Some of those tests about how durable it is. And I think that's what people want when you're spending $2,000 or whatever you are for the model of the phone or whatever, the Max, the 1 terabyte, whatever the storage is that you got. you want a higher quality product, right? And it's good to see that that's what's happening for Apple. Sometimes you hear it breaks too easy, or it's just whatever. But we know the ecosystem for Apple is super loyal and pretty strong. And by the way, I just wanted to say, because I have Nvidia up right now, I just got filled on the long-term account right here for some Nvidia. So I did put a buy in there that I was looking to get something on NVDA. So we'll buy a little bit here near the lows again for NVIDIA. I bought some more 175s. It might be a little early to do that, I understand, but I still want to buy the best companies out there. And NVIDIA being down just a little bit and trying to struggle here off of the daily, I'm just taking a little bit. To me, the real buy for NVIDIA is somewhere like this, man, 165 and change. I think that's a great area long if we can get in there. Let's see what happens. And then I know you added to the position. Our position board's still not working though, Andre?
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah.
So we got to get that working here, because I'm still long. We're short Intel, we're long SoFi, and we're long Apple. Let's go over to Adara.
Martin Shkreli, otherwise known as Pharma Bro, last week he announced that he shorted the stock. He's just posted that he's actually covered his open door short. So Martin Shkreli admitting he took a loss on this. He covered his open door short at $8.90. He got short around $9.36, saying that there are better shorts out there, though he may revisit the trade at another time. So again, Martin Shkreli covering his OPE and short this morning, guys. Back to you.
Oh, Martin. These guys always win, apparently. That's the one thing about these guys.
He was offside on that short, though, right?
Of course he was, man. And we have no idea. Like, you don't have that look. I'm not questioning the integrity of these traders. It's just like, when it goes up $1 or so, you don't. I mean, and I wasn't following him. So those of you that are, I'm not trying to throw smoke at the guy, but we were trying to ask everybody in the chat, what has he been doing? And then we only find out now, once the market's down, that he's covered. So great trade there for Shkreli, that's for sure, as that looks like it continues to work out. So Obi and I, now it looks like we were celebrating Apple. Yep. Now it looks like we're caught a little bit here as we pull back into VWAP. You nervous about this at all? I'm trying to buy a little bit more here. And if we could break through VWAP, that's 249. I'm not going to give it that much room. 249.50 maybe right here is a good little buy area for me. So I'm going to do that if it can dip back in. But we're still long on Apple right now. We're short on Intel. And oh boy, man, a trade that's moving a little bit better than I had really hoped or thought that it would early, SoFi. SoFi gives us that dip into 29. We buy it, and now we're starting to get out on the upside. So we've given back a little bit trying to hold on to this Apple trade, but I still feel comfortable with it. We're still in the money, a whopping 10 cents. Let's see if Apple just had a dip that we can sort of survive with here.
Yeah, market's catching a bit of a bid here as well. That was a pretty nasty pullback there on Tesla. Apple, yeah, a little bit back into VWAP there, but holding VWAP. So it's like I'm going to continue to try to look for the same thing. I want to see some buyer dominance here. We saw it off the open. Can we look for some more? I think so. But let's see. Let's wait and see what Apple kind of tells us. I want to listen to what the market's telling me as well. And yeah, we're trying to push. We're holding pretty well here in and around that 250. High a day currently 251.28 here on Apple. But yeah, let me know what you guys are trading. I know Apple's not the only one that's moving around in the market. There's a lot of opportunity. Tesla was amazing. But yeah, throw it up in the chat. I know a lot of people were looking at Hood or Apple Oven, both with strong closes going into the weekend on Friday after an S&P 500. Was it the Russell S&P 500?
Both those were S&P.
Yeah. So I think those were great looks as well.
Tesla 8-month highs.
Tesla's holding, man. Tesla's holding that 438s.
So right now we have 8-month highs. So in Tesla and in Apple, right there. Wedbush giving the upgrade to Apple today, 310 price target there for Apple. I just took some out, Obi, hand to God, 250.35, a little bit more out right there. I only have about 60% now of my initial position. Let's go, but we are at day's high right now for ye old account because we got out of some more Tesla. Obi, we have this stock visualizer that I want to go through again.
How's that going?
That's what we're going to find out right now. I believe it was Robinhood Tempest at the top right now. Let me just pause this for a little bit to have a quick look. Boxel up. Boxel's only up 500%. Let's go find out. Adara, shout out to Adara. If we can get information on Boxel right now, we'll get that. Okay. Adara's looking at that. BOXL. GameStop as well here, IREN, Robinhood, and then there's your open door down 7%. So that's definitely what's up, Adara.
There is no news on Boxlight, as far as I can tell. Okay. Yeah, there's no news. The last news item here was as of September 17th, and there wasn't even any news there. It just said it's running.
Oh, my birthday. Okay, so yeah, happy birthday to Boxell shareholders. There has, Adara, I feel like she'll find something here because, yeah, like 200 million shares, like 120 million shares right now, Adara. I feel like there's something here. Nice move higher there for Boxell today. Those of you in the chat, help us out if you see something, but there it goes. Nice move there for Box. And if we look here, I'm not even sure. I got to figure out what this company even does. But it could also be, honestly, a low float name that just broke above 260 right there. I mean, look how good this looks on that break there today. This is the kind of setups that you're looking for on a name like this, because if you can find it, and then you have a short float as well. So let me just see. I'm going to throw Box like she does have news, so just hold on a second. 2 million shares right now on the float in general. It doesn't look like a short issue, but Adara's got more.
Yeah, so people are attributing this to its earnings beat over a month ago. I'm going to be honest, Sean, there really isn't much news on this. I mean, last week, so on the 16th of September, they did announce this rollout of new displays. Again, nothing like breaking or within the last couple days to explain this pop. Now, there is no short float of any note on this. Float of 2.2 million shares. So the float itself is relatively small. Market cap, $17.22 million. So relatively small market cap, small float. No significant short float, and news from last week. Again, people are also attributing this to their earnings report last month. So there just generally seems to be a lot of confusion as to why this is running. Back to you.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Oh, what is that? Look at that. That's interesting.
What the hell?
Desk.
Oh, a desk buddy. Where do I find that? I don't have brown shoes. Come on. We actually had something funny when there was, that's kind of cool though. Thanks for doing that.
That's awesome. Yeah.
That's fun. Oh, I have the shine on my face. I got to go put makeup on. Don't tell anybody that we wear like this sort of fade. Did you put yours on?
I almost never put anything.
Oh, you just
on.
have the natural.
Sometimes I get a little shy. Yo, trading can be a little sweaty, man.
Yo, man, yeah.
Whoa, hello.
Palms weak. Oh.
Look at that.
Yeah, there. Nice. Yeah, see, that's a serious one. That
Mr. Kashif? Why does it say Mr. Kashif?
Don't worry about why it says that.
Oh boy, who is that?
Look how buff you look in the like the box.
Yeah, I mean, in the box, yeah, for sure.
Like you're looking crazy there on the picture of that box.
That's awesome, dude. What do you?
By the way, you now have StubHub shares.
Hey, yo,
they finally got approved there for you, my guy.
The trade is still there.
There it is. You know, our broker realized if Obi wants shares, we better give him the shortable shares ASAP.
Oh, the short's already been working.
Right there, I know. So, and by the way, oh boy, man, we're in cloud 9 here today because there goes StubHub. There goes StubHub. There goes SoFi to the upside again right there. I mean, guys, it's at Trader TV Sean, 55,000 followers. Get over there. Apple long, that's the #1 trade for me today. The P&L #1. Intel short. We'll wait for that one. And then there's the SoFi long at 29. We're long at 29.05, 40 cents now in the money as that continues to push higher and higher. All right, I'm going to go get rid of some of this shine on my face and be right back, okay, Obi?
Yes,
so
sir.
Give me 30 seconds and kill these guys with kindness. Let's go big time upside right now for Apple. That's the one I think that we're excited for. I'll be right back.
I mean, we're kind of just chopping and churning here on Apple. Like I said, sustaining 250 halves pretting pretty well, but we're starting to slow down. But here's the thing: the futures are trying to take another leg up on this second 15-minute candle here on the Nasdaq and the ES. But guys, exciting news for sophisticated Canadian traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs, offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P, TSX 60, semiconductors, and US Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st of 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize US dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying US equity indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/ 3X daily to learn some more. There's that 250 coming in here on Apple once again, and I'm like, this is kind of churning and chopping and churning pretty for a long time, and 440 on Tesla. So Tesla was definitely the one with a little bit more oomph there to the upside and pushing even higher. Again, that build up on a higher time frame for Tesla, man, has been absolutely wild, and it makes sense.
What is SoFi?
It's just kind of continuing with some good pressure here. Apple might take a little bit longer. This 250 is definitely interesting, and we're spending a little bit longer than I'd like in and around this area, but still sustaining above VWAP as of right now, as the market's also kind of sustained near their highs. So I like it for now, but again, where is the next trade is what I'm asking. So let us know in the chat. Make sure you do the vote and let us know what you guys are looking at, what you guys want us to watch as well. And oh boy, some of these names that I was looking at in the morning, nothing too crazy happening right now. Intel, not really pushing up. Amazon, a little bit to the downside there as well. Apple strength, we're already participating in that one there. Oh boy, Amazon was a pretty aggressive sell off the open. And then Tesla, obviously one of the most relatively strong when it comes to the Mag 7 here on the day today. So people talking about Palantir. Okay, so Palantir, let's take a quick look at Palantir. I don't know what that one's been up to. Palantir, okay, a little bit of a shake and bake happening here on Palantir today. Nice little flush off of the open, but holding up pretty well off of that 179 pre-market low as well. So yeah, Palantir looking good there, but trading within its opening range as of right now. And Apple's still holding that 250. I'm just staring down this tape, man. Buyers keep coming in. There were a couple of wipes up into the ask there, about 30 to 40 pennies at a given time above that 250, and we're holding as of right now. So I still want to continue to see that buyer dominance as both the NASDAQ and the ES continue to print some fresh highs. So let's see if there's going to be that bit of a buying confluence happening here. AMD, Sean, AMD also moving pretty nicely here, along with, I guess, SMCI showing us some strength as well when it comes to my chip basket. So good stuff here. A lot of strength on the names that did kind of push off of the open, and yeah, some good opportunities nonetheless. So keep on throwing up those stickers in the chat so we can take a look at them. Lane Carter saying SoFi flying. We already know that. Dude. Sean is all over that one.
Oh boy. And by the way, okay, we have a thing for this too. We're reloaded.
Oh boy.
Intel short.
Happening. Oh, nice. Yeah, that 30 level short was great last week as well.
Yeah, so we're trying that there. Yeah. It is what it is. Yeah, and then there goes SoFi.
Oh boy.
I mean, look, okay, come on, Apple. Apple is pushing the top, man. Push those boundaries. Come on. I need to go get an Apple.
Push it
to the limit. Yeah, exactly. Good old tune there. All right, 2 times daily goal. Look, the thing is like, we're starting to get up now. So we also didn't mind a 30 break on SoFi. But like 75 cents in on this name, like that's quite a nice move. Now green, it was starting to start the day red. Let's put an offer at 80 and see what it wants to do right now. That Intel trade's pretty good, but we're light. We have the same amount of shares on SoFi and on Intel, and we've actually gotten out of about half of our SoFi trade. So I'm not as convinced on that Intel short that I probably should be because it is working. I didn't put as much risk into it. And then right here, Obi, like I know this is a big position for both you and I, but I'm taking a little bit more out on Apple right now. It's touched out too many times up here, and I've just been like, look at me emptying the clip up here. And look, I still want it to go, and that's been that's like a demon that I have to battle with, is that like I see the P&Ls and stuff like that, and it's like we're done. Like we can go to the gym, whatever. We can go to whatever. At this point, we're done. Like we've hit some of our goals, but that doesn't mean that it can't go a lot higher. And my problem is that I drop the stock and don't let it go. And it's like by the time it finally goes, and we talked about that on Friday. Remember, I got out here at 245 after being long at 240 on Friday, but I only had like 5% by the time it got up here. We were exiting the clip, actually, like a lot of it at VWAP here for like $1 and change. And then it started to go. So I'd hate for that to be happening with Apple right now, and then the bust through happens. So I'm going to take another opportunity right here to get out of a little bit more in the 80s if we can do that, and then we'll watch watch for it from there. But Rigetti and some of the quantum names. Now, this was another play that we had on. What we had written down on our note today was Apple long, Intel short, SoFi long, and then I just labeled out all of the quantum names because I was not sure which ones were going to go, because the story is QUTM, I think, had an offering or something, but they were just...
QUBT.
QUBT, perfect. Had an offering, thank you, Adara. And there goes Rigetti. And I said, let's wait. I mean, all that we wrote down on here, and again, it's not... This is for everybody to trade. Like, it's not, these are just the ideas that I have. Like, it was basically waiting for some sort of support, then long. Like, I couldn't find any levels for it. But now it looks like we finally do have something down here around 26 for Rigetti. Let's go look at QBTS. Has that also popped? And oh boy, here goes Apple, Obi. And I'm starting to feel some kind of ways because now we're starting to go back upside. So the same thing happened for QBTS, flush down for D-Wave, and then boom, a nice huge move back up. Okay, let's let this day just become special now, Obi. Like, let's see if this can really continue to fly higher now. I have still about, I'm trying to do the math here, about 40% or so left of Apple. I'm going to take another 5% right here at, wow, now it's come fading out. So at 251, see if, there it is. We just took it at 95. Now let's wait to see if it can get going a little bit. But I like the quantum space now long. We've obviously got SoFi pumping here, and then we've got Intel doing wicked stuff for us as well. But now bouncing off view up, let's put another bid down here for Intel. Losing my voice, but not losing my way trading-wise.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that 251's coming in with the market strength, pretty aggressive. 251.28 are the high on Apple, and we're kind of chopping and churning on that first dime on top of 51s right now. Here comes the 20s. Let's see if we can push that 28 and press a little bit higher. Yeah, breaking out of the day high after we've pulled all the way back into VWAP. Yeah, maybe some shorts. Definitely a little offside. I personally like that reversion to VWAP, and normally I might take that. But again, bigger picture, Apple is kind of breaking out on a higher time frame. So even though the short scalp I really, really like, normally I'm trying to get a little bit uncomfortable and push a little bit the other way there, trying to get involved with the higher time frame kind of trend here. But yeah, let's see if it works out. VWAP's all the way down at 250 now. So VWAP's finally kind of curling above that 250 on one of my charts, and almost there here on the P Pro as well. So let's see how well that can potentially come in. We're almost coming into the close of the hour here, Sean, with only about 3 minutes left going into 10 o'clock. So the first half hour, pretty decent, pretty eventful. Strongest stocks, I would say, would be Tesla and well, Apple not as strong as I'd like it to be, but definitely showing us some good strength on the day today. And a lot of people talking about some of these other names as well. Open and BBAI as well, looking interesting. I see that.
You like anything over there on Open Door?
Yeah, nothing really, man. I like it for a potential backside, but Open Door has been kind of just it's holding levels pretty well, right? So here, let's go to I'm just going to go to an hourly. So this consolidation, we're holding this really well. We're chopping in around $8.50 to $11 here. So I like this. I'm personally maybe looking for a backside, but if it's going to hold that, I still really do like the long thesis on that name. Bit of a stair-step squeeze. We know people are definitely offside. We were talking about Shkreli just covering his short position, this morning or something like that. So I think I saw somewhere on a post that he was negative 3 million unrealized.
Exactly. So, I saw, but who knows? Neil's obsessed with Martin Shkreli, so we can leave that for him there. He's talking about, he just looks at the quantum plays and stuff like that with Martin Shkreli. Oh my God, here is
another one,
followed by
another one,
and then we'll have to find
another one.
Like, it's just Uber. New all-time highs. I believe this is for Uber. Right now, there it goes, man. I mean, are you taking any rides these days? I mean, there goes Uber right up through
a lot of Uber.
You're right. I mean, this is the thing.
Uber Eats all the time, man.
Continues to, and Uber Eats, perfect. I mean, this is continuously going upside right there on UBER. So I'm not sure if there was an upgrade or whatever today, but I think it's probably technically breaking through that $100 marker. And there it goes. Now, we do have consumer confidence flash coming through. So just for everybody to review this, we'll go to Adara. We'll go to Adara a little bit early for this because I thought we had at 10 o'clock a number, but maybe we don't. Okay, I'm hearing it in my ear. We have Fed talking. We already have the Chicago numbers. We have Fed's, Musalem coming at 10. So no, we will not be covering that in depth or anything like that. So Fed talk at 10. Okay, we'll wait on that one and see if there's any market moves, because this is what the Fed is doing right here, and it's first of all, Apple is extending right now. SoFi is almost $1 in the money right now as well. But this is what we're talking about for the October meeting right now. There's still a chance that we do nothing, I guess, but it looks like there's a 1/4 point are the biggest odds right now for a 1/4 point rate cut there in October. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, speaking of Fed here, we'll take a look at the market. This is the S&P 500. We've had a lot of Feds be pretty cautious about rate cuts going forward. We know last week, Kashkari was pretty cagey, saying that the Fed could even hike rates if they decide they need to based on economic data. Fed's Bostic also being a bit hawkish here. This was published in a Wall Street Journal exclusive interview, saying that he sees, quote, little reason to cut rates further as of this point. A lot of these Feds here, while acknowledging that they don't really think there's a case for further rate cuts based on inflation, they do acknowledge that rates could have to be cut specifically due to employment concerns. Now, tons of Fed speak, as we had indicated by Sean there. Comments are already coming from Fed's Musalem. He's saying that tariffs are adding to inflation and there's not full, evidence here of how that is going to be impacting prices. So again, more hawkish or cautious comments coming through. Fed's Myron speaking at 12 p.m. Previously last week, we had Fed's Myron indicate that his comments today will include his explanation of why he voted for the 50 basis point rate cut. So that'll be certainly of watch. Keep an eye out for 12 p.m. Also, Oracle is going to be on watch here. ORCL, Safra Katz, who was the CEO for the past 11 years, she's going to be appointed as their vice executive chairman there of their board. Now, they've also promoted 2 internal company members here, Clay Maguric and Mike Cecilia, to be CEO. Of course, there's also the TikTok deal on watch and a potential cloud deal with Meta, META, on watch on its own as well. This gap, there's some info missing in the chart, but Meta on watch here. Also with some government announcement here for their Llama AI models. And last but not least, Apple, AAPL, pushing to high of day. Shout out to Sean and Obi, who are both in this. Wedbush with a bullish note in the stock. Before we speak back to the guys, take a moment to thank our friends at OGEN, because each year, more than 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Origenics is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. OGEN is the ticker for this one. Back to you.
Like, what's going on over here? Obi, thanks. Let's go, Obi.
Let's go.
You and I, we are that.
Go.
I mean, I just said to Obi, did Apple just release like the first ever flying car or something like this? Like, Apple right now is just extensione, nicely done to the upside right now. I still got a 1/4 left, but oh boy, is this one starting to go. There goes Apple. It is your trade of the day right there. That's a fact, Jack, says Mike Peter Ryder. And there it goes, man. Moon City right there. That's $1 plus $2 on Apple, but this is a $29 name that we just got out at 30. So, I mean, this is starting to go as well. And then I looked over at Joe and I was like, what kind of a day are we even having when there goes Intel back into its days low as well? So there's been some talk also about Webull here on the chat. Wow, what is going on, Adara? Any news on Webull? I don't think so. I think it's just Webull got hit and might have found a little bit of a base. You know, I'm long this one in my own account. Someone's buying. What am I hearing in my ear about Cardano?
No news on Webull. I'll keep an eye on Carvana. I know Eric Jackson teased some announcement today, and he's previously been involved with Vana, so I'll take a look.
All right. Okay, so we'll keep our ear to the ground on that one. The NASDAQ, brand new all-time highs right there, so we'll say to that as, the NASDAQ right now making moves, that's for sure. And on the back of probably the strongest name, man, Apple right now, huge move. Tesla, though, Obi as well, man. That's 443, like, oh boy, to rewind that about an hour when I said, you know, the first level, we did not want VWAP because that was probably too early. I said, what about the 200 period moving average? It touched it, and now we're up, we're just up $15 from there as we continue to go higher. Okay, so We didn't change our daily goal, but we may need to do it. It's now 3x on this Apple. So great trade over there for us. You're out now?
Yep.
Okay,
Thank
good.
you,
So why don't we
again.
discuss? Yeah, let's discuss what you're seeing by getting out. But what a great trade and what a great hold.
So I just told you before before we came back from Madeira that I did leverage up pretty aggressively into this push. You can see that I had conviction on the 250 hold, and it showed me that VWAP was getting bought up pretty well multiple times. This is a 1 minute chart now. So you can see here holding that initial push, that 49 halves, any pullbacks holding and sustaining above that. I was buying and buying only for a potential push. And again, with the market tailwind on our side, I like it a little bit more. I have even more conviction, and you can see I'm buying going into the highs, looking for that little bit of a squeeze push on Apple, and that's basically what it did. 10 o'clock, no numbers, but still volume coming into the market there. 251.30s was that high, and as soon as we kind of broke, we chopped around a little bit there, gave me time to add as we sustained that 251, and oh boy, off to the races off of that breakout. 251.50s just rips up to 252s, and then we start to stall, and I'm like, all right, I'm already posted out, pushing out of most of it in and around going into 252s, and then on the backside when the bids start getting wiped into, I get out of everything there as well, because I think my average ended up being, because I had pieced out of most of my inventory from down here, so my average was 251s and some change, so a lot of it just from this push. And this trade right here, this breakout trade, is slightly a different trade in my opinion than the initial push trade through for taking inventory into 250. So I got rid of this inventory here, and then this scalp as well, got rid of that on the backside of the 252. So was pretty straightforward, bit of a chop on Apple, but honestly, Tesla was the one for me, man, and didn't even participate. We talk about that 433.50s high, that consolidation high from last week. We break out of the weekly high, and guess what? We're trading almost 10 points higher at 443 halves. So bit of a miss. I took 2 points or a point and a half on Apple, but Tesla's up almost 10 points. So, you know, it is what it is. You get what you can get, and you don't get upset. So where's the next trade? That's what I'm.
You can get upset.
You could definitely get upset.
No, but I think that's, I don't know. It's kind of like defeatist attitude all the time, and I hear it often here as well. It's like, sure, you know, you want to get all the trades, but at the same time, you could be upset if you leave a little bit of money on the table, if you miss an opportunity. But to your point as well, you can't trade everything.
Yeah, you can.
You know, and it's just like, that's like, even these three positions, and like, they're all working out. SoFi's $1, Intel's huge right now, although I told you we had the same shares in Intel and SoFi, and now we actually have double the shares in SoFi that we do Intel, because we're starting to get it out as it's in the 200 period moving average. But all you can really do is stick to a plan, right? I mean, and sometimes we'll miss it, and that's why I'm glad that we talked about Intel or Tesla, at least for some of those traders that are in it. Looks like you might have topped out near the top there for Apple. So Trump is signing TikTok order later this week, is what we're hearing right now in my ear. So we can go double check to see if Oracle is doing anything on that one. As it looks like TikTok will, if he's going to sign something later this week, it must be a deal that satisfies him and gives that U.S. sort of protectionism there into TikTok, potentially grabbing that algorithm and keeping all the data, I guess, North American side. All right, well, I just heard in my ear that now TikTok is getting extended an additional 20 days. So, you know, at least the talk is there right now. It looks like we can get that bottom. We talked about some of this 304, 305, but that never came into play. A nice top side trade for Oracle back into 312, 313. So, you know, so far so good right into there for Oracle. Look, if you guys are enjoying the show, 9,300 of you watching right now, hit the like, hit this. I haven't refreshed this. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, man. 984. Let's see if we can get that up to 1,400. If any of you are watching right now, it's a completely free program, man. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We did have Snapchat written down there as a possible trade earlier today. And yeah, there it goes, man. Right into that 930, 940. Oh. It's in, he's signing some sort of executive order. Adara's going to parse through everything, and I'm sure when she sees something worthy, she'll come through on all of that.
The executive order is related to TikTok. That's all it is.
Yeah, so that's exactly it. So if there is any more details about said order, yeah, exactly, then we'll get that. But there goes SoFi, man. I was almost going to take that break through 30, but didn't. We're long 20. I mean, it is...
Oh boy.
TikTok algorithm will be operated by a U.S. entity. Just hearing all of this in our ear right now. Yeah, a copy of the algorithm will be handed over to the U.S. group. This is what we're hearing right now in my ear, and it will be operated by a U.S. entity. Now, I don't know where this news is coming from, just hearing it in my ear, and Dara will confirm something right now.
So what I'm seeing is that the attribution I'm seeing is apparently the White House officials are briefing reporters on the TikTok deal. So it seems like this is coming from the White House itself. Either way, what they're saying here is that the algorithm will be retrained in the U.S. so that you can have the algorithm, I guess, that you like with TikTok, but it will be retrained specifically in the U.S. Also, reportedly, these individuals are saying that Trump is going to be extending the TikTok pause an additional 20 days. I'm guessing that's the pause on the TikTok ban. So it's going to be extended an additional 20 days. These extensions up to this point have each been 90 days. So 20 days shorter extension that implies we will likely get a deal soon. Again, Trump set to sign a TikTok executive order later this week, as far as I am seeing. Back to you. If I get more details, I'll let you know.
Yeah, I'm just hearing a lot about Oracle in my ear right now. Oracle this, Oracle that. So it looks like Oracle is the play right there. What up, Fabian? How you doing, my guy?
He said Java.
Java?
Java?
Oh,
Oracle,
yeah.
Get it? You know, because he's drinking the Java.
Could always take some more Java.
Nice.
I want to drink some more water, but the
Yes.
Green Bay Packers is reminding me that they took a loss there yesterday.
Yeah, that was
Not great.
Didn't really watch the game, but sorry about that.
Oh, it's okay. They're 2-1.
When's the next game?
I don't know.
No idea.
Yeah, probably Sunday.
People in the chat pointing out Airlines. Airlines getting sold off, and yeah, interesting stuff. We heard, I guess, Michael Noss talking about some of that this morning as well. UAL to the downside. Look at that pre-market, a little bit of a volume in the chop there, some relative volume, and then flushing off of the open there as well on UAL. I checked American Airlines as well. American Airlines, similar story here with a strong sell-off, and then DAL, of course, Delta as well, looking very similar. So this whole sector kind of catching a bit of a sell here. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, just keep an eye here on some of these railway names, UNP, Union Pacific, and also CSX, both getting volume, and UNP in particular really pushing to the upside. The catalyst for this is that Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy has announced over $5 billion to get America building safer, more reliable railroads. So $5 billion reportedly set to pour into these railroad buildings here. Of course, any railway-related tickers are doing well in this news. I also have more talk on TikTok, no pun intended. So apparently the TikTok deal will be closed 120 days after it's signed. And also with regards to the investors being involved, Donald Trump is reportedly searching for investors who are going to be patriotic towards the United States. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Adair, for all that. As I continue to look at some notes here and figure out what the next trade is, I just feel like with all this talk about Oracle and TikTok and everything, that eventually something right there. The full list of investors not finalized yet. Okay, so open door not doing a whole heck of a lot. We don't have to look at that. We looked at that box L earlier as well. Let's have a quick look at what that's doing. Box light. The only thing that we sort of maybe thought about was a break there of that 290, creating a huge upside play there. But we don't have a huge short interest on this, and maybe some play from last week's earnings, I think. But yeah, not really seeing too much right here yet on all of that. China's still yet to approve any TikTok deal, so I think you got to be very, very careful about not only what you're reading, but like what you believe. So just be careful with all of that. I would hope that there's a deal being done right now, but we sold Intel in our own PA last week. We got out of 25% of that, and that was about $1 and change ago. So Intel still making a move lower right there now as that. Again, we're huge in this one. We're 60 cents in the money. These are all three plays right now working out on the note, right? There's the Apple long, there's the Intel short, there's the SoFi long, and then we put down RGTI, QBTS, and IonQ looking for bids, and those bids already came, but we missed them on some of those names. A quick little look in, then we're going to go over to Obi. It's just going to give me an idea of what we want to talk about here live on the show. Tempest, Tesla, Oklo, Boxel, SoFi, Intel, Robinhood. These are all names that you guys have voted for there. Unpause it. You got to hit $, get into there. AMD, maybe we can have a quick look at. And I did buy some more Nvidia in my own account here earlier today. We talked a little bit about that. So we can have a quick look at Nvidia as well. But actually, I'm going to cover a little bit more down here of Intel. And there it is. We'll get a 35 as that continues to make lower moves here. Now 60 cents in the money there. $1.50 on Apple and $1 or so on SoFi as those names continue to make moves lower right there. I'll do a little bit of a more of a macro market look. Let's go back over to Obi if there's anything that you're looking at right now, and then maybe we could talk about some of the broader moves.
No, I started looking around. I started looking around for a lot of opportunities. Great short on Intel, man. That was a bit of a miss on my part as well. I was shorting that same level last week, and I'm just telling the boys, like, supply was there last week, and supply is there.
I mean, I could show you the sticky note from Friday. It was. It's like, right here, and it's the same thing. This is the sticky note from Friday. It says, hard to see it, but at the very top there, I don't. Try maybe this camera. It doesn't matter. It says Intel 2970. Who cares? It says Intel 2975.
Yeah.
And I remember when I ran into you in the hallway, and we talked about that. Yeah. I was like, I like that level short. Took a minute to print, and today it's working. So sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
No, so I started looking around for stuff to trade, and I'm just like, all right. StubHub was one. Got the shorts a little bit later because we kept on getting a little bit of a trouble there. But once I got them, now I'm kind of watching it here. We had a crazy shake and bake. This was actually real. A clip down to 1750s, a wipe up to 850s, and then slam back into VWAP. Now we're printing some fresh lows relative to this action that came in, almost at day's low at 1750, currently trading at 1756s on StubHub, and this thing has been selling off pretty aggressively since its IPO last week. Aggressive selling through that 25. That was really nice. I think Sean said he had that short as well, so shout out to that 25 short. And guess what? That was such a great short that it kept on coming in. Back-to-back jacks on this one to the downside, so swing shorts, oh boy, definitely this one has been a pretty good one here. See Apple coming back into 252s as well, so it seems like the buyers are definitely not done here on the day today, Sean. So, but got some news here. BTCC, 14 years, 0 hacks, 0 excuses. BTCC.com delivers when others don't. Trade Bitcoin up to 500 times, even Tesla, gold, and Forex. With smart copy trading, you don't just watch the pros, you trade like them. Regulated in the USA, Canada, and Europe, trusted by 6.8 million traders. Trader TV Live exclusive. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description box for a 15% deposit bonus. BTCC.com, where the pros trade, and now so can you. Oh boy, that 252 is coming in right now here on Apple. So Apple potentially poised for some fresh highs here, 250 to 223. So we did get bought up on those lows here. So a bit of a miss on my part, not holding a bit of a chunk and not getting involved once again. But it is what it is. I'm going to be looking for that next opportunity. Buyers are definitely in charge here as of right now in this market. What's going on, Adara?
Yeah, keep an eye here on the market, specifically with regards to the TikTok deal. We're getting more comments coming from the senior White House official reportedly saying that the U.S. government is not going to be having equity in the TikTok deal, and that no details have been finalized with regards to any fees that'll have to be paid. So again, no finalization here with the fees, and the U.S. government's not going to be having equity in the TikTok deal. Back to you.
Okay, well, that's good. I think that's always a good thing there. Government's taking equity. Obviously, we took some positions there in Intel. We talked a little bit about that. They've done it before, Boeing, GM, different names like that to help sort of spark more action on those plays. But I don't know if this TikTok deal needs financing. It doesn't sound like it. I mean, some of these investors lining up, right, obviously to get their hands on what's been such a huge, hot commodity right now. But I don't know if Apple's involved in TikTok at all or not, but there goes Apple right now. Back up, as you just mentioned, back into all-time highs, almost all-time highs now for Apple. I just want to have a quick little look at what that is. And look, man, we reloaded the PA. We didn't reload it while we added to it, I guess, because we never got out down here once we broke, down into here on this break, 212. So that was a good one. These are the new all-time highs, 260. I said last week, give it to Thursday. Maybe we even get there tomorrow, right there on Apple. And relatively light news, right? All they did was release their new iPhone as scheduled, and Apple going ham to the upside. You know what ham stands for?
Oh, the slang? Yeah.
Okay, well, that's what it's doing right now, so check that out.
Hard as a momentum ticker.
Right, hard as, yes, momentum tickers. Very good. Ham T.
Yeah, ham T.
Yeah, okay, so it's going ham bone T right now. But this is what the market is doing right there. We got a little bit more out on the upside. Always having great times with Obi. Want to thank you for filling in for Neil, who will be back in tomorrow. But he's already had a banger trade, so we want to say thank you to Obi for helping us with that Apple trade as well.
Yeah, that Apple was great, man. I mean, it came back up
still
to
in
highs. It came back to highs,
and then we're hosting a show over here. You can't trade. No, I'm just joking. You don't have to get in any trades. And that Obi and I talk about that all the time. Like, trade your book and do not force something. We've both had absolute bangers and hit some of the goals.
Of course.
I mean, that we're looking for. Not that I don't know what your goal is, but when you're making money and it's
be
a
a
number,
professional trader.
Right. Well, then we got to make a little bit more money than what we're doing here. But yeah, we need to get going on just celebrating and enjoying profitable trades, because they are quite hard to come across. But let's just have a broader look now at the whole market, because we do have record all-time highs right now, both in the S&P 500 and in the NASDAQ kicking off right now, as the S&P turns green as well. Now, oh no, the S&P, sorry, is at zeros. It's the NASDAQ that's up 0.2 right now, not the S&P 500. My bad on that. But here we go. Let's have a quick look. I want to look at finance today, because that seems to be hovering and hitting right now the S&P a little bit, as you get big-time names like JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Blackstone, BlackRock. Where's WFC right there, red as well. So the only green names here in the financials, it looks like we're holding on by very slimmest of margins right now, is Berkshire at zeros. Visa, nice upside move. I think Visa got hit too much on stable coins. I know Neil sold XLF, which was a while ago, which I'm sure he's not loving that play, but whatever. I sold some SoFi at 24, man. We sold some Palantir at 160. We got to make those plays. But right now, Coinbase, this is what I want to talk about, because we didn't actually talk crypto really at all today, but Coinbase down 2.5%. So we can have a quick, and I'm going to go over this stock heat map more in depth, but now that I see this, let's just quickly look at some of the crypto names. We had Bullish come out last week with a very bullish earnings report, Obi. It took everyone by surprise and sort of went from that 50 up to 70, and now today you're down 6.5%. We had Gemini Space Station, like why it's called that, I have no idea, but that's a nice upside play there, and then down now, as Gemini, has never been upside since their earnings, since their IPO, straight downside for Gemini, so that's not good. Names like Hut 8 continue to get hit as well here today, although that's $35. I remember selling this thing like in the teens. Wow, what a mistake that was. How Hut 8's been really escalating itself to the high side as well. And then Coinbase, this was a pick that I had earlier on in the year, and it hasn't been, it had its great runs, and obviously if we could sell something, we talked about buying it at the beginning of the year, making this huge move up to 420 exactly. But, Coinbase with the Bitcoin making moves down, I still think between 300 and 310 is an area there for Coinbase. So that would be something to look at. We will go over our crypto minute in a couple minutes, but for right now, seems like we're bouncing a little bit here on IBIT. But let's go over to Adara. I think she's got something for us.
Our daily crypto segment is now actually at 11:30 a.m., so stay tuned for that. We do it during the midday now, so definitely check that one out. Let's take a look here at the IWM. Nice, I guess, bounce here off of the daily lows right now, just kind of trying to find its direction a bit. We know that this is going to be very interest rate sensitive. Of course, the whole market can be, but small caps in the Russell 2000 tend to be extremely that, and keep an eye. Again, we have a lot of Fed speak, so this could be something to watch. Take a look here at BOXL. I've still seen no news on Boxlight last week, so this should be last Tuesday. They announced that they've started shipping Google EDLA certified Clever Touch Pro series products here to North American schools. So product announcement from last week for BOXL, and about a 2.2 million share float. Then we have RVSN, Rail Vision. I mentioned earlier that we're hearing that U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy announced that there was going to be about $5 billion or more that they're planning on investing in building railroads. That's going to be a good look for any stocks that are rail related. RVSN has moved in the past as well. Right now, it is a penny stock, though. Last but not least, keep an eye on MTSR, not to be confused with MSTR. MTSR is Metsera. This story you can read a little bit more about in our watch list, but basically, Pfizer was reportedly in a deal to acquire the company. Pfizer then confirmed later this morning that they are looking for this Metsera deal. Metsera does next generation weight loss drugs. So Pfizer, which of course has struggled to find a good obesity drug treatment. Good look there for that company. This is MTSR, which again, still near day's highs. And before we send you back to the guys, we'll take a moment to thank our friends at Trade the Pool. Did you know that instead of risking your own money, you can now trade with someone else's capital? No more fear of losing and no more moving your stop loss too soon. You actually get enough capital to make it worth your time. So you can aim for big profits, not just a couple $100 a month. That's a revolution called limited risk trading, and it's powered by Trade the Pool. This is how it works. Join Trade the Pool, hit the profit goal, and keep 70% of the profits. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now for 10% off. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this market keeps on going, man. Great hold on Apple, man. Good stuff. That's solid stuff there. I got to learn a little bit from that because it didn't really pull back that aggressively, right? It only pulls back into 251s, not even to VWAP. Again, signifying some more strength. Me, I got aggressive into the 51 push. That's why I was just like, all right, well, first sign of selling after that squeeze, I'm going to get out of this one and then maybe reassess and get involved at VWAP once again. But oh boy, 51 was the area to get involved once again because that held really nicely, and you can see the confluence from the market tailwind as well. Both the ES and the NASDAQ pushing up for some fresh highs once again here on this 15-minute candle with only about 5 minutes left to close this one here. So decent look on that one. Microsoft as well. I know a lot of people were talking about Microsoft and some of the other tech names with the H1B visa news that came out on Friday over the weekend and stuff. So yeah, maybe a little bit bearish news, but I think there was more specifics that came out later, being like, oh, it's only for new issues of the H1B. Current holders don't really have to do that. Whatever. But interesting story unfolding on that front here. We know that a lot of the population. A lot of the smart minds that work at tech, a lot of them are foreign born. Right?
Foreign, okay. Yeah, right. So they need to come over through,
Yeah. So it's just like, I mean, like a lot of these IT departments, there's just a lot of population comes from India and China, right? So it's like, it makes sense that things investors might be a little bit concerned.
What was it, up to 100 grand?
It's 100K, 100K per person. So it's like you're slapping on another 100K to the cost of your employee. So it's just like, all right, well, that'll definitely cut into some margins for sure.
No, that makes sense. I mean, I think that we got to watch out for. I mean, 100,000. We saw Meta was paying 7-figure plus deals just to like poach over.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think that.
Can they afford it? Yeah, of course they can.
Yeah. But like you said, though, maybe it does hit some of the smaller names. I think that sort of just extends the dominance of these Mag 7 players because they're just sitting on more cash than even countries. Like the amount of cash that these guys are sitting on, they'd have no need to raise capital or nothing. Didn't BM&R have a share offering or something today?
Yeah, this morning, and it just ate it all up.
It ate it all up. So that's good.
So BM&R, I don't know.
Michael
wanted to get.
Didn't he say something about Ethereum today? Was there what?
Yeah, I think he did mention.
What the?
He was mentioning Ethereum.
Okay, I got to talk to Joe about this because right now Ethereum is getting clocky. Ethereum all the way back into low August. Joe will talk about this when he comes on at 11. So, because I know that Joe and Sharif are definitely looking at these, especially options contracts. So I don't know how that's been affected today, but down 5%. And the thing is that when I look at this, I try to trade crypto right now almost like a normal stock. Like, it's just pulled back. If you like Ethereum, it's just like I bought Nvidia today, right? On that dip, right? I like the stock. It dipped a little. It was down 1%. I bought it. So I was just thinking like right into here, down 5%. I don't really own too much Ethereum other than smaller amounts in ETFs. And I made a mistake, man. I sold at 2,500. But right here, Ethereum coming back into $30. ETHA coming back into 30 is definitely an area where it's bouncing off the 50-period moving average and realizing that, oh, thank you, Randy. I asked Randy, he said maybe, and I said, well, his shirt says no. So I said, we've got to make your shirt say yes. Thank you, Randy, for doing that. But if you missed that Ethereum bull run right now, sure you did. I mean, that bottom was epic down there. I mean, what a huge move higher. But you're kind of getting it back to Christmas levels, man. So Merry Christmas to all, and hopefully to all not a good night, because we don't want to say good night to the stock. We want it to wake up here and get back going to the upside. But you do have a little top there for Ethereum that we had seen back in December. So if you feel a little FOMO that you've missed the recent run up, you are now getting a little bit of a discount. Now on crypto, I think 5% is an overnight move, obviously.
5% is a bit of a blip.
Right, that can get eaten back up in a heartbeat, but it is interesting that at least it comes back into some of those levels that we've seen before, potentially holding out. So thank you, Randy, for the coffee. I'm hearing in my ear right now about stable coins, so I'm not sure who's talking about them at Dara, but there is some talk right now about stable coins. So we can look at Circle. What is Circle's symbol again? CRC.
It's on NICE, I think. No.
CRCL,
yeah.
CRCL. CRCL.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
Man, it's been a long ass weekend. All right, we were in what a drive that should have took like 3 hours 45 minutes last night took like 5 and change as there's construction.
Yeah.
Like, this is the thing. There's not even construction. Okay, so there was a part of the 400 highway. It was one lane that was, they're just expanding it. So they're doing great. Like, the city of, the provincial government has spent a lot or earmarked a lot of money into improving highways, which I think is great. But like, there was one lane shut down, and I understand why, you know, but it's the weekend.
Yeah.
There was nobody working at all.
Yeah.
But there is about a mile or two of pylons just blocking off a lane, which makes sense. The lane is completely fine, but there was no construction equipment in it or anything. But they just, I guess they don't want to remove all those pylons just to put them back up Monday morning early. So it's saving some time. It's being efficient there. But, oh man, that took hours. What's up?
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. I just want to let you know that there's nothing on stable coins. I'm not seeing or hearing anything. I guess now, sorry, this is just coming through now. I guess Feds Muslim
Genius
saying
Act.
that stable coins should remain payment instruments and not savings tools. That just came through like 14 seconds ago. But other than that, not much.
I'm that oracle, you know, like, so I hear something a minute ago. I'm like making it happen. Like, I was like, isn't there news on stablecoins? Go to Adara. No.
Boom.
30 seconds later. No, but we're both hearing it. Adara's searching everything all the time. We want to thank Adara for doing everything on the desk. Like, how amazing is that? It's like, is there something happening with Circle? No. She'll find it. Boom. Back and forth. So thanks Adara for all of that. And make sure you do tune in every single day, because like some of this, this always happens. Normally I'm not so graciously hosted here by Obi. We have our good friend Neil, who is coming back from Halifax, and you know, barring a safe and he's feeling well and everything, he'll be in tomorrow. So, and if not, then Obi will be. Hopefully, are you able to?
Yeah.
Okay. So, if need be, Obi, the man, the myth, the legend, will be here one more time tomorrow with your.
Hopefully, we can get.
I'm sorry, I may be here, but hopefully Obi will be here for sure. There goes Apple right now. It's not $1. It's not $2 in the money. It just almost touched 3 right there. So shout out, thanks Obi for the prop on that, as he and I really hit this trade pretty good here today.
I'm realizing I could have hit it even harder. That's the thing.
You could always,
like, you know what I'm starting to realize, Sean? It's just like, initially when I started off, I was in C size. And then as it started to show me that it's working, it's holding VWAP, it's holding 250, it's holding 251, the market strength is there, I actually pushed up into B+ size. And then when it starts to actually hold, I'm like, holy, this is starting to push into A territory just on the technical push. And that's when I'm just like,
show me on the chart where you think A territory happened, because
so that's because I'm already in from a little bit earlier, right? Okay. So it's just like, if you really look at it retrospect, oh boy, I gotta take these weights.
I can give you a second if you want to adjust your chart.
Restart that.
All right, throw it back over here, because Obi's chart just kind of crashed. Or do you want to go through?
No, I can go through with it. I just have to pull up. Give me 2 seconds. I'll just pull
come over here quickly, Andre, and we'll let him go. I just want to go over, because I didn't really get finished here, this sort of macro look here on the market. It's not a macro look, just an overall wider look at some of these names, because, whoopsies, I don't want to be part of that. Right there, the retail trade today, not strong at all, so that's kind of a little bit surprising. We're already through the interest rate cut period, and we've just started it, but that last cut, now it looks like we will get another one and another one into December, so it looks like 2 more rate cuts coming through. So I'm trying to pick up Amazon any dips. Costco does report. Are they tonight? I think Costco might be tonight.
Thursday night.
Costco's Thursday night. So who the hell said tonight anyways, Obi? Come on, man. You got to get your shit together, my guy. But there's Costco this week. So Thursday night, thanks to Dare for that immediately. I knew it was like one of the nights, like they're one of the bigger names along with Micron this week as well. But yeah, we'll look at see if Costco can get going. I think at a 53 PE, it's too expensive for Costco. And we do have that website where we had the historical looks there. But right now, today, retail getting to the downside. But we all know that Amazon is much more than retail. So Amazon for a stock to potentially look at, I think there's some potential love here for Amazon on any kickbacks, or kick lowers, sorry, down to the downside there for AMZN. And so I don't want to say I made a mistake. I was really happy buying some Nvidia at these levels, but like this has been really good holding the 50-period moving average. I do get a little nervous if we do break it. Like if we open one day at 225, then unfortunately I do think there's a 220 and maybe a look down there at 215. I know a lot of their business is not derived from me going on and buying body wash or you know, where the margins are there. There's not too much obviously in the retail side of things, but as Azure, as AWS, Azure's of course Microsoft, we already saw Google hitting 3 trillion market cap. The cloud is strong and AWS is strong. Right, they have Zoox, which is their automotive wing as well, looking to do that. But then there's competition from Waymo, which is Google as well. So as all of these like mega cap names continue to fight for very similar spaces, you are going to see some secondary names continue to win, right? And not that Uber's a secondary name. And by the way, Sharif, I don't know if you saw Uber today. 101. Ooh. Like this stock just like, you know, like Sharif's a man about town taking Ubers everywhere. I don't know if that's true or not. But you mentioned that you're on Uber Eats. Right now, Uber Freight. And I think Lyft still works. We had a Lyft off with them last week as well. So Lyft and Uber. And as there's like a race to the top, these kind of companies right here, they still have a lot to go. I mean, these are relatively new businesses. You know, I mean, Uber, sure, 20 years old probably, but the idea of Ubers, like my kids know all about Uber. You know, young kids love Uber. Yeah. Uber Eats has become very popular as more and more, you know, traders and just general, I guess, work environment still continues to work from home. I think Uber Eats is something, and it's expensive to eat out. Like, I like going out, but like this weekend when we're taking the team out and everything like that, you know, it's 20, 30 bucks a plate. You know, plus you're grabbing a beer, you're grabbing a drink. That's put another 10 bucks on that. Yeah. Then you're tipping 18 to 20%. Yeah. The next thing you know, a plate of spaghetti and a beer, my God, is like $50. Yeah. You know, and it's like Uber.
How did we get to 18% tips? That started rolling around sometime last year, right? How crazy is that? You're telling me I'm paying a 20% tip? That's wild. Like, pay your workers more, dude.
Okay, but
you know what I mean?
You know, I get it. But the thing is that there isn't, as far as servers go. Yeah. I don't know where the margins are in restaurants. Yeah. Like one thing to say McDonald's or Starbucks should pay their guys more. Yes. But when you're going to a smaller business on King Street or whatever like that, that maybe only has one restaurant, it's maybe fine dining or something like that. Yeah. The service is there, you know. So I don't know what the right amount to tip is. Yeah. To be honest with you, and I know it's very, you know, but it's like I think if you tip based on service, and I think if you
saw a bill on like Instagram or something at a club in Las Vegas. Well, and they had like $144,000 bill. You're paying 20% on that?
Probably
$144,000.
I'll tell you why. If you're spending $150,000 at a club, yeah, you should probably be ready to tip, because honestly, it's like you're already a baller apparently if you're doing like that. But I agree with you, man. There are times when tipping is necessary and times when it's probably not. You know, the auto tipping is sometimes a problem, I find. You know, because you may not get good service, but then they automatically add.
Oh yeah, they add the gratuity. Yeah.
So I think there's a problem there, maybe. But you know, you're not tipping at the big chains. It's more the smaller places where I feel like you do have maybe a connection with somebody. They recommend a nice bottle of wine. I don't know. I just think that there is something there. Should I tip? No. You see? So this is what I mean. What's up, Justin? The only tip that I give to the car salesman is here's a tip. I may be coming back. You know, there's no you know, the amount of money that is made on a car sale right there. Like, how many, I mean, there's probably car salesmen in this chat. How many cars a month do you actually need to sell to make a decent living. I think it's probably a handful, right? 4 or 5 maybe a month. I don't know what the margins are on that anymore. I know Carvana is trying to eat that for lunch a little bit, right? When your only salesman is a machine, that might be something for Carvana, which is why that stock continues to go up. But I do think it's very industry specific. So I think barber, you know, you get my haircut rate here is $40. I give the guy 50.
Yep.
Well, that's 25% tip. But that's a cash business. I love the cash business. I actually asked my barber if he takes Bitcoin.
And?
No, he doesn't take Bitcoin.
Oh, man.
I wish he did.
Yeah.
Take Cardano? You mentioned Dogecoin, service of payment, form of payment, potentially for
yeah. I mean, you can get you can use almost anything, a lot of the cryptos, because they have that crypto.com card now, right? So it's just a crypto Visa card.
I get it.
It connects to all your crypto accounts, and then you
Getting
can
out more Apple here.
do a little bit of a tap, and it just comes out of your Bitcoin, Ethereum, whatever, right? So it's I think
I've paid one time with something. With crypto, I can't recall exactly what it was, but I remember doing something because it's not the minute it gets widely accepted on like an Amazon or something like that. But I think that's what the Genius Act and what stable coins are trying to come.
The only thing that I've ever bought with ETH was a couple of NFTs back in the day.
Yeah, it's like, why? Like, I barely have no hair. Like, what am I even paying anybody to do this for? To me, it's about the relationship. Randy and I go to the same guy. I mean, you've got a gorgeous set of hair. Or is it called set of hair? No, I don't know what it's called. Head of hair.
Head of hair.
That makes more sense. I feel like for the barber, it's like a relationship thing.
Yeah.
Like, you have great talks with the guy. Like, we've been going to our friend Halim here for almost a decade, maybe even more than a decade. So it's building that relationship and sitting down there and talking with the guy for a half hour.
For sure. No, I think when it comes to barber, the service is a little bit different, I think, because
it's more personalized, right?
Yeah, of course. And I go to the one just down the street here as well. I don't think it's the same. Yours is closer to Earl's, right? The guy right in front of Earl's.
Right across.
Yeah, right across. So
it's called Ralph's.
Ralph's. Yeah.
You should go there if you want. He's a great. I mean, I don't know how often if you have a guy, but it's really.
Yeah. No, I'm just down the street. So it's like some barbers, they don't like using a blade. Like that's to like line up and clean it, but I like that. Yeah. So it's just like if a barber is willing to do that. I went to this place a couple of times and I was like, can you please use a blade, a straight razor to clean it up and everything? And he's like, oh no, it'll be better with the machine. And I was like, dude, like
you're asking for something.
I'm asking for something. You know what I mean? And it's just like, and then I finally found a barber that's willing to have that conversation and very comfortable with a blade. Yeah, for sure, he deserves everything. So
you know what it was that I bought with Bitcoin? I bought a pizza about like 25 years ago.
Oh yeah, you were that guy.
I can't remember exactly the amount. Yeah, I'm sure it's probably fine by now. So, all right, what's up, Adara?
It's time to talk about these sectors. Both the NASDAQ and the SPY relatively flat on the day, and I think you can really see that reflected in this heat map. There are very few, I would argue basically no sectors that are giving you a clean sense of direction. The two that I would argue are maybe the most directional are retail trade, which is, as Sean mentioned earlier, super weak, and transportation, which is generally really strong. I want to talk about transportation because it's the sector where we tend to have clear catalysts. Uber to the upside. I couldn't find an Uber-specific catalyst, but Pony AI, which Uber does have a previously announced partnership with, they're expanding in Singapore, and they're also promising to expand their driverless rides to other regions soon. So that could be what's happening here with UPER. UNP, though, and CSX, these railway names are also to the upside as we get the promise that there's going to be a big railway investment here from the U.S. Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy. So that's what's happening there with Uber and these railway names. Consumer non-durables has Tesla strong, everything else pretty weak. Health technology a bit mixed. Consumer non-durables mixed, but generally red. Producer manufacturing really mixed. Caterpillar, the largest component in the sector, to the downside, while AMAT and LRCX, so these more semiconductor-associated names, are actually pushing higher. Finance relatively flat, and technology services, all of the Meg 7s in this group are a little bit flatter, but Oracle to the upside, again announcing new CEOs, as Safra Catz, the company's former CEO, will be now moved to an executive chair position. IBM and CRM also light green. And then if we go to electronic technology here, Apple, nicely to the upside with a positive note from Wedbush's Dan Ives, but a lot of the other names here a little bit mixed. So long story short, if you're looking for a direction, retail trade to the downside and transportation to the upside are probably the cleanest examples here. Back to you.
All right,
All right, I mean, this is exactly, we want to thank Glaze. Thank you so much for that stacks right there. So it's a smooth 10. So Glaze is a barber for 17 years, and that's yeah, definitely a relationship. Because the thing is that you're going to find, so thank you so much, Glaze, and I hope all your, trades will eventually not blow up like that, but like a cow will come with a tray of money, basically. You know, maybe the cow gets a haircut as well. So shout out to all the barbers out there. And I do love the fact that it's a cash business there, Glaze. I'm always looking for more businesses that are cash related. And of course, ours is the complete opposite of that, as you have to declare all of your trades. And there's definitely a paper trail for trading. But and that's the thing. So okay, that was great talk. Thank you, Obi, for all of that. And I think that if you guys are liking that, hit the like, hit the subscribe. Again, glad to have Obi here with us one more time here today, but the NASDAQ continues to climb through, man.
There's no sellers. I talk about buyer dominance.
I mean, what would you be selling?
Only been buyer dominance.
So the only
Airlines.
Oh yeah, you talked about airlines before. We got long on this dip. I'm not going to sit here and get out of Nvidia, but I do like the strong names, and we were able to buy some Nvidia in the old PA there today. We had Palo Alto, just to flip it up a little bit. We've been talking a lot about isolated names. Palo Alto does make a brand new high as well today, and look at that breaking through 210, but then coming back in. I'm just talking about 52-week highs. Oh, sorry about that. They had that split there, but all right. So there's Palo Alto right now. You know what? I got to show it on our other chart here because CrowdStrike's been really working. The hack ETF is another idea there. Here's PanW right now. I just want to find out what the 52-week high was. Yeah, 210.39. So we extended through that there today. Oh no, we didn't. We only got to 209.50. But this is an interesting break here for Pan. Right, so Palo Alto looking like it wants to get going as well as cybersecurity strong. It's brother CrowdStrike again, baby brother. I mean, CrowdStrike was born about 50 years after Palo Alto, but there it goes right now. They're trying to go higher as well. What a great bounce off the 200 period. Buy good companies in spaces that you like when they get into that 200 period moving average. A little look at crypto here quickly as we get on. There is a crypto minute that Adara will go over. Many of the stories that's happening in about 45 minutes at 11:30. So if you're interested in that, the crypto market is taking a hit now as we go below 4 trillion there today. Not a great day for crypto, that's for sure. Not a great week either, but most of that action has happened in your last 24 hours. So, and the reason why I say it wasn't a great week, I actually thought Obi and everybody else that crypto would rally just like the NASDAQ is. Like the NASDAQ, like what we said, what's a better investment, crypto or NASDAQ? I mean, I still think the NASDAQ gives you that more stability if you're looking for some get up to it. I mean, crypto does have that capabilities as well, but as NASDAQ touches all-time high, Bitcoin's still off 10% from its all-time high, now down to 113. Ethereum, similarly, I think this is down about 20% from its all-time highs, as I believe it ticked near that $5,000 level there, so down 800 on $5,000, sorry, 10%, just over 10 to 15% off on that one, almost 20% if we get down a little bit lower there right now. Ripple's a name that I like. I recently bought at 280, did not sell any, so that might be pie in this guy's face as well. Solana, ouch, down 7% today. It's easy to celebrate when names are going up, but you have to understand that this is part of the game. You know, if you want to scalp in and out, you can do that, but to try to hold and find some value, it's tough right now in the crypto space. Dogecoin down 9% right now. Cardano, the other big guy, down 6%. So they're all starting to float around here and going a lot lower now in the space. Because I always say, what's the next catalyst, right? Your friend there, Mr. Lee, has, again, had an offering, got bought right back up there today, and now it's trying to go a little lower. So BMNR, as some of these treasury deals continue to go. But where's $3 in the money on this Apple trade, and we still do have 10% left, so that's decent as we try to hold on to this play as that's going higher right now up 3%. The number one trade on here, we said breaking through 250 is a trade that we want to take. Never really went against us, did it, Obi? I mean, we ticked down a little bit into 249.80, but if I'm going to hold 20 cents to make $3, we'll ride that bull.
It's a pretty good RR.
I mean, I've had worse, man. I mean, and then look exactly what we're doing on Intel. We have Intel here as, this is a trifecta of trades today. I only have 3 trades, and they're the number 1, 2, and 3 ideas here on the note, right? I mean, we're going to go back over to Adara in a second. We only have 13 more minutes, and then there's that ridiculous thing there. Thanks, Ramin, or whoever made this. That was pretty funny right there. But here's Intel, Apple, and SoFi. We posted them all up here, and these are the number 1, 2, and 3 trade. Only 3 trade ideas today, along with the quantum long. But SoFi, Intel, and Apple. Apple long, Intel short, SoFi long. And this is what they look like on the chart. There's Intel short, low of the day right now. So we'll say bang on that one, Obi. Not only is SoFi working, we wrote down 29. This was at 29.50 at open. We wrote down 29. That came in. So that's trading well, and we've already talked about Apple. So we'll go trays right now on that one, and really excited too. I'm going to the Maple Leafs home opener tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and we got golds. So we're sitting at decent seats there. It's only the preseason, so hence can afford some golds. But Apple now is, and we're going to go to Adara. I'm not sure if Adara spent any time clubbing, but that's $1, $2, and $3 now in the money on Apple. And we said we always like to hold for this kind of a play. Well, I'll take some out right now at 253.10. So there's another out for us as we hold about 8% left on Apple. All-time highs, ES and NQ. What's up, Pitchbull? We talked about this. All right, let's go back over to Adara and see what she's cooking up.
Yeah, I do have some non-money talk related news to kick it off with, and it has to do with Nike. Nike's actually been incredibly strong all morning, although actually right now, of course, as I say that, it's pulling back a bit. As of 10:30 a.m., they did announce they're going to be rolling out their Nike Skims product line in September 26th. This just started circulating around social media now, but actually getting announced again about 15 or so minutes ago. Let's talk about the US dollar, which is trying to form a little bit of a base after making its new low of year very briefly on Wednesday, September 17th. That was, of course, Fed Day when we got that 25 basis point rate cut as expected. Now, the one Fed member who actually dissented with that rate cut, voted for a 50 basis point cut, Fed's Micron, he'll be speaking in just over an hour at 12 p.m. Now, last week, he indicated that his comments today are going to include his reasoning for voting for that 50 basis point cut. So this could be really interesting. Definitely stay tuned. I want to talk as well here about the CME Fed Watch tool. 10% of participants are expecting we will not get a rate cut. Again, 10% of participants expecting a hold, but another 90% of participants expecting that we're going to be getting a 25 basis point rate cut at this October 29th meeting. Now, another look here at our Fed infographic. Micron, of course, will be speaking, going to be at the far right here. He'll be speaking at 12 p.m. Also speaking at 12 p.m. are going to be Barkin, as you can see here, and then also Fed's Hammock. Now, we already had comments coming through earlier today from Fed's Muslim. He's going to be in the bottom left side here. Basically, Fed's Muslim talked a little bit about stable coins. They should be used for payment, but not necessarily for savings. And much like a lot of other Fed speakers we've had, he was a little bit more cautious when it came to cuts going forward. Now, Fed's Bostic, in an exclusive Wall Street Journal interview, was also very hawkish, saying that right now he doesn't see any case to cut rates further. Back to you.
Oh boy.
I love, I have no idea how old Muslim is or anything like that, but I love how these guys are they're telling you hey, stable coins are great for payments, but not great to hold. As if this guy's ever held a stable coin. But anyways, we'll just talk about that. These guys, they got to get paid to talk about something. So let them talk about stable coins. I like Tether and USDC and even Coinbase now paying you 4.5% to hold your money there. I think it is worth holding and getting that 4.5%. But you have to remember something. All these Feds are going to keep talking because if you don't hold your money in stable coins, where are you going to hold it? Fiat or big banks. It's just going to be in your savings account or something, right? So obviously, as a lot of these guys get their back scratched by a lot of these big banks, they're going to talk down stable coins. So at me or not, but that's my opinion. So anyways, we're starting to cover some SoFi here as we finally break the 50-period moving average going back down to the downside. So watch out here. I just covered some more in and around 30, whether or not it's right or not. We got to get to the gym, man. We're going to put some swimming on here. Although I feel fine. My throat is just from, I saw my niece and nephew this weekend. They're so goddamn cute. Or maybe I'll post something up about that. And we had a great time all weekend. But anyways, always need more sleep, though. Always need sleep. Sleep is one of those things that is absolutely priceless. And I feel like I get FOMO when I sleep,
What do you mean?
Because they could be doing other things instead of sleeping.
Oh, like during the day?
No, even like at nighttime. Like, yeah, like sitting there with my wife, like watching TV and blah, 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 and just talking with her and doing whatever. It's 10:30, it's 11, doing whatever, talking, watching this. It's like, I probably should have gone to bed at 10, you know, and get more sleep and wake up feeling energetic, but I want to spend some time, you know, so I'm always feeling like, I don't know.
Good, good to do on the weekends, especially, right? It's just,
yeah, I'd like to have some free time, that'd be for sure. There goes Apple right now, $3 plus.
Highs. This market can't stop, won't
In the
stop.
money right now, yeah. Was that a call for Adara? Let's go see what she's up to.
Yeah, keep an eye on BETR. This is Better Home and Finance Holdings. I did mention earlier today that Eric Jackson, the individual who has been given a lot of credit for Open Doors' recent rally, he teased earlier today that he was going to post his next 100 bagger, his next big investment idea on X. That idea is BETR. So BETR now being touted by Eric Jackson. He said that EMJ Capital is now long the company. So keep an eye on this name. Again, this is the same man that has been credited with the open door pump and the same man that sat outside Drake's house and is still standing outside Drake's house trying to get him to buy shares of the company. BETR, for some context here, market cap of $565 million and float here of 5.14 million shares. Almost 9% of that is going to be sold short. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I know just people in the chat talking about a bunch of these stocks. Sorry, say again?
No, like...
Halt it up, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not trying to interrupt you. That's why I was like, I wanted you to keep talking. Yeah. No, but it's like, I don't know. This is how, like, I mean, it's great to disclose that. And obviously when you do, something like this is going to happen. But you know what I mean? It's like these rich guys just keep getting richer on the back of retail. And I hope that retail could come in and absolutely annihilate this stock. But like, imagine putting in a couple $1 million or however many EMJ Capital, whatever, put in there. And then it's like, it's 33, like they've just been slowly buying it, knowing that on this day they're going to release, like that they're long this name. I mean, and they're allowed to do it, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. And if anything, I'm hating on this because like I wish we were involved, as I'm sure we all are. But like, there it goes. So this is what I mean about like how smart are these guys? Like, okay, my name's Tom Lee. I'm going to invest, you know, $100 million in whatever that one was, QMMM or whatever, and then I'm going to announce that I do it, and then it goes up 1,000%. So it's just like I get it, and there goes the move up there for better. So I hope that we can all bet on this stock and somehow win. But right now the tap is at $72, and it looks like it wants to go higher. So there it goes. Just you could tell that someone's buying this. Now you know who is. And boom goes the dynamite. So maybe to Adara's point, if there's some heat coming out of Open Door, which look, I mean, no doubt, like you know, like he probably notices that maybe that pump, let's call it what it is, right? I mean, you go from 50 cents up to $11, like that's a good move. The earnings weren't even crazy. And now this is losing a little bit of steam, so let's go find the next sort of thing to go with. And again, congratulations to anybody that hit that early or somehow had the same intuition as Mr. Eric Jackson. It seems like he's right again, nailed Carvana. Looks like Open Door was obviously a great success for them, and let's see what winds up happening there with Better. All right, a couple more minutes, then we got the popular segment to go through.
Yeah, people in the chat, I think Jameson called out UNH a couple of times. I did have eyes on. Finally, I'm taking a look at it as it comes into prior day's highs right there, clipping it by, let's see, by how much? 340.93 was Friday's
Apple
high.
Is not played.
Today's high, 340.90. So just away by like 3 pennies on UNH. So nice little grind up on that one. Decent relative volume in the pre-market. I didn't really see what was going on in and around here. But again, nice little push right back up through VWAP and holding that prior day level as well on UNH. So nice little push. On that one, yeah, exactly. Thomas K is saying don't be mad. It's just $1 extra on Apple. I'm not mad about Apple. I'm just like, yeah, I could have definitely traded a little bit better. I was aggressive exactly where I wanted to be, and I got out on the action that I was looking for. A little bit of what I thought was a bit of exhaustive action into the 252s. But guess what? The buying is still definitely there, and this is what I talked about. I talked about how Apple was started off initially as a C trade for me, because I'm just like, okay, well, I did get in a little earlier, but yeah, it ended up working out, and it's continuing to work out as of right now, as the market continues to push even higher. So do we see that 25,000 mark on the NASDAQ today? That's what I'm curious about, but very, very strong start off to the week, and I think we have Adara with some breaking news.
Keep an eye on GNS, Genius Group. This is a penny stock trading right now around 93 cents. Volume just over 1 million shares in the day. It actually just got some volume in right now because the company's CEO, who is very active on X, just denied some reports that apparently were saying the company was considering a reverse split. I hadn't seen these reports, but either way, the CEO was saying on X that this is not true. Genius Group is not doing a reverse split right now. GNS has run in the past $74 million market cap. Back to you.
Thank you very much. But yeah, no, I was talking about Apple. Like this was the top idea on Sean's sticky note as well, and it was the first thing that we talked about as well. When I sat down, I was like, okay, that's some strong confluence. Sean's top idea is the same top idea as mine. I can show you. This was my plan from I guess this morning right here, morning trade plan. Let's see if I can kind of zoom it in here. And this is kind of the notes that I've been starting to take in the morning. So for fresh news or anything like that, this was a technical push. So Apple is at the top, but you can see grade a little bit of a C as well. I didn't take the Intel short. That was my second top idea. A little bit of a C plus. You can see that 30 resistance did come in really nicely, and gap down continuation. That's exactly what we did off of the open, and then continuation on Apple. That 250 push right there. Resistance 250, and then a push into 260. We didn't get to 260 just yet, but the trading plan was simple. I was looking for a prior day structure hold, and then the hold of VWAP, and you can see that is exactly what it did off of the open. You can see here let's just go to here. So those were the two criteria that I was looking for: a prior day high hold and a hold of trend as well. So prior day high was all the way down here at 246s. We already started holding that in the pre-market, and VWAP hold, oh boy, since about I guess about 4:15, 4:30 in the morning, we've been holding VWAP and only VWAP since then as well. So strong push off the open gets me involved with the pre-market push. And then look at that, VWAP. We only pull back to VWAP once. That's how good the long was. And a nice little extension happening right now, 253. So yeah, one of the best trades, in my opinion, on the day today was Apple technical breakout. So 3-hour chart right here. Let's just look at what that means by a higher time frame technical breakout. You can see that we've already been turning. We saw the 200 push earlier on a couple of months ago right here. So we know that we've been trending up. Last week we break through that, I guess we start consolidating, we hold the 230, but this is the prior high that I'm talking about right here from February at the beginning of the year. That high was 49.39. So that push came in right off the open through the opening drive. So that, in my opinion, you were asking where do I think is the best place to get in? I think I kind of misgraded this opportunity, to be honest. I said it was a C opportunity, and then I saw it build into a B. But honestly, that technical breakout of a higher time frame, Sean, that point right there was probably the A opportunity because it went right through and it never looks back. So that's the point where I can risk the most. And if it doesn't work, it'll tell me right away. We talk about some of the best trades ever working right away, and that breakout through that 249 30s to the 249 halves was absolutely beautiful. So that's the
it's the number
review.
one trade idea. Like you said, both you and I came in here and talked about it. Thanks for reviewing all of that. Let's just go. I gotta get to the gym, man. But I was not interrupting you. Okay, today, you know, as a proud second generation Italian Canadian. My dad. I'm the first generation, first Katina male born in Canada.
Nice.
I mean, first generation must be. This is Italian grilled chicken for lunch, so I think there's just a little bit of Italian seasoning on there. Get maybe some oregano. I don't know.
You got to be the judge of that.
Yeah, do I? So Italian grilled chicken with cold pasta salad. I mean, it's been okay. It sounds more like a lunch to me. Don't tell this to Neil because he doesn't like broccoli. Steamed broccoli, and then I saw that the Caesar salad got substituted with something today, but it is Italian grilled chicken, cold pasta, steamed broccoli, and some sort of a salad. Look, thank you so much for spending your morning with us. You know, Adara's been huge with the news. Some of these trades, man, I know you just hit that Apple trade, which is fantastic. We went 3 for 3. And they're all at the highs or the lows right now. Intel continues to be down. Intel's 75 cents in the money. SoFi's $1.17 and Apple's $3.50. Go find me on Twitter. I'll be posting my outs on there as well. So thank you so much for everybody. Great show there, Obi. I'll check you back very, very soon.
Oh boy, it's already 11. I didn't even see that.
Exactly. This is what happens when you're having fun, man, and you're making some money. So thanks, Obi, for coming through.
Thank you
all.
all.
It's Midday Madness right now. It's Sharif, it's Joseph, and they are ready to go. You guys ready over there? Then let's rock and roll this right now. Let's go over to these guys. It's the Midday Show. Ciao till 2.
See ya.
Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Joey Options. I don't know why I'm hearing myself in my ear. I love this Unity thing. It always works so well. We'll let that one go. Good morning, Joey. How's it going?
Good, man. You, how about yourself?
Not too bad, man. Not too bad. Let's shout out everybody. Shout out to Bovin, Oxlong, Durant, Gordon, Don Sharifo. We got Snowman and Hangry Wife. Shout out to Dude V, and Ichiro, Siesta Mike, and Handles Mahomie. Big 40 nephew. We got Ahmed. We got Glaze. We got Jason Coingy. Buffalo Soldier's son. We got Apf and Jacques. How about Beyond Their Control? Shout out to Ed Miller and Baggy Dishes, Darth Trader and Yuck Huckleberry. Jody Mills, get it, Jody. We got Brian H. We got Mollard. We got Jaguar Knot. Andrew friggin' Chow. Zion Lala Trading PE and Shadow S7, 7S7. Roger Newman and Bobby. Shout out to T. What's up, yo? And Rajesh, Rudy Enriquez, and Kevin Gonzalez making the trip. Shout out to Adam All Class, Adam DeLuce. We got Sirac. We got Lucic. We got Danielle Dallas. Dino. Shout out to Hell's Gate and Wisdom A. Kenya Flowers and Control Alt Escape. FJ and Yummy Thai Foods. I can use some of that right now. Trade with Harp and the man. One more Joey Options. We're going to say Roadrunner. Meep, meep.
Yeah,
Shout out my man Roadrunner there in the chat. Hope everybody's having a fantastic morning. Good morning, Joseph.
Good morning, good morning. Yeah, I hope everyone had a good, solid weekend. Yes, I'm in the sweater today, slightly chilly, but that's all right, guys. We'll figure it out. All right, what did we trade today? Let's go over some of the names. Only 2 on the list. Yes, that's right. I was trading Bitcoin. Man, oh man, what a dump last night. That's not fun. Contracts just absolutely getting blown through the roof. So we got to look to add some risk mitigation, but we don't want to panic just yet. So just going over some ideas, we can do some writing just to kind of mitigate and everything. They're further dated, obviously expiring in March, but we don't want to hold on to them for too long and let Theta destroy the value of the contracts. But enough of that. What were we up to? All right, so we go long initially, get stopped out, risking 10 cents, and then sure enough, go the exact same size, risking 10 cents again, and then boom, 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 is when you get to hit that big time move to the top side. So that was really nice there in IBIT. And then we try again at the volume weighted average price, same thing, risking 5 cents this time, get stopped out, hop right back in, double the amount of size there, and then we start to piece them off. I only have about 35% left, and it looks like we're gonna get stopped out break even here. So I'm gonna be keeping my eye on this one. What is my average? 60-10s. Sorry, excuse me, we only got about 2 cents before it comes back to that break-even part. Ethereum just getting lit up. Oh man, it's tough. I got to think what I'm going to do with this position. Now, as for NVDL, this was the second name that we traded throughout the day. And yeah, I mean, we got it off those lows and we took some off. We were happy with it and it continued to climb higher. So, I mean, we were participating. We won't complain too much about it. But other than that, not too bad of a look, and not too bad of a start here, Sharif.
All right, guys. I'm just looking at a couple of the names that you guys are mentioning in the chat. Some of them I have knowledge of, some of them I don't. I haven't taken a trade quite yet, but here's what I'm looking at. There's a lot going right now. BETR is all sorts of insane. I figured based on the way that this was moving and you know, the randomness with which it showed up, 1045 first real volume print, that it was adding crypto to the balance sheet, but that's not what I'm seeing over here. The company's name is Better Home and Finance Holdings. Apparently they have an AI aspect to their home finance company business, so it screams maybe sympathy with Open. I don't know. I'm not seeing much of a headline. I'm looking into last week. There's barely anything, but you got to put some dang respect on this percentage increase, Joey. 140%, 94.06 high a day. It's above the volume weighted average price, which will always be that solid white line on my black charts. Holding 80 for now. It's awfully crazy and awfully volatile, also awfully spready. So you have to exercise caution when trading this, but we're going to keep an eye here on BETR. It's also a bit expensive, and I say that obviously tongue-in-cheek because it's $94. We're usually trading something in the single digits. So this one, you'll have to manage your risk a little bit differently than we typically do on some of these other small cap gappers. But the OG Bovin letting me know about NVNI. I already had eyes on this, but Bovin calling it out. And I happen to like the chart pattern on NVNI the best so far. Respect for the 10 EMA on the 5 is an understatement. understatement when you're referring to this price action today. So anything at around $1.25, maybe even a little bit higher. I'm a buyer here to hold trend on NVNI. There's also SLNH, and this one's up a little bit more, 53 some odd percent. It topping tailed into 2. So it looks kind of ugly over here, right? Topping tail, all of a sudden there's a storm of sellers pushing this from 2 down into the high 150s, and now we're in the mid 160s, holding on for dear life at either the 10 EMA or VWAP. So this one will be in focus as well. KOD, not KODK, so not Kodak, like the one that was running during the pandemic, but KOD. Also 37% in Greensville over here, a little bit more expensive, $13 name, ton of lower highs right now, which has me hoping that this is going to be a bit of a bull flag. Here's how I perceive the price action on KOD to have unfolded. Bull flag breakout starting at $10. Top end of initial bull flag, 12.5. Range for top end of the first bull flag, 12.5 to 11.5. $1 range for the flag component. Second bull flag manifests at 1175 to 11.5 bull flag breakout. There's the second, and it may look like a bull pennant a little bit here because of the lower highs, but the higher lows. The range for that bad boy is going to be 1350 to the top side and generally 13 to the downside, despite the fact that we have wicks into the $0.75. So KOD certainly in focus as another bull flag continuation. Well, let's keep going here as long as you're okay with that.
Yeah, go ahead.
SKBL continuing to go, Joey options. This one's doing a little bit less volume, also a little bit less volatile, and percentage up on the day, about 24%, south of 3 at the moment. The volume's really drying up, though. Look at that down into the right volume profile. Not a good look if you're trading this based on liquidity. QSI, a holdover from Friday and a holdover from Thursday, in fact. Great day Thursday, consolidative day, did Bupkis. Friday, today, we take out Thursday's highs for a 170 continuation, up another clean 11%. I'm talking about QSI. And then Rich Boy selling crack, all them haters want to check. Rich Tech Robotics, up again. Your boy Joey Options has always been interested in this. I always apprise him. 534 high, traded at 520 right now. Umpteen amount of respect levels, or wicks, excuse me, into the 10 EMA. We're respected, so 515, 510 is a good area to pick up. Rich Tech Robotics up a nice 17% or thereabouts on the day. And last but not least, BOXL. This was putting in some support levels at the volume weighted average price. For the most part, it's, until right now, it was putting in a higher low, higher high kind of pattern, with basically that breakout coming in at 630, and then we put in higher highs 3 subsequent times after that 630 spike. Alas, it does feel like we may lose that higher low pattern if we do break below that 550. Current area low is about 5 2/3, so we haven't quite given up that 5.5 yet. So those are the 8 that I'm looking at right now, but I'm likely going to want to execute on NVNI, Rich Tech Robotics, and maybe KOD, Joey. If we get that break above the trend line, I'm a buyer there. Those are the ones I'm looking at right now. If there are any other new ones, tag myself or Joseph. Let us know which small cap gappers you're looking at, and we'd be more than willing to cover that for you.
Absolutely. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of this crypto space here. I was talking with some contract talks with some people in the chat. Yeah, and they're not doing too good. So you have this big move up, and then I'm like, all right, let's wait for the pullback. I average in a little bit to this pullback, and then boom, smoked here. So yeah, it's not too fun. It's honestly not a great time. But we'll figure it out. We'll find a way to manage it. It's either writing or just accepting the loss for what it is. But we don't want to panic, right? Just in case it does come back into south of 4K, we have a lot of time, so we're going to be patient, and we're just going to work our way around it. You don't want to get too down or anything along those lines. Just write your game plan down. That's what I was doing this morning, just thinking in my head while I was driving here bright and early. When I opened my eyes and I seen everything, it just goes into instant, all right, what can we do to mitigate the potential losses if the space isn't going to continue to climb higher? Katina Man was talking, a lot of people were talking about, we got a new all-time high, and most of the major averages across the board But then you have the crypto space not doing so well. And you know what? It's the fact that, hey, during that FOMC meeting, we're like, all right, you're getting that rate cut. Now let's see if the crypto space can move and start heading in towards the all-time highs. We know that the rate cut is bullish for small caps, right? They have to borrow less, or their cost of borrowing is less. And I was thinking the same here with this, but it doesn't seem to be the case. You got to watch out for Bitcoin heading towards 107. And again, I'm gonna take this phrase from Kramer. I'm honestly leaning towards just own it, don't trade it, right? And I think that's what you have to do is just buy and forget it. Forget that you own it, put it in the long term. I did buy a little bit more Ethereum in my long term this morning, but as for the swings, we're not doing too pretty on that one, but we'll figure something out because that's what we do. Now, as for intraday trading, here comes NVDL right back towards the volume weighted average price. Apple continuing to grow, and we don't need to talk too much about that considering Katina Man and Obi were trading that this morning. Fantastic stuff. We like seeing that. And with that being said, let's take a look at their options chain, and then that's going to be it, right? Then we're not going to go on about the names that these guys were talking about earlier in the day. And then sure enough, 255, 86,500 contracts. That's volume, but open interest, we have 18,600. So maybe you'll find a little bit of a wall there, but again, it's continuing its move higher. And I was thinking about getting a move back to the volume weighted average price in the TQs, but nuh-uh. Not with Apple moving the way it is because it can just blow the top off. Now, as for that 245 strike, guys, we have 51,700 contracts still currently open. 45,800 closed. So that's something positive. Lots of OI considering last week's expiration at that 255 strike price. You had over 1 million contracts traded on that day, Sharif.
All right, Joey Options. I'm in a couple of trades. We're doing okay for now on SKBL. Long here into the 10 EMA. A couple of beak wetters looking for continuation above 3. Kind of the same look here with NVNI pulling into the 10 EMA, picking it up there, leaving a little bit of room for the stop. But I hear you guys, and I see it as well. IPW, all sorts of strong south of the $1 area, dealing with the dollar right now as we speak. It's a 107 high on IPW. This is, I want to say, the volume just started coming in at 105. So let's see if this one wants to hold the dollar area, or is it going to zig and zag with the dollar? So it's a 109 high now as we pop up into local area highs here on IPW. I don't know what the catalyst for this is. We'll keep an eye on it. I'm not seeing anything on my blotter currently on IPW, but we don't really need one for these small cap gappers. It's up 110%, okay? So the strength is there. I'm just not punching in because I'm unsure whether we've cleared, the dollar by a substantial amount for me to be able to say I can use it as a support level. I'll continue to watch this, but it's definitely one I'm very interested in given the price and given the price action. So that's what I'll keep my eye on there. Wow, there goes SKBL into the highs. Now it's taking out all my orders. It behooves me to throw some here into 18, and then I'm going to throw out some into the quarter dollar. Here comes right into my 18 area. Can we cross and get the fill? The answer is yes. We are really going here on SKBL despite the fact that it's not the biggest percentage winner on the day. Showing 20s now. Can we shake the seller at 20s? Pack my patience and see, okay? I'm going to hold this one. Let's see what we can get. But I'm going to keep my eye on IPW. Oh, Corey Ewing dropping cash in the chat. Shout out to my man, Corey.
Yo, Corey.
Cherish. Oh, boy. My guy. Why, bro? Cherish is okay, man. You know, that's not a bad word, right? So, my guy. Still holding on to DraftKings. You were on the money about this, holding to 40 support last week. Your thoughts going forward? Holding $47 call options until November 21st. We'll go to Adair in a second. What we're going to do right now is I'm going to look at the TA, and Joey Option is going to look at the options for you. So let's go here, DKNG. Let's find out what Donkey Kong is looking like at these levels. So the $40 level, like you and I were discussing last week, yeah, it seems to be an interesting area coming in. Look, we're still consolidative to no end, man. It's the $30 area that I really like, but I think we're well away from that with the top end being 50. Most of the time, you're not going to get 30. The outlying times you'll get 30. It looks like 35.50 is a level you'll encounter a little bit more, maybe 35.50 to 35. You'll have more like getting in, but it's that 50 area that bothers me because that's the resistance level. That's what's keeping everybody down. I think we need to clear that 50 on a decisive basis, and you did get that clearing in March, but it was very short-lived, and then you double-topped again over here back in early August. Should we send it to Adara quickly, and then we'll come back and have a look at the options?
Sure. Yeah, sure.
All right, go ahead, Adara.
Keep an eye here in XYZ. I'm not seeing any news on this one, but it is dropping. The volume on this decrease, again, is not super significant compared to other volume, but this is a notable drop. So block XYZ down more than 2%. If I see news on it, I will let you know. It's also worth noting here, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said that he's going to be interviewing 2 more Fed candidates later this week. By the end of next week, they will have 10 of their total 11 candidates being interviewed. Now, also now that the Fed meeting has already happened, Bessent says he's also going to be interviewing regional bank presidents and existing Fed board members. They're going to be narrowing the list of interviewed candidates by next week. So, in terms of being asked if he's a Fed chair candidate, Scott Bessent once again said that he does not want to be in the running for that position. Back to you.
Thank you for that. Yeah, we'll take a look at those DraftKings. I'm assuming you meant 47.5. So here's DKNG. There it is at that 47 strike. You're a big part of that volume there, my friend. So nice look there. Corey, any relations to Pat? There you go, 47.5. Not too bad of a look. I mean, the volume is really, really low, but that's 60 days out. So best of luck to you. You pulled up the daily on that thing, right? And you took a look at it?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
What did you think?
I can take a look at that for you. Okay. I know we're going to pull up, Adam, don't worry, we're going to pull up CoreWeave momentarily. Let's pull up DKNG and take a look from the daily standpoint. Football is back and in full effect. Now, is it going to start to break out? I think so. It's looking like it, to be honest with you. I like all this indecision at those lows. Lots of bottoming tail right there. And that's just buying pressure, right? Continuous buying pressure. Look what happened on the previous candle that had something similar with that. Doesn't crack the low, and then it continues to climb higher. So as long as you hold that 41.86 level, I think you're going to be sitting pretty. So, yeah, good look there. Crypto space is getting absolutely rocked. Apple continuing to move to the top side. Let's take a look at CoreWeave for our guy, Adam. Healing pain naturally. Gap fill on what? What time frame are you looking at there, my friend? I don't see any.
Alex, chill, bro.
What happened? Oh, Alex, yeah, PLTR, yeah. I mean, exactly. Today is not the day. So there is. It's on, bro. Sure, I'm telling you, Today ain't it.
I know this guy so well now. I've known him like not even over a year, like barely over a year.
Yeah.
But I'll know immediately if he's in a good or bad mood. Immediately.
So yeah,
Love
brother.
Guy,
yeah. So there it is. I don't see any gap there, Adam. So again, not looking too bad. A bounce off of those $85 lows. And then now you're trading at 127 roughly. So good luck.
All right, so shout out Joey. All right, guys, I got into IPW, really small share size here. I don't trust it. 88 loses, we're out. Simple as that. It's going to have to hold 88 because, well, it's just a random name, and I have to have some sort of risk management parameters. So we're long at 93. It's showing me 92. It'll zig and zag likely. What I'm looking for is a reclaim of the dollar and perhaps a continuation above the dollar. That's my move right now on IPW. We're going to risk very little here. So that's what I'm looking at. But we're still in NVNI, looking for a move back up. One beak wetter goes, and then back to SKBL. This has got a seller of note here at 320, and we can't shake that seller at 320, and we haven't been able to the last couple of attempts, and I've been watching, trust me, bro. Shout out to Raider. So that's the look. All right, back to IPW, popping back up into 96, 97. Can we get a clearing? We get the 98 print. Can we get the dollar now? So we're working our way up, but there's a seller in and around that dollar area. Not surprising, obviously, as shorts are going to look to get in or to take a short position at the whole dollar level. Longs will look to take profit at the $1 level, and here we are at that dollar again. And now we're getting the print to the dollar. Okay, good look. So now we're going to set up at fives. Let's see if we can get a little bit more here. Now, the high of the day is 110, so I don't think I'm asking for too much here for a 5 print. So we'll continue to watch that. Again, nothing changes about my trade on this. It loses 88, I lose the long. So it's really that simple. Shout out to my man Ozan. Shake that sell for 4. Sharif, again, leave me alone, bro. I'm still recovering. I think I got COVID, man. It's yeah, bro. I think because I lost taste.
Oh no!
So you know
man.
right away when you lose taste. But that's the thing. Like I didn't get fever.
Okay.
I got a little bit of shivers, not gonna lie. And you know me, to get shivers is a statement because I'm constantly a human heat pump,
That's
right?
good.
So I'm pretty sure I got COVID.
Oh man.
Yeah, sorry, Joey. Sorry, Joey. Love you, brother. But yeah, the germs do not care. They float around wherever they want. You can thank your friend over here.
Yeah.
For you know exactly who I'm talking about there. So, all right, continuing to watch IPW as it zigs and zags. But COVID feels like a slap on the wrist now.
Does
That's
it?
not. It's not the stuff that we were getting back in the day.
Oh, brother.
Hell no.
I didn't even know what it was.
No.
I remember
It's lightweight now.
my friend and I were in Dominican at the time, and then we're coming back, and then that's when it was like shortly after that is when it was released.
Yeah.
And after I was so deadly sick, I was like the worst flu I ever experienced, but I didn't like know that it was COVID at the time.
Nobody
and I
did,
never ever tested positive for it. I didn't at the time. I
Some
didn't get
people
tested.
were, yeah.
Yeah, but and after that I never did. But I was deadly sick after that. After that Dominican trip on New Year's, man, with the lads. So
your friend James, I think he's probably up on the day.
Is he?
Go
What's he saying?
home, you germ on roids.
Yeah.
All right,
Oh,
bro,
yeah,
man.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sorry,
No,
like
he's
you're
down.
probably
He's
down on the day.
He's down
Maybe
on the
the
day.
girl left him or something's going on there.
He's
But, we're doing it live, Joey, on IPW.
left
Looks
him.
like we're gonna get caught in an uphold over here. Well, we did momentarily. We did pop up into that 112 area, 111, excuse me. We got the beak wet there, but this is all sorts of strong. Here we go, back up to the upside. Now we're showing the halt parameter at 112. Looks like we're gonna get caught in this up halt, and that I am absolutely okay with. It's the down halts that I don't like getting caught in. No, false halt we go. Let's see if we can advance a little bit more now that we've put in the halt parameter and come out of it. So let's continue to watch now, showing 11s. Let's see if we can get back up to that 13 print on the ask and see if we start triggering that halt parameter. But right now, we're gonna zig and zag for a little bit. So packing my patience on this one. Let's see what we get to the high side, Joey options. It's a 112 high right now in IPW. And there it goes into another high of the day, 115. Let's set up at 115 here at the high. We're gonna look to take that bad boy out if it continues up there. So what's happening here, guys, in case you're a newer small cap trader, is the halt timer starts running from a certain time. You don't know exactly when, you don't know exactly what level it's gonna halt at unless you have some sort of tool that helps you with that. I've been dying for that for years. And then once you're out of that timer, so the timer starts triggering once you start moving about 10% within 5 minutes. And if that 10% then restarts once that 5-minute counter also restarts. So that's why we got to the halt parameter there. So I took some levels. I took a print, at 115, currently showing me 110s. Let's see what we got on this bad boy over here to the high side. Yeah, we still got some beak wetters. Let's let this one run and see how high we can get up on this one. NVNI, though, still hanging out at the $0.25. It looks like it's going to lose. It's going to lose the 10 EMA on the 5. We only have one profit taker on this one, so probably behooves me to get another one out here since this one's shown its intensity, or propensity, I should say, to really not rocket back up to the upside. And then last but not least, Joey, SKBL, we're still hanging out here above $3, which is important, but we really need to take out that 320 seller because we popped up there a couple of times and we couldn't shake that seller. So let's see what we can get on the last little bit here.
All right, good look there, brother, as always. Yeah, so all right, guys, I'm super heavy here on Ethereum. I'm just risking essentially all of my realized profits on this one to see if we can get a little pop. I'm not expecting it to go all the way back to the volume-weighted average price. So let's see if we can get anything. If it cracks that low, then we'll just hop out and then be flat on the day. But yeah, I just mentioned that we're going heavy. I don't know if it's the best asset to do so, considering that we had the nice move up in Bitcoin earlier in the session. Wow, Apple's still going. And then, yeah, exactly. So now we're looking for this. buyer step in will be much appreciated. If it breaks down, then you got to take the swings, right? So what I seen on the 1 minute time frame told me to get involved in this name. There goes the market, another pop again. Yeah, this thing is going absolutely nuts. This is a big time breakout like we experienced in what's it called? Tesla. Boom, there it is, hammer candle. We have that volume supporting it, one of the largest on the session. So that's going to give me a little conviction behind the setup. Patience, patience, patience. If we get a pop in Bitcoin, I'm sure that we'll get another move up here in Ethereum. And let's go. Yeah, come on, break through this 62 level, and then we might get a nice little pop. There it goes, 62s, bang, 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 almost printing 63s, not quite. Almost there, though. I don't want to take anything off just yet, considering we're not too far in the money. Matter of fact, only a couple of cents, but we'll take it. It's more of a slow mover. CoreWeave is moving, so nice look there, Adam. Nice. Now it's coming back in. Fantastic. NVDA, we had that little scalp, but more or less consolidative, right? So you're just trading within this couple dollar range. Boom, boom, right there on NVDA. Chip space relatively weak. And then also, one thing that I was looking at over the weekend was Broadcom. I like this signal on the daily time frame. Let's see what we got going on. And I like this hammer candle right here for a potential bounce. So keep your eyes on this. A nice average into the 339s. You only have to risk about $5, $10, not even $10, like $5, $7, and then sure enough, you can look for a 2-to-1 risk to reward on that, and that'd be that push towards the previous pivot high there. So yeah, that's what I'm cooking up in here. Nice, Bitcoin just take another leg lower, which isn't good. Ethereum still holding up, so maybe we'll get a bounce there.
Here's that 320 level again, guys, on SKBL. We work into that level. We can't shake the seller. That is the exact day high, but it's preceded by higher lows. So if I had to guess, and that's all that it is, a statistical possibility that we do clear that 320. In fact, we are. It's a 321 high of day now, 22 high of day. Can we continue up? I've got my profit taker at 23 for a beak wetter, but we're going to let this one continue to run. SKBL momentarily took out the 20 seller, but it's not what I expected. I thought when we took out that 20 seller, because we've been rejecting that level multiple times, we'd get more continuation. Not exactly, you know, a breakout or anything, but a continuation. We're not getting that right now. So we continue to trend at 20, and top out at 20. Let's see if we can move up a little bit more. IPW is halted down. I'm long 93. It's halted at 92. I have one profit taker left on this. We're going to see what the tap is. I saw momentarily about 10 seconds ago, it showed the tap as 110. Now the tap is showing 92, exactly the level that we got halted down at. So IPW still above the 10 EMA on the 5, but below the dollar. So that is concerning to me at the moment. So I only have one profit taker left. I will hold this unless it loses 88. Nothing changes different on my plan about how to trade IPW. If it loses 88, I end the trade. Simple as that. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Let's continue to watch NVNI. NVNI now, this does concern me a little bit, okay? And why do I say that? It's holding above the 10. It's not like it's below the 10 and rejecting the 10 and using the 10 as resistance as opposed to support. But it's also putting in lower highs, right? So I need to be alive to that fact as well, because that means the sellers are a little bit more in control on every successive candle development here, at least on the 5, because that's the level off which I'm charting. So I'd like to see some continuation here from NVNI. It's certainly not how it's trading on the day with a 138 high now pulling down below 130. We're long at 28s. We're showing 29s. That's not why I'm in the trade, though. So we're going to keep tabs on that. Rich Tech Robotics will be my focus when we get back from Madeira.
Yeah, it is crypto time. We're going to start here, though, by talking about a Fed member, Fed's Muslim, that is the president of the Fed Reserve Bank of St. Louis. And he made some comments today that actually did involve stablecoins. He said he really just talked about the importance of adhering to interest limitations on stablecoin payments under the Genius Act. Furthermore, with regards to the use of stablecoins, Fed's Muslim believes that stablecoins should mostly be used as payments or for the purpose of payments rather than being used as instruments for savings. So some commentary here on how stablecoins should be used coming from Fed's Muslim. We'll also talk here about Bitmine Immersion, BMNR. This one, pre-market did have a catalyst. The company announced their Ethereum holdings now exceed 2% of the Ethereum network. This is over 2.4 million tokens, with their total in crypto and cash holdings exceeding, or I guess approximating $11.4 billion. So $11.4 billion here in holdings for BMNR between crypto and cash. They actually apparently hold more than 2% of total Ethereum network here with regards to their ETH holdings. They also announced a $365.24 million registered direct offering of 5.2 million shares, $70 a share. There's going to be also 10.4 million warrants here being offered, $87.50 per share. Stock trading right now around $55. This is the daily chart before we send you back to Sharif and Joe. Let's talk about Bitcoin. BTC taking a bit of a tumble here. We did stabilize a little bit. A lot of the weekend trading relatively flat or chopping around. This morning we did take a bit of a drop, opening here above 115,000. Low of day just under 112,000. Currently around 112,700. Back to you.
Everybody's yelling about GME, so let's take a look here. Not my fave to trade, but you know, if it's your favorite, then it's an obligation on me to look. And this is a good-looking chart pattern, Joey. I mean, I rarely trade GME. I have on the show. It's up 4 1/3 today. And Joey, guess what, man? It's working its way back into that $30 level that we were holding at. Can you keep it down, Ram? $30 was a level that this one was basically using for a little bit of time. And then we lost it substantially, started using 20 as a level. And here we go, breaking back above the 200 moving average. But this is all sorts of consolidative, man. And it has been in this range since 22. I mean, it was using 20 as support back in 22 with that same $40 range. I don't know how to feel about GME as anything other than an intraday trade, but it's got a good looking, you know, I want to say 2 weeks or so, really took out that 50 period right at the beginning of this month. September 8th, we got above the 50 period. September 9th, we got above the 200, and we've been above the 200 EMA on the daily since that time. So GME, good looking, decent daily if you're looking for a range, and a great looking intraday chart. It was a money buy off VWAP, and then here we go, making another new high, 27.31. Nothing to complain about this name. So yeah, man, if it maybe pops back down into the 20 EMA on the 5, right around $27, I could be a buyer here because it's shown most of the time it's finding support off the 10. At the times when it does lose the 10, it's a little bit ahead of the 20. So I could certainly be persuaded to get in here for a nice little trade. Keep an eye out on that. So yeah, one beak wetter on NVNI. We're still waiting for that 20 print on SKBL, which has been elusive. And then we did exactly what we said we would do on IPW. Lost 88. We ended up getting out at 88, and now it's losing the entire trade. It's down to 68. So that's 20 pennies ago we got out on IPW. Use risk management skills, guys. And then last but not least, KOD, Joey, not KODK, but KOD. Great looking chart. Couple of bull flags as we talked about, and here we go. Could this be the breakout through the second bull flag, the top end of the second bull flag? My humble submission is 1375, despite the fact that the high of the day is 1389. So it's one bull flag from here, second bull flag from here, longer consolidation for the second bull flag, but as we've spoken about, no two bull flags are created equal. And here we go. This could be the possible breakout of the third bull flag, KOD, excuse me. Up 42 1/3, Joey.
Okay, good look. So, all right, guys, we got all out of the Ethereum. So, a nice little scalp there. We took 50% off, stopped out the other 50%, and you can see it's starting to come back in at just break even right there. So, not too bad. We'll take a small little scalp on that one, considering I told you guys I was risking essentially all the realized that I had on the day. And we'll take a little pop. Defenders right there at that 31.64 level. I pulled up the chain. There's nothing substantial at that 62 or at that 32 strike price. So, I'm curious to see what's going on there. I'm going to be patient because, as Katina Man mentioned earlier in the day, Ethereum is down about 18% off of those all-time highs, so maybe we'll get somewhat of a bounce. Tom Lee now owning 2% of all Ethereum tokens, which is absolutely insane.
He wanted that though, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Wasn't he aiming for something like that?
Probably something like that. I think he's going to grab. He's probably going to buy more. So I wouldn't be surprised if that number continuously increased. I wonder what was the. I know Adara would know this. How much of a percentage metric does Michael Saylor own of Bitcoin? I know it's.
I don't know the percentage actually.
You don't know the
because
percentage?
I feel like with MSTR they don't really tout the percentage to the I've never even heard them say a percentage honestly.
Yeah,
I'm sure we can figure that out though, because it's like 20. What is there? 20-something million Bitcoin, and then he has like 500,000-600,000 of them. So yeah, I'm sure we can quick maths on that one if anybody.
It's been spoken about. I'll find out for you.
Oh, you got the.
We'll find
there you go. You got it on Sailor. You're asking OGP, or I thought you were on the old code.
5, yeah.
5%.
But you don't know GPT-5.
Slowing.
Let me tell you, GPT-5 is slow as hell. Oh my god.
What the hell?
I know. I don't know. Dude, this is what I got to deal with every day.
That's crazy.
It's quite slow.
Yeah, that's moving really, really slow up there. Apple coming off those highs. Let's go over the top performing sectors on the day. I'm glad that we got out of that Ethereum trade. Nice little scalp there considering the overall space is weak.
2.7 to 3.2.
Oh, okay. All right. That's a good amount of Bitcoin.
Yeah.
I mean, congratulations. Hopefully his game plan works out because I'm riding with you there, my brother, Michael Saylor. Even though I don't really love who he is, to be honest with you. But anyways, that's here nor there. All right, guys, technology sector is the top performing one, up 0.4, closer to 0.5%. And then we got consumer discretionary holding on by a thread, less than 0.1%. And then we have the healthcare sector down about 0.1% there. And then we have the real estate sector down 0.7, energy down 0.9, and then we have the consumer staples down 1.5. So there it is, top and worst performing sectors. Staples taking it on the nose. What has Walmart been up to? Let's take a look at what.
Been up to?
What is? Let's find out here, man. Because I was listening to some of their e-commerce growth has just been absolutely through the roof, and that's what you and I have been talking about for some time there. So not too bad of a look. You're consolidating, but I think with this name, the longer the consolidation, the larger the breakout, obviously. So if you can catch the lower end of the ranges, I think you'll be off just fine. Adara, what do you got for us?
So Google, just so you guys know, this is dropping, or it was dropping fairly aggressively. It's already recovered some of this move. I'm not seeing any news on this, but be aware this has dropped. There's not even really any social media attention on this move either. Now, I also want to mention, I didn't hear if you guys said this yet, but I did look into how much Bitcoin or what percentage of Bitcoin is owned by Michael Saylor. Apparently, it's roughly 3.1% is what I'm seeing of total Bitcoin. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that one there. Oh, there goes Ethereum. I want to get back into this. I like the bottoming signals here. We'll wait for one more pullback. Considering it is relatively choppy, I believe that we'll get it. But here it is, right at some key support levels. Buying pressure, starting to step in a little bit more, and you're starting to see a bounce there in Bitcoin trade.
All right, guys, we're doing it live here on SKBL. There it goes, taking out the $0.25. That is the high of the day, 325 SKBL, putting my next profit taker at the third of $1. Keeping my eye on NVNI, but there's another one to bring to your attention. Oh, I don't even want to bring this to your attention because it's halted down now. But let's talk about this other one that we brought to your attention earlier. And I should have listened to you guys on this one. I didn't like the chart pattern on SLNH. I was wrong. You guys were right. Especially, I think, Amir. Amir has been pounding the table in the chat on Amir Barak on SLNH since we got right live on the show. So for 40 minutes. And the reason I didn't like it is because the lower highs seem to be more of the operative part of the pattern than the fact that it was holding up at VWAP. I was wrong. I read this one wrong because it held the 50 penny area like a glove. In fact, it didn't even make its way down to 50. Low of this area is 53. So if you just earmarked the $0.50 as your line in the sand, and you wouldn't have had to risk that much, let me tell you. And the reason is because we were hanging out from 11.10 to basically 11.30 at this volume weighted average price area, which was about $1.60. So all you really needed to do was risk 10, maximum 15 pennies south of that 150 area, and oh baby, were you rewarded. You were rewarded and then some. Look at this one go, man. It's taking out highs SLNH is about to break 100% on the day, 89%. That's a new high day into 208, and it's got the volume profile in the bottom right to support the price action. Alas, I've seen this one do this before. Look at the topping tail candle right at 1040 when it made that new intraday high. When it makes an intraday high, as we've spoken about with some of these small cap gappers, some of them, especially if they've shown it to be the case intraday already, will retrace off that making of an intraday high, drop back down into a key area of technical support. So don't fall in love with the breakout trade. Always look for support and resistance. We're going to pause for a sec and go to Adira.
Might have a pseudo small cap here for you, Sharif. I say pseudo because PCT here, Per Cycle Technologies, this one getting a little bit of a pop. It does have a market cap around $2.5 billion. Short float, though, of over 20%. Now, why is this moving? The Street here, which is, I guess, a stock-related website, they're calling PCT as a potential long idea. So PCT on watch here, again, decent short float over 20%, and this is on the Russell 2000 with a $2.5 billion market cap. Back to you.
Great call. Thank you for that, Adira. I said I'd look at Rich Tech Robotics, and I digressed, not we, I did. Look, this is a great looking chart pattern on the day, and I hate to sound like a broken record, but the 10 EMA on the 5 is what I'm looking at here. You got it already from 1030 to 1045, held up great. You got it again at 1105 to 1115, held up great. And here we are yet with another high of the day, just south of that $0.50, 545. Let's see if that 530 or 5 high 20s, where the 10 EMA is right now, ends up holding up. Rich Tech, it's not, your typical small cap gapper, Joey. In fact, this is almost $1 billion, technically still a small capper, 858 million, but one that we've seen many times. Anyway, up 20% on the day. I'm a buyer likely here into the 10 EMA on the 5, right at 530. If it loses, I want to say 520, we will risk 10 pennies on this. It's going to be the end of the trade. 520 is not a random area. In fact, it's a price action spike resistance right at 1020. Pops into 520, rejects it. We end up claiming it back after that. So I'm going to be looking to get in at Rich Tech right at that 530 area if it will allow me to. So that's what I'm looking at now. Quickly before we get back, yes, finally, NVNI taking out highs, holding the 10 EMA like a glove. The next level for me to print, 137. We're showing 35s right now, Joey.
Nice. I'm just messaging my boy Gorev on X. Yeah, and I seen you just tagged me. I'm writing you a message just to tell you what's going on. Yeah, down, 1500. There we go. I sent you that. Yeah, so we got to figure something out. Nice look there. Let's go through some of the top volume names as well. That's going to help us find some potential setups. Stock scanner, and then there we go, bang. This is the most simplistic criteria. Like it's anything over 10, 15 bucks, I believe, and then over 1 million shares, right? So this is what I run for my scanner. INTC with 56 million shares traded on the session. TSLL with 9. Ooh, no. With oh no. There we go. Joey? We got it. We figured it out, brother. And then 94.9 million there on TSLL. NVDA. Nice breakup here, but again, I mentioned this, the choppy price action. We'll do some basic trend line analysis. So you do have a flat top there relatively, but one thing to note is that you're forming these consistent higher lows. That's positive. If this trend breaks it to the downside, look for some more in that specific direction. RGTI, oh my God, that's crazy. I think
we're getting, these are heavy.
Oh my days.
Oh.
Just like another continuous breakout. Look at this daily, Sharif. I mean the intraday.
That's beautiful. Look at that breakout.
Days.
Look at that bull flag breakout.
Yeah, it's
so then,
crazy.
Would you expect a consolidation level here, or is it just going to be direct? Because you got that first bull flag. Now that seems to be like the formation of the bull of the second bull
flag. From an intraday standpoint,
isn't that daily?
Yeah, no, this is intraday. Yeah, this. Bro, you don't even want to see the daily. Look at the daily.
No.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days. Shout out to the movie Seventh Psychopaths, if you ever seen that one there. Palantir, I know I got the clap from Adara on that one. Okay, BM&R doesn't want to pull up on the old chart ski. Oh, there it is, bang. I mean, this thing's not getting dinged nearly as hard as what Ethereum is up to. I think that's maybe just considering the treasury. I would like to take another pop at it. Risk profile is relatively defined. We can risk about 5 cents on this ETH bounce off this consolidation low, and then if it cracks, then you just get out. Bitcoin's starting to move back in towards the volume weighted average price, so that's good. Do I talk about it or do I just take it? I'm going with the latter half. We just take it, Sharif. We got a little bit of risk. I haven't put anything on. I put on literally 10% on what I had compared to that previous position. So we'll see, and we'll wait if those 31.55 continues to hold up. If it does, we'll add a little bit, but nothing substantial, but considering how weak the space is. Look at this gap down. Oh, my days. Sharif messaged me last night. He's like, yo, Tesla's liquid. I'm like, say less, my friend. What do? We hop on the old computer. I didn't take anything. Yeah. I was just looking at it. I didn't see anything that I liked necessarily, but I'm loving this blue ocean.
When I messaged you, it was at 250,000 shares.
Yeah,
and it had been like, what, we were like 20 minutes deep?
Yeah, like 15.
15,
20
And I
minutes,
figured it obviously had something to do with your friend Elon and your other friend Donald there at the Charlie Kirk Memorial, sitting next to one another. Obviously, Elon taking the opportunity to post a picture of him and Donald together in it looked like a box that they were sitting at to say, for Charlie. I read that as sort of an informal reconciliation. We'll have to see exactly how that ends up being in the future.
One last thing here.
Both very volatile people.
Yeah. I mean, it was good to see him. And our boy Dana White was sitting.
Yeah, he was right there. You figured he probably
there.
had something to do with that.
So there you go. Good look on that front. There's Applied Digital. So shout out to this name, man. We were trading it a while ago, and now it's just absolutely skyrocketing to the top side. There goes Ethereum cracking the lows. I'm glad we didn't go too heavy on that one. I'll probably hop out and take a small loss on it. Oh, yeah, I'm most definitely.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Garbage.
All right, Joey, here's the deal. We got involved in Rich Tech Robotics. Where are we long? We're 528 long. It's showing me 28s. We didn't get any prints yet. My entry here is based upon the retracement into the 10 EMA. So I'm going to risk 10 pennies. In fact, I'm risking less because I got in at 28s. I'm going to risk to 20. So if it gets to 20, it loses 20, it ends the trade for me. Simple as that. I'm looking for a continuation back into that $0.50. It's a 545 high on Rich Tech. It loses 20, we're out of the trade. A little annoyed with NVNI. I mean, like, come on, bro. If you're going to work your way up into my level, give me the print, So works its way up into 37s. It doesn't cross. We don't get the print, so we'll have to pack our patience on that. But I have to bring your attention. Yes, Yannick, I see it, sir. I'm going to have to bring your attention to ARBB. It is halted right now to the high side. It's all sorts of strong. It's one that we already know about because it was doing this on Friday. Yes, this is all of Friday's price action right here. As you can see, it started running in the aftermarket. In fact, it started really getting the volume printed at about 15 minutes after the bell at 4:15. These ones have a way of trading better in the aftermarket and the pre-market as a result of the lack of volatility help parameters. And by the time 8 p.m. came, we were about 9.5, give or take. We close out at about 9.5 at around Friday at 8, which is obviously when this stops trading. In fact, 9.5 does look like a very important level of resistance, at least intraday. Once, twice, OBE is the one thrice, and then another rejection into that 9.5. Now, I get these ones wicked above it, but look at the closing prints. Now, we are decidedly above 9.5, so we can use it as resistance, but we're also below Friday aftermarket's high, 1140 high, currently halted 1121. I'm talking about ARBB. So let's take a gander over here. Oh man, SKBL, you are the beauty I thought you were. Let's go. Let's give me that print, SKBL.
Give it to him.
Good job, SKBL, you little beaut. All right, we're gonna look over.
They work for you.
Let's look at ARBB, Joey. Let me stop talking to these stocks like a psycho and start doing some TA. So right now, Joey, we're halted at 1121, but we're showing a tap of 1194. That pleases me greatly. Now, here's what I need to look at right now. I need to see what time it is. 11:49:51. This halted at 11:43:12. So we are already going to be more than 5 minutes. It's going to be 10-minute halt or more. If this one would have opened after 5, it would have opened 11:48:12. It is 11:50:10 right now, so we're going to have to wait till at least 11:53:12 for your very good friend over here, ARBB, on the NQ up 80% to open. Currently showing me a top of 1190. What does this thing do? Give me a second. Singapore-based company engaged in provision of hardware and software Internet of Things for business lines. Look, bro, cut the crap. Did they add crypto to the balance sheet or not? All right, like cut the crap. Let's see, I'm looking over here, Joey. Let me just see what this one's up to.
So?
No, we're getting nothing on it. We got nothing on, what day was the Friday? The 19th, right?
Yes.
I got nothing on the 19th. I got nothing on the weekend, and I got nothing today. So this one, I mean, if anybody can tell me why ARBB is moving, I'd really like to know. I'd really appreciate you guys. But I have no idea why the hell this one is moving. So we'll have to trade it blind. And that's really, not my favorite thing to do, quite frankly, because they can be a little bit volatile that way. So that's all I've got at the moment. SKBL, this one popped up into 45. It didn't take any prints. I'm going to continue to pack my patience. NVNI working right back in to that area high. How many shares do we have on NVNI? We can wet the beak here. Let's take out some here. And then we're going to wait for 37s after that. And then last but not least, Rich Boy selling crack. We took a quick print there, but no continuation on Rich Tech Robotics.
No continuation. Yeah. I'm EFFJ. I know it's FJ, but I don't think so, man. To be honest with you, we took the scalp on it earlier, and then we get back in roughly around the same price. There's some key signals, but they're not holding up not holding up really well. So there's that hammer candle at the lows. I think Bitcoin's just a little bit stronger, so cracks that low. We hop out of that one. No biggie. Take a small paper cut on that one. How I contact you for, DM me on X there, brother. DM me on X, and we'll see if we can set you up with something there. Thanks for being a good sport. Once again.
Joey.
Well, I mean, I blocked him on Friday by accident. Yeah, he got wrongfully.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, he got
I
wrongfully
feel bad for that guy.
Yeah, he got wrongfully convicted. So you know what I mean. So
he's due some money from the state.
Exactly.
You do some time, you better get paid.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
He did 24 hours, man. So way to be a good sport. I don't know if I could do 24 hours. So thank you for that
crazy.
one. Look at the strength in this name here, guys. We don't even gotta repeat what it is. And then AAL. Yeah, I mean, some of these airline stocks taking it on the nose here, getting a little bounce off of VWAP. What's Rivian up to? Okay, a nice slow grind to the top side. Grinding.
Yes. Yeah. It's like mid-2000s
it's the best,
song day right
That's
now.
Skateboard P, man. AMD, what are you up to on the daily? How far are we off of this previous all-time high from the peak trough? So you did get that 20% pullback there, and that's what we're experiencing
Joey,
in
can we interrupt, please?
Yeah, absolutely.
ARBB's open, guys. Here we go. The madness is open. The craziness is ready, and looks like we are on our way to 13. And there goes 13, Joseph. Here's the hot parameter. 13.21, showing 24 is on the ask. It needs 10 seconds at this level to gray out. What I mean by graying out, you're going to see my level 2, which is beautifully colored in blue, go gray. There it is. And now we are halted to the upside on ARBB. Adara double checked to see if there was anything afoot on ARBB. Said no news, but is getting plenty of social media attention. Thank you, Adara, for checking and keeping us apprised. Again, I'm seeing nothing on it. That does concern me a little bit, because you just don't know, right, whether somebody's accumulating to pull the rug, or when the rug's going to get pulled, or all that stuff. Like, there's no, discernible reason why it should be up that we know about anyway. So it's done volume, Joey, even though this one's halted a bunch of times, about 3.5 million shares. I want to bring that to your attention. The top, almost $1 higher from where we halted. 13.21, that is. The halt, 14.14. The top, the madness is back. Be careful. Sorry to interrupt you, Joey.
No, don't apologize there. All right, so we got a trend line that we're battling right now. Breaks it to the top side, then I think we can get off to the races. We were just looking at ETHA, so from that previous peak to where we're currently trading at, 16 3/4 right there, you're down. So maybe a good grab there. I wouldn't be surprised if you head into the 3,000 mark. Now, with that being said, let's take a look at some writings here because I think that's the route that I'm going to be going. Only a couple days out, so next week, not this week, the following week's expiration cycle. And what do we want to write? These 38s, you're collecting absolutely nothing, so it's not even worth it there. The 35s, I think, are a little bit too risky considering, I mean, you still have an 80% chance of these expiring worthless, but you're only collecting $41. So what am I going to sell 3 of these and collect $120? Yeah, no thanks. I mean, again, at the end of the day, it's better than nothing, but I'm not risking writing for that kind of small potatoes there. So yeah, that's what I got going on. As for the scanners, Ford coming up on the volume quite often, but never mind that name. I don't want to continuously talk about it. Here's the TQs hovering around the highs here, so that's not too bad. If Apple continues to grind, these pullbacks are going to be shallow, just like we're experiencing. Even though you are getting a little bit of a move lower, NVDA's consolidation, watch out for this bottom to be broken. Where is it? Hold on, Sharif. Where is it? I don't have it.
I don't know.
I don't have
what
it.
Do you need?
Like at the flat bottom.
Oh.
Yeah.
Say less, my man.
Bam. There you go. 175.22. That cracks. Then it's AC Slater to that and look for some more downside. Let's take a look at their options chain to see what's going on over there. All right, so at 180, we have 98,900 contracts. What was our high of the day? 176. What do we have at that 175 strike price? 43,000 current open contracts, 38,000 closed, 177.5, 59,800, 43,200 volume on that front, but that 180 has the largest amount of OI. Let's take a look at Apple's chain, even though we did earlier. If anything has changed, any contracts have changed, nope, nothing whatsoever. So we're gonna move on to the next one, and that's gonna be the TQs.
Hey.
What's cooking over there? Nada. That's the TQs. Nada. Nothing substantial there. 4 days till expiration. That's going to be this week's expiration cycle. We ain't got nothing going on there, guys. Let me know what you got going on. Also, curious, Pug Life, where's Pug Life at, man? He's not in the chat.
What happened, Joey?
Oh, I wanted to ask Pug Life a question about options because he's always changed it. And I don't know where Havana's at either. Where's Havana?
Well, show yourself, Havana.
Yeah, Havana's not here either.
Let's go, baby.
Yeah, both of you guys, you're getting that phone call not showing up to class. Remember that in high school?
Bro, what phone call? Your boy had all those numbers blocked.
No
all of them.
way.
There were 3.
You were ahead of the curve.
Star
eh?
60, my man. I was blocking that before anybody knew about that
crazy,
trick.
Man.
It was to my detriment. I was a A+ goof in high school.
Yeah. Oh, that's all right, man.
University is when we started going real.
That's okay. I mean, a student in your household named Joseph Wilson has missed periods 2 and 3.
And then once I got in trouble, and then the school tried to call the house.
Oh, really?
Not a machine, but a person, and they kept getting blocked.
Oh, no.
So they called my mom Dukes at work.
Yeah.
And they're like, how come we can't call the house?
Yeah.
What are
The good old excuse of I was just late. I was just late.
Bro.
And then one time I actually caught a 2-day suspension because I got one of the girls in my class to write me a note, and I handed it in to the secretary. And they're like, yeah, this isn't your grandparents' writing, buddy. And immediately, right away, they sent me into the principal's office, and they're like, all right, man, go home for a couple days. We'll see you on Wednesday. And yeah, that was my story of my suspension in high school. Forging. Don't do that. Don't try to forge.
My man, Iga Hauren. Shout out to my man, Iga Hauren. Good to see you, brother. Long time no see to you as well, my man. I hope you've been very good. I don't know where you've been at, but you got to join Joseph and I a little bit more over here. Shout out to my man Iga Hauren, which means a good guy.
He's a good guy, man.
Mandarin. Shout out to my man there in the chat. All right, guys, let's talk about this new position. We're in SLNH. Shout out to Amir. Amir has been pounding the table, as well as others. It's not just Amir, on SLNH. And we're long now at 81s. We wet the beak at 85. I do have a plan here to get a little bit more into 70 if this one loses the 10 EMA. My plan here on SLNH is to build a position at the area lows and to let my orders or put my orders as resting orders to the high side in order to get the beak wet, because we've seen this one when it makes a new high, it doesn't spend that much time there at all. It's usually a quick wick up and an even quicker move down. If that is going to be the case here on SLNH, then put them resting orders out there, man, unless you're going to be watching this and not trading anything else. So we'll keep an eye on that. Last but not least, I want to mention how's my Rich Tech doing over here? How are we doing? We're okay. We took a couple of beak wetters. Rich Tech though is still about 10 pennies off the high of the day. NVNI still hanging out at the third of a dollar, and SKLB off the high, but back into the 10. If I'm going to add, it should be here. This is the 10 EMA on the 5 on SKBL. If I'm going to add, it should be here. I don't think I want to add, though. Last but not least, before we go to happening now with Adara, ARBB. Still halted again, I think, actually. 13 to, no, it's same level, 1321. It's showing 1360 right now. I think this is a new halt level, in fact, sorry. So this one is halted again to the high side here, Joey. Be careful with this one, ARBB up big.
All right, cool. Yeah, I think we're going to Adara now with happening now. I'm gonna go to the washroom quickly.
Okay, brother.
What's happening now is a lot of, we got a lot of speakers today, including one I'm going to talk about in a minute, but I want to start here by just taking a look at this market. Again, nice look here for the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. We have these markets continuing to make new highs amidst, I guess, ongoing optimism. A lot of this is led by tech. We know Apple's up more than 4% here, AAPL, with a positive analyst note from Wedbush analyst Dan Ives. Now, we also have U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent teasing out this Fed chair search. Apparently, by the end of next week, there will be 10 of the 11 total candidates interviewed for this position. He's also saying that he's going to be interviewing existing Fed board members now, as well as regional bank presidents, because we now have that quiet period ending after the not the S&P 500, the September Fed meeting. So that's going to be on watch. Also on watch, something else that's going to be happening later today. Kenvue is certainly going to be on everybody's radar. There are some reports that Donald Trump, during a speech scheduled today for 4 p.m., is going to announce, I guess, a link between Tylenol use in pregnancy and autism. So this actually was previously reported a while back, and those reports were denied by the Health and Human Services Department. But I guess now this is being announced. We'll have to wait and see what all comes of that. Here is Stephen Myron. He is on watch because he is currently speaking right now. I will be watching that speech. Currently, I'm not seeing that it's live yet, but there are pieces of commentary coming through. Now, why this is important as well is because last week, Myron teased that his speech today is going to include his reasoning for voting against the 25 basis point cut. Fed's Myron wanted to cut rates by 50 basis points. Over to the Bash brothers. Back to you.
Appreciate it. Just keeping my eye here on SLNH. We got a couple of beak wetters. It did pop up to 190. Sadly, didn't cross. And as a result of having my level at the 190 area on the 10, thank you, Joey, on the 10 penny area, we didn't get the cross. So that was a bit of an oversight by me, guys. I really usually put my levels, at 89, 99, 79, so that I don't have to deal with that 10 penny rejection. But this one did pop up. I'm still of the. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, something happening with Nvidia here. Adara's got the news. Let's go to Adara. Big pop, volume supporting that. Big time breakout there. Goes Katina Manny. You bought it yesterday, Adara. What do you got? Yeah, sorry, this morning. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, it's right here.
I have news on Nvidia. NVDA announcing that they're going to be investing up to $100 billion in OpenAI. That is up to $1 billion to be invested in OpenAI. Their first gigawatt of their Nvidia systems is going to be deploying in 2026. So again, we do have NVDA on watch announcing $100 billion or up to $100 billion worth of investment in OpenAI. Back to you.
I think it's good.
No?
No, at all. It's the same thing that we talked about with CoreWeave, buying their excess capacity. CoreWeave can't sell it. Nvidia will buy it. Nvidia sells them GPUs. So Nvidia is the vendor.
Yeah.
It's the customer. And it's whatever else. It's the vendor, customer, and investor.
Okay.
All three. I don't like that circular.
You don't
No,
like that.
not at
You
all,
don't like
bro.
that.
Not at all. It's not my thing. But hey, man, the market likes it. What the hell do I know, right?
Yeah.
So keep an eye out on that. What do you got, Joey?
Yeah, same thing. We broke that downtrend line here in Ethereum. Man, this pop in NVDA is hard to avoid. Look at this consolidation. Obviously somebody knew something, right? Like, you're not doing anything, you're consolidating. Oh, guess what? Just randomly, yeah, all right, we're gonna release this pop. You punch through a bunch of resistance zones. Yeah, coincidence, whatever. But there it is, there it is. There it is, man. I mean, Shreve, don't tell me. I know Katina Man will agree with me. This stuff is man, nothing more rigged than losing a UFC fight with 13 seconds left in the second round, and that's all you really needed to go. But yeah, nice pop. Look for that pullback. Volume supporting it, right? So that's one thing that we want to wait for. Volume's there. Wait for the pullback. If it's going to continue, then you want to get in on that. You don't want to chase it all the way up here at these highs. Considering if the pullback volume is relatively light, then that's going to be your green light to go. So yeah. Downtrend snapped here, guys. Let's go see if we can continue. We're still slightly out of the money on this one. I would love if it recovered. If it didn't, then so what? So be it, right? We're not going to get too worried about that one. There, bang, another little pop to the top side. Come on, take it out. Take it out. Once we clear this, so you can see that we have the opening drive here, support level. And throughout the pre-market, we have that key support level. If we can punch through that, we get buyers on the back side of it. I think VWAP's going to be that next target there, Shreve.
Get it, my man, Eddie. I haven't seen you in a bit. Eddie R. Shout out to Eddie R, bro. Buvin, you don't think I'm looking at NVNI, Buvin? Are you kidding, Buvin? Come on, Buvin. We're printing on it, Buvin. No, we just took out highs there on NVNI. It is a $1.43 high. We're seeing 143 right now. NVNI is a good look, guys. It's up 60%. Good stair step up kind of look with the 10 EMA, again, being really the operative part or the operative level, I should say, on NVNI. It hasn't lost the 10 EMA on a decisive basis the entire morning. So let's see what we get on this one. And then Rich Tech. We're printing on Rich Tech as well. We just took out another, we didn't take out the high of the day, correction. We got back into that 545 high of day. And that's why my profit taker is a little bit above 545, looking for that continuation into the $0.50. So I'm waiting at 46s on Rich Tech Robotics. SLNH is, I don't know what it is on Joey. Let's have a look. This is a little frustrating. We get into 90, we don't print. Now we're below my entry, but we haven't printed my DCA, right? I'm waiting at 71s. In fact, it got to 71s, didn't cross, didn't give me the fill, and here it is, a little bit between my entry and my DCA. So decisions to be made here for SLNH. Should I just add into this random 70s area for a continuation, or should I insist that my 71 penny area come to print? I think I'm just going to cancel that level. I'm just going to get in here, and then come what may. So we're going to take off the 71 buy area, and we're going to get in smaller size because I'm getting it a little bit higher over here. So we'll take a little bit less shares than we typically would have because we're adding a little bit of the higher position. And that's it. Let's go back to Rich Tech because I see Rich Tech just made another high a day. Yes, and there it is. Go, Rich Tech, go. So we're on our way, it looks like, to that $0.50. How many shares do we have on Rich Tech? So we're going to go ahead and wait here north of the $0.50 at 51s. Let's see if we can get that continuation on Rich Boy selling narcotics. Sorry. Nvidia is rocketing, guys. So yeah, you guys are absolutely justified to talk about Nvidia. Keep your eye on it. I probably won't be trading it at all, but we'll absolutely cover it for you. So keep your eye on that. We're going to pause for a second. Let's go back to Adara, who has news at the big desk.
I just want to let you guys know here with regards to Stephen Micron, his prepared remarks have already been released. Again, they have to do a little bit with tariffs. Now, again, they've been actually posted on the Fed's website. He has not started speaking yet, but we already have the speech. He apparently also, though, will, after delivering his prepared remarks, he'll be participating in a fireside chat. So I'll keep an eye on that. Once that chat begins, I'll let you know. But again, even though Stephen Micron has not even begun speaking yet, his remarks have already circulated here online. Back to you.
I mean, yeah, beautiful stuff right here. Hi, this guy loving the phone. Did you put the glass? Did you try the glass app yet? Did you do the glass effect on it? Oh, did you have it? Oh, okay.
So the things that I still have to do, Joey. So the phone from what I'm seeing online, is
Yeah.
indestructible.
Yeah.
However, it scratches.
Okay.
And so it doesn't crack, but it scratches. So what I'm going to do is
I
I'm
mean,
going
I'll
to
take that all day. I'll take a scratch over
likewise.
a crack.
So I'm going to put the clear coating
Yeah.
on it. And then, so that's what I need to do. I need to put the clear coating, then throw the case on it, and I also want to put the screen protector. That's it. That's all I need to get for the phone, and I think that I'm golden. And the glass covers for the cameras as well.
Do that.
Yeah, because my
that
other
one's
one broke and I had to replace it.
Oh,
Yeah,
when
so
the cameras break on that, it's
horrible, bro.
Yeah, it's
Horrible.
so
It
annoying.
ended up being blurry.
It's like, oh, dude, it's like, you know, everybody has that one friend on social media that has a Samsung phone, and it looks like they never wipe the back of their camera, and it's just consistently stuck with grease. It's so annoying. People like that drive me nuts. It's like, clean the camera. But anyways, $5. Super chat. I made a mistake and shorted gold futures. I'm currently down $81,000. You guys see any pullback to $3,600? I'm so scared right now. I honestly don't even know what to say. GLD, do you really want to be shorting gold considering, right? Like, I don't know. I apologize deeply for that. I'm sitting on some ugly contracts right now myself, and nothing close to $81,000. You can see this consolidation. Actually, can we pull up the futures on that? What is the gold futures on that?
GC.
Is it GC? Okay,
GC,
yeah, let's pull
and
that
then
up.
choose the continuous contract.
Yeah.
So go.
The forecast and event, or no?
No, just go futures.
Yeah,
futures, and then choose last continuous contract.
This one here?
No, that one, yeah.
Yeah, okay, bang.
There you go.
Okay, so you're looking for a move back down to 3,600. See, the thing is, though, I was thinking, hey, maybe you'll get a little bit of a retracement in gold up here, but it's like, no, consolidation pop. And then if you zoom out even more, oops, hopefully this works. Please be good to me. Yes. All right. Do you really want to be shorting this? Like, I mean, it's continuous to the top side. I honestly don't know what to say to you. Any thoughts on that, Sharif?
About gold?
Gold going back down to 3,600.
I mean,
I think it can.
I personally don't. I wouldn't do that. I think that a lot of the people, instead of buying Bitcoin, they're still buying gold. You're talking about central banks. The boomers.
Absolutely.
The boomers don't want to buy Bitcoin, and the boomers are the ones with the money. So from retail side, I still think it's gold.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, Joey, like there's still a lot of the world that doesn't give you know what about Bitcoin, but they need an inflation hedge, right?
And
especially
gold,
with fiat.
right? You can get your,
so I wouldn't be looking to short gold until you see a technical breakdown on the chart. If you're looking at that, that's a bull flag breakout. Umpteen amounts of bull flag breakouts. I wouldn't be looking to stand in front of that, Joey. That's just me personally.
No, I know. Honestly, apologies. I wish you the best.
I don't mean to make
that.
fun of anybody.
No, we're not. We're not at all. Like, this is a real life situation, considering if you're actually down $81,000, that's some people's yearly salary. But again, if you're putting up that much, I'm gonna fall into the party of that. Hey, you can afford to put up that much, and hopefully that's the case. Unless you YOLO short gold, that is not a good idea. I think this breakout does continue, and I don't know if you get. I mean, 3,600 is not too far away. It's nothing substantial, right? It's not too far.
What's the thing about the 3,600? Just the whole dollar level?
Well, I think that's what they were looking for.
I see.
Right? So it says, I made a mistake, shorted gold futures. I'm currently down $81,000. Do you guys see a pullback to $3,600? I'm so scared right now. I'm like, sorry, Em. Like, our deepest apologies, truly. But again, you have to learn from these mistakes and then make sure you don't repeat them. Just remember how you feel right now. And if you do come out of this unscathed, don't be greedy, get out break even, get out half break even, or whatever it may be, and then just plan, reset, step away for a couple days, and just come up with better, thorough game plans, and make sure you have those stop losses in place.
Shout out to M. Mason, man. I love hearing that you printed on NVNI. I love hearing it. Shout out to, I don't know what your first name is. I'm just going to call you M. Mason. But it doesn't matter because you're printing on one of the ones that I'm looking at as well. Assassino, we just took it out here. Pardon me. At 140.
I'm surrounded by it. I got Ram, I got you, Katina. I'm so it's inevitable.
Yeah, I know. Ram. Oh my goodness. 148 day high. 149, excuse me, is the day high right now on the NVNI. It's breaking out into that $0.50, which is why I went the beak there. That was my thinking about NVNI. But I also want to remind you that we have a psycho stock. It's called ARBB, and it was just halted to the downside for the first time, and now it looks like it's losing the bid in a freaking hurry. I was going to use an expression that I probably would have regretted using later, so I will refrain from using it at the moment. But here we go, Joey. We're right at the 10 EMA on the 5. Price action right now is right at the 10 EMA, right around that 11.5. So here we go. Could we rocket back up? And the thing about this one is, once it rockets back up, it's not going to give you any warning. You're just going to find it at 12.5, like in a quarter second. And here comes 12, 11.94, seller into that level. Here we go with 94s again. That is the level, 93, 94. I saw it again. There's a seller at 94. Let's see if we can shake them. If you want to be able to identify these very local areas of support and resistance, and you don't have an ADERA level eidetic memory to remember exactly where the areas of support and resistance are in the level 2, my suggestion to you would be use a very short-term time frame chart. I'm talking about a 5-second, a 10-second chart, and try to look to see where you're finding support and resistance areas, at least locally, on a shorter time frame. That's what I do, and it sometimes helps. Sometimes you're just looking for what you want to look for, and it doesn't help at all. So here's what I'm looking at right now. I'm continuing to watch this one reject 94s. I'd like to see that 94 seller get shaken, and then maybe we'll take a long on this. Now I'm going to take really small share size on ARBB because I got shut down on Friday, and then we just took them out. That 94 seller is done. Now it's a 12 seller right now on ARBB. So I was saying I got shut down on Friday because I was trying to take a big trade on BREA. I was taking big swings before we even got onto the show. And I got in a lot of trouble doing it. So here we go. We're taking it out, Joey. 12.25. There's a 12.25 seller. Let's see. The halt level is 12.5. So if we clear that 12.5, this could be a good breakout. So the halt level exactly, I want to tell you guys here. No, it was 12.5 on the dot. So keep your eye out on this one. ARBB, just a little bit less than 100% on the day. Popping into that 12.5, looking to do more. We're going to go to Darren in 1 second, but shout out to Glaze with a $20 super chat. Money. And boom, all out of the trade. SPX, 0 DTE, 6680 calls. Hit, I got out early. Apple last week got in Apple at 250 calls. Hit, sold early got 255 calls early. They both hit. Tesla, only L on the day. Love y'all, man. W Monday. We're spinning it again for you, bro. Where is it, man? There it is. No, Joey, we're gonna spin it again, man.
We don't want that.
Shout out to my man.
We're gonna hit this one. We're gonna hit this one
Hit
here
it.
too, because it's a
That's
freaking
a
storm
of prints.
It's a freaking storm out there.
Absolutely love it. Let's not keep Adara keep waiting any longer. Sorry to keep you waiting, Adara.
Yeah, no worries. We're just getting a lot of talk from Fed members about employment. Fed's Micron is not really discussing employment too much that I can hear, but we do have conversation from our other 2 Fed members speaking right now. That's right. We have 3 currently speaking. Fed's Barkin and Fed's Hammock are also speaking. Again, Fed's Micron's comments were already publicized. We already know what he's going to say, at least for his prepared portion. But Fed's Hammock and Fed's Barkin are both speaking a lot about employment. Fed's Hammock's saying that basically the reason for the rate cut was that we're seeing they're seeing struggles on both ends of their mandate, right? She said they're still seeing some inflation, but she's also saying that employment is still going to be a concern as well. She said she's concerned about the level and persistence of inflation, but that, again, employment was showing some weakness, and that we also here apparently have some softness with regards to the non-farm payroll prints. Then on the other side of things with Fed's Barkin, he said that there could be 0 job growth this year at the end of the day. Workforce growth this year will be nearly 0, says Fed's Barkin. So both Fed's Barkin and Fed's Hammock definitely concerned about employment here. Back to you.
I'll show you after.
Yeah, you can't.
We're doing it live. We're doing it live. Yeah, but the point is, this time, now we're doing it live with the real, numbers. With the real numbers. That was all you right there. You're the one that was like showing me the bigger picture.
Yeah.
You can't be a goofy. You know what I mean? You can't be a goofy, Joey.
Yeah, you don't want to be that.
And you certainly are not a goofy if you're in Beta Pro by Global X Canada. Exciting news for Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60 as well as semiconductors and U.S. Treasuries. You want even better? Well, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees just to 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize the US dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying US equity indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, then check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. Joey, options.
Yes, sir. Yeah, Chris, brother, trust me, I get the feeling. But hey, if you're looking for a sector and an area to pull back, I got one for you. Matter of fact, it's down 16% off of the highs. And it's also, and then the other big name is also down roughly around 10% off of the highs. Can you guess which space I'm talking about? It's the crypto space. Yeah. There we go. So bang, if you're looking for pullbacks, my friend, there it is. And your boy is heavily involved with that one. So, I mean, obviously being sarcastic there, you got to be somewhat of a good sport about it. No, I actually did lose a little bit of sleep. I'm not going to say that I didn't, but hey, that's what it is. Look at this name. Oh my days, this is crazy. Yeah, and I'm talking like pullback. Yeah, see you later. You're not getting that right now. You had that micro pullback. If you were lucky, consolidation, and then just continues to climb higher. So NVDA becoming the king of the day.
I wonder if Altman's tweeting about this right now on
How do you think Elon
X.
feels about it right now?
Oh, Elon's gonna hate Jensen. He's gonna fight Jensen.
He's fuming. So he's already thinking about what he can post on X next about Jensen and Sam. And it's probably not going to be very kind words, but
no, Altman didn't tweet. I figured he'd probably tweet.
Well, I mean, wait till if Elon has something to say about this.
Oh, Elon, I'm waiting for that.
But how bad of a look for Intel is it that it's like, okay, yeah, Jensen putting $4 billion into Intel, then a couple of days later, Jensen $100 billion into OpenAI. It's like, yo, you literally tripping over pennies on that one, my friend.
That's intense.
There it goes. Yeah, this is really choppy. We're all out of this one there, guys. We took a little scalp bone pop, and then now you're getting that grind back towards VWAP. All right, CoreWeave, Adam, I'll take a look at CoreWeave for you one more time because I know you're heavily involved in this. And there it goes. Look, now this thing's correlated with NVDA, Sharif. Look at it. Look at it, CoreWeave. Dirty bugger. You know what I mean? Sympathy play right there. Yeah, exactly. Sympathy play right there. Looking good. Overall market going absolutely bananas right now.
Crazy. The chips are super strong.
Yeah.
Joey, the only two real made chips that are negative on the day are AVGO and Intel. AVGO down 1.25, Intel down half.
Yeah, I got
so barely anything. And then Impinj, PI, which probably most of you guys don't know. It's basically down 0.04%. But wow, the chips are freaking strong right now. Yeah, man, and we saw aggressive chip selling on Friday as well. I don't know if remembers that, but I mean, so we'll continue to watch that. I don't know, man. I have my reservations just about this.
Like Sharif, we're literally 1.5% off of the previous.
We're at the high.
Yeah, exactly. We're pretty much at that previous all-time high. As quick as you like, as the individual to the right of me would like to say. And just like that, you get that nice bounce in NVDA. Now, what else? Oh my days! Why didn't we think about this a couple minutes earlier? It's that simple. Like we got to.
Joey Options wants to look at options.
Exactly. Let's see what we got going on here. Look at this pickup. There's no chance. Look at this.
104,000.
That's contracts already traded with the increase. We looked at this a couple minutes ago.
What was it at?
This is insane. It was nothing. It was at like 50,000, 40,000. So they're just running the contracts up on this name, and a lot of that you're going to see reflected in the volume. So 71,500 now open. 104,000 completely closed. That's shareagery right there, my friend.
What? I like that. New words being made up all the time.
Exactly.
No questions asked. All right, guys, look. Most of my trading has been good today. There is one silver lining to that, or not silver lining, one exception to that statement. SLNH, we're 9 pennies out of the money, only having webbed the beak once. I've seen this story before, though, with SLNH. Take a look. Lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. Sorry. And then boom to the high side. So I'm trying to, try to pack my patience with this one. Let me just make sure that I have the right out here because I don't want to be pushed out of this one if it's not warranted. Let me just cancel all these older trades that no longer require. Yeah, so SLNH, excuse me, I've got my order. Sorry, Assassino, 1 second. Yeah, I think it's sufficiently below here. So I'm going to hold on to my order, and I won't dollar cost average. So I'm going to pack my patience on SLNH. I'm looking for it to hold generally that 50, 60 penny area. If it doesn't hold 60, I'll stop out. But I'm looking for a continuation of higher highs and higher lows. Currently, Joey, that area trough, 155.
Nice. All right, guys. Did you know that instead of risking your own money, you can now trade with someone else's capital? No more fear of losing. No more moving your stop loss too soon. And you actually get enough capital to make it worth your time. So you can aim for big profits, not just a couple $100 a month. This is the revolution called limited risk trading. And it's powered by Trade the Pool. This is how it works. Join Trade the Pool, hit the profit goal, and keep 70% of the profits. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now for 10% off. Yeah, Adam, I don't want to hear it. Going to the beach, chilling, made a bunch of money. No, good work there, brother. We'll hit the money storm for you. Happy that you had a solid day, especially laying in bed. I'm glad that that worked for you. If only every day would be like that, then we could just be chilling on the beach every day. Just wake up, go over to the cabana, put a trade on, 2K, bang. We're there for a little bit longer, but there you go, Adam. Good work. Okay, nice
Mike
little pop there. Pardon me?
Mike Jones.
Oh,
Adam
Mike
Jones, right?
Adam Jones, not Adam Delusion.
No, that's what I was
No,
thinking.
yeah, it's a different Adam. Yeah, it's not
That's what I
ADL.
was
It's
saying,
not our guy ADL there. Adam James, yeah. He's over. He lives over there in the West Coast, even though he's not currently there right now. Yeah, Tycoon. That's what they used to call me. You didn't know? Joey Cabanas is what they used to call me. They didn't, but anyway, people only started calling me Joey since here. So yeah, I was never called Joey ever. Yeah.
How's that possible?
Yeah, I don't know. It just wasn't me. I told you my name was J Dubs in high school. Is what they would call me. You lived the dream in Mexico. Remember trading some ticket? That was in Jamaica. That was it. That was in Jamaica. Yeah. That was, and then we traded Alibaba earnings. Is what we did. Remember when I sent you that thing? Yeah, so that was a great time. But I didn't make 2K though on that front. What do you got, Sharif? I see you punch a key.
No.
Oh, okay, you're good. All right, you're getting involved. Okay, yeah, no problem. So there it is. We're all out of that one. Starting to get another little pop. The space is just completely choppy. AMD is starting to take a little bit of a nosedive there. And our good friend that we thought we were going to get a strong bounce in, AVGO, Broadcom, is not doing what we were anticipating. So I'm glad that we didn't open up a swing on that one. And plus, my primary focus is on what I got going on with my bloody crypto trades. There we go.
Guys, ARBB's back in focus here. We just got a couple of trades on it, but I'm not trusting this one quite yet. $13 rejection for now. Now, it did take out that 12.5. So that is kind of what I'm looking at here, because that was the level we were talking about. That was the halt level on the way down, and basically been kept down below 12.5 since 12.05. It's 12.27. Now we're talking about $13 being the area of resistance. So let's keep an eye out here. 13.89 high on ARBB. This one, I think if it takes out the day's high, this could get really, really crazy. Just based on how it's traded before. It's going to have to obviously, we're going to need the small cap traders, the algos obviously to pile in. Without it, just because it has a good looking chart pattern doesn't mean that it's going to be participated in. So we'll have to wait and see what we do in and around $13. I'm keeping my eye out on this one. I took a quick scalp, but again, I didn't trust it. So we took a quick, in and out. Here comes 13 right here, 12.97. Let's just watch. We need to see what kind of resistance level that just got decimated at 13 on ARBB, but we're zigging and zagging a little bit above, a little bit below Assassino as we turn back in to that $0.75 of a dollar, 4/5 of a dollar. Right back into 13 we go. The strength on this one is quite palatable, man, but we're just going to need to take out some area levels again, though. Like, if you don't like spready stocks in the small cap gapper world, this one might not be down your wheelhouse because it's quite spready. I think I've seen it as wide as 25 pennies at times a dare.
Yeah, we have comments. So comments finished here from Feds Myron right now. He's actually taking questions. from reporters after his speech, specifically with regards to why he wants to move rates so quickly. People are saying, wouldn't that be kind of panicky that he is suggesting that they could get 150 basis points worth of cuts over 3 meetings? He said he does expect things to get a lot better at the start of this year compared to at the start of 2026 compared to how they were at the start of 2025. So he thinks it's not panicky. It'll just be reflected eventually in the data. He also thinks that the Fed's current rate policy is about 2 points or 2 percentage points too restrictive, which is far too restrictive in his view. Back to you.
All right. Yeah, so there you go, guys. We're starting to we're just seeing complete rotation. Everybody was all giddy about Apple this morning. Now it's starting to come back in towards the volume-weighted average price. And then we have Nvidia continuing to climb higher. So maybe we're starting to see some rotation in some of the technology names. So yeah, man, that's some quality. TQQ, get him, get him.
And like the thing is, as Sasino, he sees me doing that, now he knows.
He knows.
He puts it right on the 2-shot.
Oh, he knows.
I love this guy, bro. He's next level stuff over there.
Yay, let's go. But yeah, I love that stuff, man. Maybe a bit too much, but that's okay. TQ's continuing to grind higher. Not too bad of a look there. And I just mentioned starting to see a little bit of a rotation. Josh J, you said you want to start grabbing some Bitcoin. For me, it's just like don't go all in at once. Just slowly start to grab some. And if it breaks this lows, then just get out completely. Or actually, no, buy a little bit more, to be honest with you. So I told you break it up into quarters or fifths there. And then it's like, okay, you buy a little bit more, sells a little bit, you buy a little bit more, sells a little bit more, you buy a little bit, and then eventually you just get into the full size in what you are looking to do there. But again, Shreve, it's really, I'm really like tempted to short this market, but that's insane. That's like standing in front of a freight train right now, and I am not doing that. So
that's okay.
Yeah.
Shout out to Catan, man. Yeah, we're having a good time. All right, maybe we can throw up a poll, Joey.
Let's throw it up.
By the end of today's official trading day, I mean 4 o'clock, obviously not after market.
Yeah.
Does Nvidia breach, not close, but breach all-time highs?
I think we're almost there. So.
We're almost there. I was just looking at it right now. So what I'm seeing, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chad, I see on the 31st of July, we made an intraday high of 185.22. I don't see a print higher than that. I see maybe the second one, August 28th, we made a high of 184.47. So I'm going to base it on 185.22. Do we breach Assassino or Chilean Nightmare, whoever has an opportunity to do the poll, do we breach $185.22 on Nvidia? I should tell you that the current day high is $182.87, and that could probably change within the next few seconds because I believe we are trading at day's high. So let's get that poll up there. Let's see what people are saying with respect.
So you said by the end of the intraday session?
So just by 4 o'clock, Joey.
4 o'clock?
By that last print that comes in.
You don't want to throw Blue O in there?
No.
Okay.
No. I mean, we could. We could. All-time highs, as Casino. Does it take out? Yeah, just put in all-time highs. You don't have to put in 185.22. Just put in all-time highs. Does Nvidia make all-time highs? We're not talking about the close. We're just talking about an intraday print above that 185.22. Don't vote yet, guys, because we're going to put in a poll, and then so your vote won't officially count until we get that poll up there. So, yeah, we'll throw that up there, and then we'll see what everybody has to say. To me, though, this is one angry looking bullish candle right now on the daily. Let's bring in the chart on NVDA. So as I mentioned, 183.15. So that's already changed. It was 182 something, Joey. So we've already taken out that day high. It is a 183.15 day high. But this is what we're looking at, ladies and gentlemen, when we're talking about this candle. This is an awfully bullish candle right here, especially if we close out at day's high. And this is the candle I'm talking about that made all-time highs. It was on the 31st of July, and we ended up closing red on Nvidia that day. In fact, we ended up dropping and closing below 180 at 176 and change. But we did open up at least in the morning at 182 and change, and by the time I think the pre-market was around, we were at all-time highs.
I have 184.60.
You have 184.60.
yeah,
So then that probably doesn't include pre-market. If I remove pre-market, which we can do right here, let's find out. So we're going to take off pre-market SSE over here. We're going to see exactly what the situation is. So I said it was the 22nd of July, right, Joey?
Yeah, you got that. I think the August
31st of July, excuse me.
The August date might be a bit higher.
That's the one right there. So this is the 31st, and that's showing me 183.
Yeah.
30.
What's the August one say?
So this one here, this one's got 184.47.
Yeah.
So that's an actual regular trading hour. So it looks like that July 31st print was a pre-market high.
Pre-market.
Yeah. So technically, if you were to move pre-market and after-market price action, August 28th had the highest regular trading hours price spike. Joey, we're about to take out it's 183.40.
It's going.
Everybody and their mother's cousin is punching into
We don't even have the poll up.
Yeah, Cecino's getting to it, brother.
We should modify it. We should modify it.
There it is. I'm going to... Yes, can Nvidia make a new all-time high before the close? I'm clicking yes. I'm biased. I think it does close above that level, Joseph.
Yeah.
Quite frankly. Yeah. And... you know, this is one of those ones where you never have enough, and then when you can get more, you don't want to buy more.
Yeah.
I'm just speaking for myself here.
Yeah, trust me, I know. I'm really familiar with that one there. Exactly.
Let's get those votes in, guys.
Get those votes in for sure. I'm going to put this as a stretch. I wouldn't be surprised if we get there before the end of the hour. At this pace.
Yeah.
Right? Like
100%.
before the end of the hour, right?
Look at this thing, bro.
I'm a betting man. Actually, I got to stop with that, to be honest. Even though I'm itching to put on a UFC bet, man. I need to redeem myself for that one.
What happened? What happened?
I told you, remember how I took a bad beat when the guy, he got KO'd with 13 seconds left? Yeah, so I need to get that back, man. Yeah, and we got some big-time fights coming up in the near future as well, too. So,
Daryl, what's going on over there?
Bev's Myron is getting like a little aggressive in this talk here, and I will say I want to give the moderator some credit. He's talking here at the Economic Club of New York. She started with warm-up questions like, what was it like getting the call to find out you're in the position? And then she said to him, well, previously you've made it very clear that you don't think people should go from political roles to roles at the Fed. But you're kind of doing that, so can you talk about this for a second? And then he got pretty aggressive. He's like, if anyone has an issue with the number, I want you to tell me what the issue is with the number. Like, he answered this question for about 5 minutes, and in the end,
what number?
He didn't give us an answer. Pardon?
What number?
Like his numbers that he sees for the interest rates. And she also raised a good point of, like, if you see the rate as low as it is by the end of next year, wouldn't that actually mean that we should get rate hikes at that point? And then he immediately kind of walked it back and was like, well, we wouldn't get rate hikes because it'll all happen over a different period of time. So I do want to give the moderator credit. She's asking, I think, a really good mix of balance of questions. He's coming off a little bit intense.
Very interesting. Thank you, Adara. Keep us updated on that. Stephen Myron, obviously the new Fed governor appointed by Donald Trump, and the only voting member at the last FOMC meeting who voted for 50 bips. Joey, despite the fact that Bowman and Waller, both Trump appointees, neither of which voted for 50, just Stephen Myers.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely. Hangry, I agree with you on that front.
Hangry wife?
Yeah, hangry wife.
Get it, hangry wife.
Yeah, hangry, I agree with you on that one. Different this time around. Yeah, see, I'm going to take that one over. There's no questioning that unless somebody can get knocked out relatively quick. There goes the TQs continuing to climb higher. Look at the SPY as well, too. What's the Dow up to considering NVDA's in it? DIA, boom. Okay, not too much of a pop there, so nothing crazy in the Dow, so yeah, we'll take a look at some other names. I'm out of everything right now, so you can see on my positions that I'm relatively flat. Looking for the next potential trade. Do I want to stand in front of NVDA? Absolutely not. So I think it's just best to remove that from the playbook and look for more potential bounces. One thing to note is that if we get involved with Ethereum once again, just understand that we may be more of a grind. It's not maybe, we are definitely more of a grind considering you have this massive gap down. What I was thinking from the pre-market price action is that you would get at least a 50% gap fill, but this is just showing that the underlying assets are really, really weak. Every pop is getting sold aggressively in Bitcoin and in Ethereum there, Sharif.
All right, guys. I think I'm going to flatten out Rich Tech. It's coming into the 20. It's finding support, at least momentarily, here at the 20. I'm long I'm long at 28. We've taken out, the best print was 46s. We had 51s that went unprinted. So I think I'm just gonna put it below area low. So I'm gonna move up my stop to 23s. Let me just make sure that that's not where I already have my stop on Rich Tech. So that's not. So I'm gonna cancel that stop. We're gonna go 523 and then we'll just do that for my friend Rich Tech. So there it is. We'll just let that one go. So if it does lose the 220 moving average on the 5, that'll be the end of the trade on that one. I'm not seeing much in the way of, new aggressive names showing up. So if there are any small cap gappers that are making their way onto the scene that I don't know too much about, please tag myself or Joseph. For the moment, I'm just going to continue to trade the ones I've been involved in. I'm talking about SLNH and Rich Tech Robotics. SLNH is, I've given this one my hard stop below 55s. If it loses that level, we'll give back, but I just don't want to keep DCAing into this. Ebb and flow portfolio, I just got out of Rich Tech at 26. Is good for you, brother. It's showing me 27, 28 right now. I'm going to give it to local area low at 23s. That's the triple bottom that I see from 1145 to 1155. So I'll give it to that level there. If the same buyers step up there, well then fantastic. If they don't, we'll give back about 5 pennies because we're long at 28. NVNI though, it does seem like I should be working into this one because it's continuing to put in higher highs and higher lows, finding some support now at the 10 EMA. I'm going to punch back into this, and if it loses 40, I'm going to risk 3 pennies here, Joe. So we're going to go long here on NVNI, and then we're also going to send you to a DARE.
Keep an eye here on KVUE. I just have the NASDAQ up here, but Kenview, KVUE on watch. We know after the bell today, we are expecting the Trump administration to make a link between the use of Tylenol or paracetamol while pregnant, and then I guess link that to autism. Now we actually have commentary coming here from the UK's regulatory body called the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency. They're saying that taking paracetamol during pregnancy remains safe, and there's no evidence that it causes autism in children. Back to you.
They say paracetamol or acetaminophen?
They did. It's weird. They do say paracetamol. I'm guessing they're referring potentially to acetaminophen as well. But yeah, weird statement. Either way, Kenview not reacting too much. I thought that was odd as well that they said paracetamol. But yeah,
thank you. Ram, did you hear that? Paracetamol is okay to take. I can't see her face. Making a face.
Oh, why you say that? Why you say it's okay?
Oh, because she thinks it's from like Saudi, well, she thinks we sell it here, but they don't have it in Canada.
Oh.
North America.
Oh, I thought you were saying something else.
It was an inside joke. I thought she would understand.
Yeah,
Poor soul.
it's all right.
All
It was a tough one. It was a tough one.
It's the same drugs as Scott H. I don't think it is, brother. They're both analgesics, but one is not allowed in North America. But I'm pretty sure they're very similar, but I'm pretty sure that we have our version of it here. Paracetamol sold all over the world, right? Anything you got, Joey?
Buddy, Heinen Cement. Hell no, I ain't taking that stuff ever again, man. Okay. There's zero chance you'll ever see me take that. I like what Apple's doing right now. Maybe we get involved, small size right there. Hammer candle. One thing to know, CoreWeave, we always, oh no, there it goes. All right, we got to chase this a little bit. We'll go super small just to get involved in some stuff. Get our feet dirty here.
There's no difference between acetaminophen and paracetamol.
All right.
Can you believe that? I didn't know that. Why the hell would they ban one and not the other? There is no difference between acetaminophen and paracetamol. They are two generic names for a chemical substance known as para-acetaminophen. Oh my God!
There you go.
And another piece of the puzzle falls into place. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's all right, man. Now, well, hit the now you know.
Yeah, I don't have it.
I don't hit that assassino. There we go.
Get it.
Hey, all right, let's get involved in something. Actually, no, we're gonna wait for this pullback, but I do like this hammer candle above the volume weighted average price. Wait for things to cool down. You get another pullback. Any more indecision, then we're gonna look to participate. It can go without me, and I won't feel FOMO. That's not true. I probably will. But in that instance, patience. There goes the goddamn garbage. See, this is what I'm really worried about. I'm sorry about talking about it throughout the whole session. Let's go over to the daily. Is that, okay, it took this thing how many years to put in a new all-time high. I mean, you got 24, maybe not that long, but it's just the consolidation. That's why, like, I'm just thinking. So yeah, this is the previous all-time high. So that was made in. So it took 4 years for this thing to make an all-time high. That's what I'm worried about it doing again. It's just falling into this like deep, I'm not gonna call it a depression, but a long time to get back to where it was. And that's just what's been running through my mind. Bitcoin, I'm not so worried about because it's just been blowing tops out. I figure that this is gonna be the consistent narrative of what this name does. You get a nice move up, consolidation phase for a couple of months, another big time, like 30, 40% move higher. You pull back 20, 30% of that, and then you move another 30, 40%. So that's what I'm aiming at there. I love what Ethereum's up to, but you have to listen to what the technicals are telling us. Maybe I'm overthinking and overanalyzing it, but I think I would rather do that, come out with multiple scenarios, than be underprepared for a tree.
Sounds good, man.
Yeah.
I'm back into NVNI looking for continuation of higher highs and higher lows. We got a 149 high a day. I'm back in here at 43s, looking at wetting the beak at 45s. It's actually at 45 right now, just not crossing. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on there. We'll see if this one wants to continue into that $1.50 area. I'd be pleased as punch if it did. And I'm also keeping my eye on Rich Tech Robotics. I did move my stop on this one into the low at 523. I'm not going to take anything out here until it retests, if it retests high up day, which is currently at 547. We're going to pause for a second, send you back to Adair for a news update.
Just be aware here, really interesting comments coming once again from Feds Myron. So Feds Myron is being asked here by the moderator at this event during their fireside chat, you know, what will happen here if you continue to, I guess, disagree with the overall Fed's opinion? Will you continue to dissent? And he said, yeah, I have no issue continuing to dissent. I don't want to give this illusion that I agree with everybody if I don't agree with everybody. And yeah, like, I guess if he's made it very clear that he wants to be not only politically independent, but also intellectually independent, which means he will poke a little bit, he'll question people's opinions, and he'll, I guess, continue to vote with and advocate for his own view. Now, he also said as well that should he continue to agree that the Fed needs 50 basis points, he will vote for another 50 basis point rate cut at the next meeting. Although, again, if data changes, maybe he won't vote that way. But long story short, Feds Myron has zero problems being a dissenting vote. Again, his term does end in January, so it's a shorter term, and he has no problem, I guess, continuing to dissent, and he will advocate for his viewpoint. He's just made that very clear here. Back to you.
Hey, Katina, man. I have no idea, brother. I haven't. Have you been on the other side since we demolished the stage? I wanna weasel on over and take a look, brother.
Go live.
All right, Joey, just give me a second over here because we got to do it live. All right, let him know. BTCC, baby. 14 years, 0 hacks, 0 excuses. BTCC.com delivers when others do not. Trade Bitcoin up to 500x, even Tesla, gold, and Forex. And with smart copy trading, guys, you don't just watch the pros, you trade like them. It's regulated in the United States, Canada, and Europe, and trusted by 6.8 million traders worldwide. This is a Trader TV Live exclusive. If you're interested, scan that QR code or click the link in the description box for a 15% deposit bonus. BTCC.com, where pros trade, and now so can you. Shout out to the good folks at BTCC.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, Joey, here's the deal.
Tell me.
We got back into NVNI, and we took a couple of prints to the high side there with the local area high being 148. We are still below that area high of 149, and we also haven't gotten to that $0.50 area. So I'm keeping my eye on that. I'm interested in a $0.50 continuation. We got in on a retracement into the 10 EMA, and we will get out if it loses this area trough over here. I'm talking about that 138 level. So we'll risk about 5 pennies on their last remaining amount, but it's really going to come down to SLNH. This is the trade that's outstanding for me. I'm keeping my eye on the higher lows, and that's what I'm basing my additions on here. Let's see if it price spikes up. I've got my orders layered. It's price spiked up multiple times, namely at 10:30 and then again at 11:30. So we didn't get one at 12:30, sadly. So no guessing that one's coming at 12:30. But what I've seen here is aggressive selling of lower highs, a holding of a technical level, namely a higher low, and then a price spike back up. So whether or not we get it this time and whether or not I participate, that's still outstanding, Joey. But I'm trying to set things up so that they're ready to go if that ends up manifesting. So I'm going to send it to you. Just drop back there super quick, and then we're going to start the news when we get back because it's almost 10-2.
Yeah. So, sorry, repeat the gameplay. You're going back there.
Yeah.
I'm staying here.
Yeah.
And then it's the news. Bang.
I think so. I think we should be good there.
Right. We got it figured out, man. It's
Hey.
not rocket appliances, all right? It's obviously rocket science. Shout out to the Trailer Park Boys and Rickyisms. Yeah, all right. You know what, Zero Gravity? But I'm forever bullish though. That's the thing. I'm just forever bullish. I just believe the market's slightly overextended. I try to go to what was I about to say? Yeah, I'm just going off the signals at the end of the day, man. I'm not going to try to complicate this thing, man. I'm a simple creature, truly. I look for pattern recognition, obviously, and I just try to execute on the exact same things. Yeah, I just like the beep whipping, the A whipping. I'm taking on
the hoodie.
Yeah, I appreciate that. You see that? You see that?
What is it?
Jordan.
So this is IEX.
What is that?
Gateway.
Gateway?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, how come you get all the fancy sweaters? How come? When are we gonna do sweaters again? You're the only one who has that vintage Trader TV sweater. Maybe we could do a round of those.
Sure, we don't sell them.
Well, we can get them made, man. It's not like, you know what I mean? And then we give those out, just water under the fridge, my man. Exactly. Yeah, and see if we can look into that. I'm sure we could. Yeah, exactly. We'll see if we can find something. This is either it's gonna work or it's just gonna blow up the top, right? Again, I'm so small here. I'm not risking too much. We're gonna hold on to our green day. No, regardless if this stops me out, this would be just a little bit of a paper cut, but I wanted to take a stab at it, just considering how extended we are. But you're standing in front of a moving freight train. Okay, Aquaid, let's go. Let's take out AAPL. Let's take a look at what. Oh my days! Yeah, there it goes, man. What a beautiful chart, even from a daily standpoint too, right? Bang! Look at that, 2307. And I mean, if you go off of these April lows, never mind all those other names, you got 564%, even more. I'm not even that accurate on this one, right? So just keep that in mind. APLD, and we've been trading Applied Digital since we were in this. Look at this! Oh, sometimes they work so gorgeously. But yeah, it is what it is. So that's why we're taking a shot here on the short, but the market's starting to grind higher. There goes Nvidia. You're buying more Apple up here?
Crazy.
I like it. Yeah, I like it, man. I like it. It's
I like it.
like,
Intraday.
honestly-
Yeah.
Oh, you're buying more intraday. Okay, I thought you were talking in the LT there.
No,
I think it's still
That's intense.
why?
Katina,
I think it's still bucket's too full. Yeah.
baby.
How many names you in, Katina, man? He's in a lot. But there it is. You're still a couple percentage points. At the high of today, you were only 1% off of those previous all-time highs. 1%.
But if we close here, will this not be the highest close, or was there a higher close than this?
Yeah.
258. We closed at 258.
We closed
Good
up
call,
there, man.
Joey.
We closed all the way
I was
up
telling
there.
Katina Man wrong information.
No, so yeah, there's that one. And I mean, we were talking about the catch-up trade for some time, not Heinz or anything like that. But here it is. Even Amazon is still down about 6-7% off of that. So 6% exactly off of those all-time highs. I think it's still a good buy. And we were talking about Google as well too. Well, guess what?
What?
This thing's in another realm right now. Shreve is living in an alternate universe, up 22% off of that previous bit. And it's just like, boom, antitrust what? Pop.
Did you gauge that? Be honest now.
I did.
You have a $1 trillion antitrust cap?
Oh.
Because that's what it's moved up.
No, do you want to know how I was looking at it? So during all of this news, some of the other bigger mega names were moving higher, and then Google was subdued. Google and Apple were subdued, and they weren't trading as well. And then Adara mentioned this, and I was thinking the same thing. As soon as that was off the table, it's like the weight of the world was $1 trillion was lifted off its shoulder
Like, do you
at the end
remember
of the day.
our discussions before this? We were always talking about Google. Why is Google kept down? It's too much of a generalist. Oh, search is going to get disrupted.
And
they're
losing share here and there.
We kept making these alternate excuses. I'm just speaking for myself.
Yeah.
I did not factor in the antitrust lawsuit in the right way, nor even close to the multiple that the market was
exactly.
factoring
No,
in,
no,
right?
you're
Like,
right on that behalf. But there was trading in last summer, this is the last summer where it was being held up. And if you go and look at some of the other names, here I'm like, okay, this is holding it up. But by the time we get to here and here, it's like you almost forgot about it, right? It's like, okay, there's other things that are weighing it down. The like that they're losing market share via all these LLMs and everything along those lines.
Whatever else,
So once that weight was lifted off its shoulder, boom. See you later.
See you later,
Yeah,
AC Slater.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, guys, let's start the news. It's about 5 to 1, so we can get started on it right now. I just want to deal with some of these trades. I'm going to flatten out NVNI. To take this one out, we just got a couple of beak wetters there into 50. So that second ad was Dees. Rich Tech Robotics. We're a little bit above break even at 30s. We're going to flatten that out here as well. But it is this trade, sadly, SLNH, which is just not going my way. But I've got the stop in place. Let me just double check. It is the stop is kosher. And we're good to go on that so that we don't get in trouble with this bad boy when we're doing the news. So SLNH, I got the stop exactly where I want it. Let's let that one cook. And if it ends up dropping, giving back, then it gives back. But it's cost doing business. Let's start with the news over here. Joey Options, a lot to talk about today. Let's start with Meta securing a U.S. government contract for its Llama AI. I got to tell you, I don't think very much of Meta's AI. I think it's probably one of the worst ones right now. And I think it's one of the ones with the least amount of usage from the big ones anyway. But that's the bad news. The good news is the U.S. government likes it enough to make it one of the General Service Administration's LLM. So here's the deal. The U.S. federal agencies will gain access to Meta's Llama AI system after the General Service Administration approved it for use in government operations. Agencies can now experiment with Llama for free, with the GSA confirming it meets federal and legal standards. It aligns with Trump administration's push to integrate, these commercial AI tools into the government infrastructure. So what can Llama do for the government? The system is designed to improve contract reviews, tech issue resolutions, and overall efficiency across government agencies. So it kind of works with that DOGE push that we've been hearing a lot about since the new Trump 2.0. The GSA has also recently approved other AI offerings from competitors like AWS, Microsoft, Google, Anthropic, OpenAI. They've all gotten very similar approvals. So Meta not standing alone.
There it is, Sharif. It's there. It's there. It's 10 cents. I said within
all-time highs?
Yeah, we're go.
Are we actually?
Yeah, it's like
184.50. There it goes. Yeah, we're all-time highs.
I said within the hour.
Speaking
yeah.
So these companies agreed, Joey, to sell or to offer steep discounts for their LLMs to meet the federal security compliance standards. It's probably not a bad idea to not make money off the government, but to get in good with the government, especially with anti-competitive issues possibly rearing their head.
I would love to make money off the government.
All right, I'm done. Any comment on Meta?
I mean, we like it. I love everything that they got going on right now. I know you don't like the Neuroband, but there's better technology.
Yeah, I'm sure it's great.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
I like everything about it. But as for just Llama, we know that it's not the most popular of the LLMs, but it's starting to gain some ground. Zuck's got this super team for the super intelligence. I think that it's just going to be a matter of time until they're going to start coming out with some bigger and better things. You just have to be patient. I mentioned this before. It's like just just grabbing the best talent in whatever your favorite sports league is, and then putting those guys on the same team. It may or may not work, but just be patient and give them a little bit of time and see if it does work or not. But I think they will come out with some big things.
Yeah, good look for Meta today. I mean, where are they at? They're a little down. They're 0.86, but they're coming into that $800 area. Darryl, what do you think of this sort of acquisition of another government contract to be used in the General Service Administration's department?
I don't have too much to say with this with regards to Meta, but I do think it's an interesting look for Palantir. We know that Palantir struggled when OpenAI got that government deal. And I mean, I'm not saying like Palantir is the only company that is allowed to get government contracts, but I think that is seen as a lot of the appeal for Palantir. So as we see other companies, especially larger companies, get these government contracts with regards to AI, I'm not sure how good of a look that is for PLTR, at least from an optics perspective. Also, guys, we will have Caroline Levitt speaking in about 3 minutes. So I am going to be focusing on that. I will still be chiming in here, but Caroline Levitt on watch. I will be covering that for you guys. Back to you.
All right, let's go on to Kenvue. Under pressure as the Trump administration links Tylenol. Sorry, you're just going to have to give me a minute here. I don't know why this thing always makes me hear myself in my ear. Links Tylenol with autism during pregnancy. The Trump administration is preparing to announce that Tylenol use during pregnancy may be linked to autism, according to reports from the Washington Post, a very trustworthy news source. Federal health officials are expected to advise against Tylenol use in early pregnancy unless treating a fever. The administration may also highlight a different drug, a form of folate, as a potential treatment for a treatment option for autism. I haven't heard anything about that yet. The report suggests HHS Secretary Robert Kennedy will release a study tying acetaminophen, which is Tylenol's generic name, to autism. The announcement has triggered a market and medical concerns, especially given the lack of consensus from the scientific authorities. Shares of Kenvue, at least initially in the pre-market, fell sharply after the news did break. The company strongly denies the claim, citing over a decade of research reviewed by both medical professionals and regulators, showing what they call no credible evidence linking Tylenol to autism. Kenvue CEO Kirk Perry personally met with RFK earlier this month in an attempt to prevent Tylenol from being included in the autism report. So he had foreknowledge that this was going to get added. Joey, in any event, it got added anyway. We're going to pause for a second to tell you about this.
All right, guys. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NISE-listed Origenex Ogen is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenex is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Yeah, I mean, as for autism, I know that there's been a wave. You're linking it to, they're funding a lot of things that it's linked to, whether it be vaccines, Tylenol now, and I know, unfortunately, there was kind of a boom, Sharif, I don't know if you recall this, of cases of autism within newly born children, which is really unfortunate. But as from a technical standpoint, you can see you have this gap down, hammer candle there, but you also have this volume, so just be prepared and watch for it to turn around at some given point. This is obviously a negative catalyst, but you're through some key support levels and you're starting to show some indecision as well too.
All right, let's go on to the next topic over here. Crypto market faces over $1 billion in liquidation. So let's talk about what happened to the crypto market on the weekend. Cryptocurrency saw heavy selling pressure with long liquidations crossing $1.59 billion just in the past 24 hours. That was at, this article was written in the morning. 387,032 traders, Joey, were liquidated, marking one of the largest events for crypto liquidation since March. The majority of the liquidations came from long positions. 95% of those were long positions, showing over leverage across the market, at least for crypto. Analysts note BTC is forming a potential inverse head and shoulders setup that could lead to a breakout towards 130,000. Holding higher lows above 112,000 is key for that bullish continuation. Ethereum, for its part, the breakdown of Ethereum drove a wider crypto sell-off. Though analysts view it as a healthy reset, Michael Vandepop highlighted new accumulation zones as potential buying regions for ETH. You also had Solana drop aggressively to 215 from that 235 level. Dogecoin may have bottomed here, possibly at about 23 and 4/5 pennies. And Shiba Inu also joined the sell-off, but remains relatively stable compared to some others. And here's what we're talking about in terms of ETF inflows. So despite the sharp sell-off this morning and over the weekend in crypto, ETFs saw great inflows, positive inflows last week. Spot Bitcoin ETF saw $222.6 million in net positive inflows. Likewise with ETH, just a little bit less than $50 million, Joey, $47.8 million in spot ETF ETH inflows. Again, that was last week.
Yeah.
We dealt with an entirely different situation on the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what happens when you over leverage yourself, right? So just don't go gung-ho and start buying contracts left, right, and center, buying on margin especially. Even though if you're buying ETHA on margin, you need the 100% of the capital in order to do so. There's very little impact that you can have to leverage your system. But I mean, I find it really, really odd is that all these companies are coming out with treasuries. I don't know if they're buying it. I've already allocated it. You have the likes of Tom Lee grabbing Ethereum left, right, and center. Michael Saylor, every time he's putting up cash, he's buying a little bit more. And the space isn't really doing too much. So again, I think you're going to go back to what Kramer says. Own it, don't trade it. For right now, you want to wait for those breakouts. You want to be involved at the right time. Otherwise, you're going to be like me when you have like just under 1,000 shares of this stuff and it decides to tank over the weekend in contracts and you can't do anything about it. You're going to wake up Monday morning and you're going to be scratching your head like, what am I doing? But just be careful on it. I do believe over the long run, you do get the steady appreciation. But right now, don't be over leveraged. There's key support levels that you need to keep an eye out on. And if they start to break, watch out for some more downside in the crypto space because we didn't get the pop that we were looking for on the FOMC.
Yeah, and that was the thing. I thought we would definitely get a bigger move up on crypto, but I feel like it was already priced in.
Yeah,
maybe we would have gotten that price pop if we got the 50 basis points cut, but that was really,
priced
to be quite honest,
but I mean,
a little unlikely.
Yeah, but for me, it's like if it's priced in, okay, I get it. You move sideways. You don't like Ethereum tanked 7% over the weekend.
I know.
Like over a night, it's like not very many people can sit through that type of pullback, especially when you're over leveraged and that's displayed in the liquidation.
And you don't even have a choice.
Yeah.
Like when you get liquidated, you get liquidated.
It's done. It's like you have nothing to say. You wake up in your account, it's empty. It's empty.
Forced liquidation.
Yeah, exactly. It's empty. So
let's go on.
And sorry, one more thing.
Yeah,
Ethereum just put in a new low as well, so that's probably around 18-19% it's down from those highs.
All right, let's go on to Tesla. Price target boosted to $500 by Piper Sandler. So they updated their note highlighting that actually Chinese EV companies view Tesla as their benchmark, both in manufacturing and AI-driven innovation. That kind of makes sense, but I didn't really know they would say it out loud. Piper forecast Tesla is going to deliver 495,000 cars units, obviously, in Q3 of this year, noting that Tesla's progress from 0 to 1 is critical for scaling to mass adoption. Tesla's new $500 price target, at least at the time of writing of this article, reflects a 16% upside from pre-market trading, which was trading around 430, a little bit less. It's trading at about 433 and a quarter right now, and 3/4. The firm points to Tesla's full year 2025 multiple of 230x, basically defending it by drawing parallels to Amazon's premium valuation in the early 2010s while it was still kind of growing into its value. Wedbush Danny Ives, for his part, reiterated Tesla's long-term AI and autonomous driving potential as a $1 trillion market opportunity. Ives also backed Elon's $1 billion stock purchase as a major confidence signal. We talked about that last week, Elon buying his own stock, and we knew something was up with Tesla. Gary Black, though, he's warning about Q4. While supportive, Gary is, of the long-term potential of Tesla, he says he raised short-term caution heading into Q4. He warns about possible EV delivery softness as Tesla scales, though he maintains Tesla as a core EV leader. Joey, I'm going to put you to it right now.
Yeah.
Do we see what the Model 2 looks like by December 31st, 2025? Forget about even getting these cars produced, man. Let me just take a quick gander of what this thing looks like. Can we even know it exists, Elon? You said it was going to be scaling.
Yeah.
By the second half of this year, we're deep already.
Knowing
man.
Elon, no. I think just with his obviously optimistic timelines, I'm going to go with no.
Okay.
I'm going with no on that one. Price target raised to $500. I mean, Kathy Wood has I'm pretty sure, a price target on this thing of $4,000, which is absolutely insane. Obviously, that would be contributing with autonomy and everything along those lines,
right?
That's and the robotics standpoint. But $500, what are we trading at right now, Shreve? We're
432.
430.
Yeah, I mean just at 433.
Yeah,
dropped $1.
That's possible. Listen, this thing will go to all-time highs if he releases that. If you do get that release of the Model 2, but until then, I'm going to go with no. Jag in the chat thinks this is a meme stock. You're still down about 12%. Yeah, you get that meme type price action, but you're forward looking. Autonomy, robotics, energy storage. There's things in the pipeline for Tesla. I don't know if the Model 2 is in the pipeline for this year for Tesla.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like we're ever going to see what that thing looks like. Let's go on to Wedbush boosting Apple price target on strong iPhone 17 demand. So what happened here, Wedbush raised Apple's price target to 310 from 270, maintaining that outperform rating. The new target implies a good potential upside here with Apple trading near $3 2/3 trillion market cap and at 52-week highs. The initial launch weekend sales show iPhone 17 units are tracking 10 to 15% ahead of the iPhone 16. Supply chain checks in Asia as well suggest Apple may boost iPhone 17 and Pro model production by 20%. That's not 20% demand increase. They may increase production to meet demand by about 20%. Strong demand noted for the Pro models, a higher margin product, might I add, with the new iPhone Air also emerging as a potential surprise hit. I would say that's not surprise. Everybody knew the Air was going to be at least getting attention. An estimated 315 million iPhone users have not upgraded in the past 4 years. That was me until Friday, fueling the pent-up demand that the market is gauging. Wedbush believes Wall Street's full-year 2026 estimate of around 230 million iPhone units is conservative, suggesting it's more likely going to be 240 to 250 million units. And he also had other analyst agencies chiming in with respect to Apple. JB Morgan raised their price target to 280, citing stronger than expected iPhone demand. UBS, they maintained their neutral with that 220 price target, noting mixed pre-order signals. I guess maybe they have a shorter, they want to buy more. Oppenheimer reiterated a perform rating, dismissing concerns about Meta's Ray-Ban smart glasses as a competitive threat. And future developments, again, we've been talking about this for a while. Widely speculated that Apple's getting a foldable iPhone ready for next year. So we'll have to see how that ends up being, Joey. But interesting look here from the rating agencies on Apple.
On Apple, yeah. I mean, Sharif, you and I talked about this before. We're on the brink of kind of that super cycle. That's going to be 15% growth in sales, and there's a projection for around 10 to 12%. What you showed me this morning, I wouldn't be surprised. And you see it across the board. Whatever network you go on, it's like, okay, iPhone sales, people waiting outside the door, around the corner, this and that. As Sharif mentioned, this is like 20 whatever all over again. And I like it. I like what's going on with the 17. Is the foldable going to change things? Maybe, possibly. I think I like it. I like the thin. That's pretty cool as well, too. So, yeah, just be patient. See, the thing is, though, these guys are going to make money whether they get Siri right or not.
That's what it feels like.
They're going to have ChatGPT paying them. They're going to have Perplexity, Anthropic, all these other kind of AI tools to have their app on the platform. They're going to be paying them a pretty penny, so they can grow in other aspects of that. Google's back on the table as well, too, so probably add a little bit more cash on that front. And I think these guys are off to the races. 10 to 12% growth in iPhone sales. If that comes in as a surprise on their next earnings report, watch out for this name to just go absolutely berserk.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah.
One thing I really like on the new phone is the cameras. The cameras are fundamentally different. Yeah, so number one, you can zoom in a lot more.
Yeah.
The stabilization, they're using AI apparently for the stabilization now. So you can, it kind of like, remember the Huawei phones where you could do like 100 times zoom? But now you actually have 8 times optical zoom in one of the...
Which is prime time there.
Yeah.
Remember what not to do, though?
What?
Don't put your phone in front of the LiDAR.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you don't really know what cars have LiDAR on, right? Like, you don't really know. But yeah, it's a great point. I think if I put those glasses on top of here, they'll protect it there.
You think so? You think so? Maybe.
I don't know, bro. That's the only thing
don't experiment either.
Right? I'm not going to be experimenting. Trust me, bro.
Yeah.
All right, we got to pause for a second. Adair's got breaking news.
Just keep an eye here on KenView, KVUE. Caroline Leavitt just started this White House press briefing. If there's any other news from this, I'll let you know. But the first thing she said was she's going to preview Donald Trump's schedule, starting with his autism-related announcement, as she put it here, or announcement related to the epidemic of autism, again, using her words. That'll happen at 4 p.m. So once again, we are getting indications that we're going to get this announcement potentially linking Tylenol use during pregnancy to autism. That'll be coming through at 4 p.m. So Caroline Leavitt teasing that out. Keep an eye here as well on any of these cannabis-related tickers. California Governor Gavin Newsom apparently signing legislation that eliminates a 25% tax increase on California's legal cannabis industry. So keep an eye on MSOS, ACB, CGC, etc. Back to you.
All right, let's go on to the next story. Your friend Donald Trump boosting that H-1B visa fee to $100,000, and that sparked a whole bunch of selling in these Indian IT stocks. So let's talk about this, Joey. We're talking about the MEG in general because they're the ones that really use the H-1B visa to bring in foreign talent. So the Trump administration announced plans to raise the H-1B visa application fees to $100,000, creating a whole bunch of uncertainty for highly skilled immigrant workers. Here's the deal, though. Roughly 71% of these H-1B visa holders are Indian nationals. So you gotta, like, in my mind, right away went to the negotiations, the trade negotiations between the U.S. and India and the 50% tariffs that are currently on India right now. So this seems like it might be another negotiating tactic. Only about 12% of H-1B visa users are Chinese nationals, meaning the move directly impacts the Indian IT and outsourcing firms. The announcement sparked widespread anxiety among visa holders and their families. I gotta just tell you anecdotally on my favorite social media platform, TikTok. There were people like on European trips.
Yeah.
They're in Italy. And like, it's like, say, a boyfriend and girlfriend. The dude had to schlep back home while she chilled there because he didn't know if he was going to be boxed out or have to pay $100,000. Nobody really knew what the hell was going on.
Yeah, exactly.
And only new applicants. Now we know a little bit more.
Yeah. So we were talking, my friends and I were talking about it over the weekend. He actually used when he's Canadian. He moved over to Chicago, who I went and visited, works for Azure. And he's like, oh, this is not good. He's like, people that he knew were having a wedding and had to fly back that day. It's like, boom, instantly. So yeah, I'm really curious to see, or Sharif, bumping it to $100,000, or you could go the safer route and go the gold card, just in case you have $1 million hanging around, right? You just buy the gold card and then
it's a little bit more though, Joey.
Well, it's 10 times.
A little bit more,
it's literally
Joey.
10 times more. But I'm just saying, if you ever have $1 million laying around anywhere, I think that's most definitely the route that you want to go on that front. I like, at the end of the day, I think the way that I'm looking at it, a lot of it is Indian workers, so he wants to get more, I guess, of these IT jobs and more work based on, obviously, in America, so employ Americans first. You have the uptick in the unemployment rates as well, too, so take care of home first.
And quite frankly, I've heard a lot of, chatter online that Canada is going to be a beneficiary to this. England, a lot of other Western countries are going to not charge their people or people coming in on work visas $100,000. So it'll be to the detriment of the U.S. and to the benefit of these companies. I see the logic in that, but I want to kind of draw a little bit of expectation kind of bump here, which is those countries don't have the same tech infrastructure the U.S. does. So if you want to work for Nvidia and you want to be in Silicon Valley or wherever else, where the big tech kind of where everyone's amalgamated. It's not as much in other countries. We know productivity is all but zero in Canada, right? And I'm not saying everywhere else is that same way, but so maybe other countries don't take advantage of this in the way that people are thinking. Maybe they do. Who knows? Maybe they build out. And also, I want to say one other thing that I don't know how to say your name, Dole Cuts. He says the Indian Commerce Minister is arriving in America this week, and likely, that there's going to be negotiations between the Trump administration and Indian officials with regard to this. So possibly, Joey, we might see an amendment to this $100,000 fee here by the end of the week or maybe by early next week. Who knows? Let's go on with the story. So Indian IT stocks tumbled Monday. We told you about that. Analysts project the visa hike could shave, I should say, about 100 basis points off margins and cut EPS by about 6% for Indian IT companies that continue employing H-1B workers outside the U.S. IT firms are expected to adjust staffing strategies to reduce dependency on H-1B visas by increasing local hiring, expanding nearshore centers in Mexico and Canada, and then offshore work more to India's global capacity centers. So we'll have to see how this all works out, but they are warning of broader ripple effects beyond the IT sector, like a decline in remittances to India from the U.S., fewer Indian students choosing U.S. universities to study, and venture investors suggest that the shift could actually benefit India's startup ecosystem as opposed to the venture capital startups that we see a lot in the States.
Well, that's a very valid point, right? Because you have all these individuals who are trained in America, and then they have to go back home, and they get to bring that. It's like what LeBron's doing. He's bringing his talents back to South Beach at the end of the day. But in all seriousness, trained in America have to go back home. You can bring your talents to wherever country you.
Nvidia partners with Abu Dhabi on AI research hub. So what's the story all about? Obviously, the new Nvidia story is the $100 billion, I believe, they're investing in OpenAI. But there's this story as well. Abu Dhabi's Technology Innovation Institute (TII) and Nvidia launched their first Nvidia AI Technology Center in the Middle East. The lab will focus on developing next-gen AI models as well as robotics platforms, advancing that humanoid robotics arm and four-legged robots. That's specifically what they're talking about, and they're going to use, for the first time anyway, in the Middle East, the NVIDIA's Thor chip, which is a robotic-specific chip, will be used for the first time in this project, enabling advanced robotics research. As we know, the UAE is investing billions to become a global AI player, leveraging strong U.S. ties to secure cutting-edge technology. But it hasn't been all sunshine and rainbows for the Emiratis, the Saudis, the Qataris either. And here's their deal. Despite signing a multi-billion-dollar deal with U.S. firms in May when Donald Trump and tech leaders visited the Middle East, the deal faces multiple delays with U.S. security concerns over the UAE's close ties with China. Long story short, they paid for these chips. They haven't gotten them yet, despite having U.S. partners, i.e. Microsoft, Amazon, and others. The lab will host this story that we're talking about. The lab will host joint teams from both NVIDIA and TII with plans to expand hiring for new AI robotics projects. Partnerships boost NVIDIA's profile in the Middle East. Not a bad look for NVIDIA because they got some money over there.
Yeah, they got big time money. And when they first released these, I was talking about it. What happened was, like, okay, Donald Trump, knowing that China may not get these H-20s, goes over into the Gulf countries, starts signing deals with them so they can have obviously the Gulf version of the Stargate and everything along those lines. I like this. As for NVIDIA holding ground over there, I think it's going to continue to grow. They have those orders. They may not have gotten them yet. I'm pretty sure it's around a 4 or 5 year deal. 6-year deal that they've struck with them. I guarantee that it's going to increase, not only with the GBs and all the chips, but the timeline as well too. Once they see how far ahead America is, and they're just starting to build their infrastructure now, they're going to want to play catch up, and best believe they have the cash in order to do so.
All right, Sharif Slav Bicep, interesting comment. Half the people I work with are H-1B, and it's not because they can't fill the jobs with U.S. workers, it's because they will take the same role for less pay. That is one of the widely held views of why, and I think that that's kind of the general view, and maybe why Donald is doing what he's doing. If you don't think maybe he's posturing for India negotiations. So we'll have to see how that all works out. But again, from one of the comments there in the chat, the Indian Commerce Minister will be joining, will be in Washington this week. So we'll have to see if this all holds out the same way or ends up being different by the end of the week. This is a very, very interesting story. I don't think we mentioned this much at all. Pfizer acquires Metsera for $7.3 billion to bolster the obesity drug pipeline. You'll know why this is important in a second, because they had 2 canceled studies here. I'm talking about Pfizer. So Pfizer announced that it will acquire Metsera, a weight loss drug developer, in a deal worth up to $7.3 billion, including, not including that price, but including, in addition to that, milestone payments. The acquisition secures Pfizer's place in the rapidly expanding global obesity drug market, projected to be about $150 billion by the 2030s. That's the entire market. CEO Albert Bourla said the move leverages Pfizer's cardiometabolic expertise and global reach to accelerate that next-gen obesity drug development. Let's give you some context here. We know the obesity drug market currently dominated by 2 companies. We're talking about Novo Nordisk, or DISC, if you want to say it the American way, and Eli Lilly. The drug makers now are racing to build the next generation therapies that preserve muscle mass while reducing fat. Currently, the current ones do not preserve muscle mass. That's why we always hear, maybe not nice reference, but people say, oh, you got that Ozempic turkey neck. What they're saying is you've lost mass, right? Muscle mass. So that's a key differentiator for longer term adoption. And that's what Pfizer's talking about with this acquisition. They also face, Pfizer that is, multiple failures with their own in-house obesity pill, Danuglipron. The once daily version was scrapped back in April 2024 due to potential liver injury trials, and then they tried to come up with a twice daily version. That was, well, that was actually before that. That was also discontinued in 2023 due to side effect concerns. So they're 0 for 2. So I guess they decided in-house we can't get it done. We got to acquire our way out of this. I wonder why they didn't do that in the previous 4 years. Oh, that's right, Rathalina Khan. Pfizer, here's the deal details. Pfizer will pay $47.50 in cash, which is a 43% premium to Metsera's latest close. Metsera could earn an additional $22.50 per share based on performance milestones. That's what I was talking about earlier. And their stock surged nearly 60% in the pre-market, Joey, up to $53.60, while Pfizer barely moved 2% on the news. I guess maybe 2% is a lot for Pfizer.
Yeah,
lately.
2% for Pfizer's a pretty big move. Yeah, I mean, Sharif, what's going on with these GLPs and all these obesity drugs? I mean, obviously not in the realm, but I like that one thing. Was it Novo Nordisk is coming out with the oral, I believe the oral pill that it is. I think that's pretty good because it can obviously expand the customer base. You don't have to keep everything cool. You don't need the refrigerating system that you need with the injectables. So I think that's something positive within the space. You can obviously expand your customer base. But for me personally, if you're going for the obesity drugs, it's either Eli Lilly or Novo. I'm not paying any mind to what Pfizer's got going on. Even though you just mentioned they're acquiring something, how long until they actually get the product out there?
Yeah, we don't even, I have no idea what this company, what phase trial, are they 1, 2, or 3?
And it's like, think about how much share Novo can grab with the oral pill and everything along those lines. So I think it's still a ways away before.
What do you think though, Joey, if they actually come out with one that doesn't eat too much into muscle mass?
I think that's great.
That's a game changer
that's
right
big.
there.
That's big. I think that's big time, right? That's big time. I would put it in the realm of the oral instead of the injectable, right? Even though I'm curious to the percentage of weight that they can potentially lose on that one. Which one's going to have a little bit more? Other than that, I think it's pretty good in my opinion.
Fair enough. And Tony, I want to read out your statement. Earlier, we were talking about the H-1B visa. I said, I was reading somebody's comment that says, they're accepting them because they get paid less. Tony's got the opposite opinion. I know we're not on that right now, but I want to give it a fair shake here. So he says, correction, Sharif. U.S. companies hire them because they are more educated and dedicated to work rather than TikTok TikToks. Hey, get rid of the Department of Education. Lovely for Americans. Okay, I don't know about that last part there, but I wanted to give your voice a platform there because there is this side and there's that side, and we need to give both sides a fair shake. Let's go on to Snapchat right now. At least in the pre-market, it was up very nicely. Let's see where it's at right now. Giving back a lot here, though, Joey, isn't it? Snapchat. Yeah, up 4%, but well off the highs. 928 high, trading at 854. So Snap closed the week up nearly. Well, why are we even talking about Snap? Because they got this new OS 2.0 hype, which they're trying to make, which is trying to connect to their augmented reality glasses. So Snap stock closed up the week nearly 12%. That was last week, boosted by unusually high trading activity. Thursday's trading volume peaked at 202 million shares, far above the average daily volume of 40. It was likely fueled by TikTok regulatory concerns, but Snap did introduce OS 2.0, which is a major upgrade for its AR-based spectacle smart glasses. We're going to pause for a second. Adair's got news.
Keep an eye on CanView. We have more comment here about whether or not this announcement will have to do with acetaminophen and, again, trying to link the use of that while pregnant to autism. This was asked here during the Windows press briefing. Caroline Leavitt said, and I'm quoting, "I don't want to scoop the president." So she did not clarify what this announcement was going to be about. She just said that it's something that the Health and Human Services team and Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who is the secretary of said team, have been working hard on. So again, kind of cagey here about whether or not this announcement will involve acetaminophen and the use of it while pregnant with regards to autism. Again, though, this has been previously reported, so very likely what the announcement will be about, even though Caroline Leavitt denied to answer that right now. Back to you.
Upgraded to the Snap 2.0 OS includes stronger integration augmented reality as well as WebXR and developer tools. The announcement was seen as a catalyst for Snap stock, showing product innovation beyond, just the regular social platform that they have. But there was also the reason it was running up last week was the TikTok uncertainty. So if TikTok did face restrictions or a forced divestiture, Snap was in prime position to capture additional ad spend and user engagement. It looks like that's not going to happen because TikTok's going to be available. Despite the rally, Joey, shares remain about 47% down year to date. I just want to double check that here real quick. Snapchat, where are you? We're just going to put it in here super quick here, Joey. Snap is, show yourself, Snap, down 20%. So that's year to date. Oh. Okay, so I don't know why it says that, but they're down. Year to date, 20.8. So this 47 thing, not so accurate. Any look on Snap?
I get that there's still some uncertainty, but it sounds like there's forward progress within the TikTok deal. We've seen some moves in it before when the initial bans were coming in, the likes of Meta and Snapchat. I personally use, it's the only, aside from X that I use here on the desktop, it's the only thing that I have outside of any social media, obviously being X in here at the desk. So I personally like it. I think it's popular amongst the kids. The effect on TikTok, I think it's going to be really big because we did kind of see that exodus coming out when the potential bans were implemented. Is that, okay, yeah, let's move over to Instagram Reels, let's move over to Snapchat Reels and start posting our social media content on there. I'm not going to call them influencers or anything like that because I don't think that's necessarily the case. I'm not the biggest fan. But anyways, aside from that, can it recover back to where it was? No, I think it's one of the smaller names, and I think it will continue to do so. It's been around for quite some time. I remember when I got it almost probably a decade ago. And if it's not continuously appreciating from that standpoint, I think it's just going to fall into that realm. I'm not going to put it in the class of Vine or anything along those lines, nor is it going to maybe not phase out. But the ads are starting to come in, so I'm curious to see about the digital ad revenue on that standpoint as well, too, Shreve, because the whole thing is ads. You get the Snapchat notification, it's an ad. Every other Snap that you watch, ad. So I think that can be positive for the overall platform. But as for growth, I think it's in a little bit of trouble, and there's no chance that it would ever surpass what TikTok is doing.
No, man. I mean, it feels like unless they're going to change the operability of the platform, it just seems like it's sort of capped. It seems like the kids
it's plateaued, right?
Plateaued.
And I think the same thing as well too, and that's essentially what I was getting at. I think it's plateaued. I like it, but that doesn't mean it's going to continue on its growth cycle or anything along those lines.
I'm speaking anecdotally. I don't have the data, but we can look for the data. It feels like the users that are on it are a little bit younger and maybe less purchasing power than maybe other social media platforms. And if that's the case, how much would advertisers be willing to pay to be on that social media platform because the buying power of their users is less versus what they would pay on an Instagram or TikTok has a younger audience.
Exactly. When as for the younger audience, it's either like, okay, I highly doubt that anybody my age right now is downloading the app, but if you've had it since you're in your early 20s, then that's it. But you're not growing at that standpoint because it's just the same people who've been holding it for X amount of time.
No, you're not growing at all. The only thing you can grow is like daily active usage,
right?
With the same amount of users.
Again, it's
I don't know. I haven't really liked this. The only thing that I really wanted to see, or that I was kind of holding out hope, I don't have it in my account, was something that Katina has been talking about for a year and a half. It's a buyout target. I don't think it was a buyout target under the previous administration because that would have been probably blocked. But going forward, in the next 4 years, I could see possibly an acquisition.
You think buy?
I don't know who it would be, to be quite honest with you. But the way that it's just floundering.
It's
unless they're going to twist and try to become a hardware company like Meta and really go down that specs.
But think about we know that Reality Labs is operating at net loss, essentially,
losses,
right?
bro.
So what are the chances of?
They don't have that kind of money.
No, they don't got that type of money. And who's going to be buying their their hardware products? I don't think they're. I forget how many users they actually have, daily active users.
We can find out. That's easy thing to find.
So again, I don't think it's gonna. You might get small subdued growth, but you're not going to see that kind of that exponential growth within the platform, considering it's already been around for so long.
All right, guys, let's look at QUBT, quantum computing in general. been very strong, at least last week it was. So QUBT Quantum Computing Inc. raises $500 million and faces a Q-Day debate. Let's talk about it. So QUBT completed an oversubscribed private placement raising around $500 million in gross proceeds through agreements with institutional investors. The funds are going to be used to accelerate the commercialization efforts of the company, as well as pursue acquisitions that make sense to its business model, expand their engineering teams, and strengthen their balance sheet. Those are all the uses. The offer is expected to close in 2 days, September 24th, pending final conditions. The proceeds should provide significant financial cushion for scaling their operations and positioning the company for long-term growth. At least that's what management is saying. Analysts warned, though, of a potential Q-Day. What is this Q-Day? It's the moment when quantum computing could break encryption barriers. Oh, no. Sparking excitement in the sector. That's going to tank all Pandub, CrowdStrike, Zscaler for no.
Bitcoin, everything.
No, I don't want it. I don't want it. So that's what people are saying Q-Day. Quantum computing could break encryption barriers. Skeptics, including everybody's favorite Martin Shkreli, argue that D-Wave's quantum tech is effectively a dead end. Make of that what you will. The U.S., the U.K., the UAE, all the U's are expected to sign a new tech agreement during Donald Trump's visit. I guess this was written previously because he's already been to the UK. Despite the funding boost, shares did fall about 12.25% post-announcement, suggesting the dilution concerns among shareholders outweigh the bullish long-term outlook. I'm looking at it right now, Joey. It's down 13.43, but still holding a market cap of $3.22 billion.
Listen, I know absolutely nothing about quantum computing. Where to start, no idea. But at the end of the day, if you look at these things from a technical standpoint, I remember when IonQ came out with this news headline. It's like, okay, yeah, there's something about qubits, and then the stock just went. It was this day right here, boom, just decides to go absolutely nuts. Now, from those August lows, you're up 110% in a $32 name, and it's across the space. You can see RGTI. Guess what? Breakout, crazy stuff. QUBT, big time engulfing print right there, and then QBTS as well too, all starting to participate. So it's a hot space. As for the limits of it, at the end of the day, in my opinion, sky is the limit. The stars, whatever it may be, there is no limit in my opinion. Obviously, aside from breaking the laws of physics, I'm going to be looking for the continuation in this space, especially in the near future, as there continuous breakthroughs. But Adara, what do you got for us?
Yeah, just be aware here. We have commentary coming from Caroline Levitt on TikTok now. She's saying, repeating a lot of these talking points, but what's interesting here is that, again, there will be a group of American investors that are going to be involved here, and then the board will have people with, I guess, national security backgrounds to make sure that information stays safe. They are going to be retraining the algorithm, and there will still be international operability with regards to TikTok. So it seems like you can still see, as far as what she's saying here, other people's content on the American, I guess, interface for TikTok. Furthermore, she also added that their deal, as mentioned earlier, will be signed sometime later this week. And apparently Oracle is going to be housing all the data here. So the data will be housed, it seems like, on Oracle servers, as indicated here by Caroline Levitt, White House press secretary. Back to you.
All right, let's go on to the next story. T-Mobile names as new CEO. Okay, we're going to talk about that in a second. But first, we got to tell the new traders to listen up, baby. The first month, it is absolutely free. That's right, we're waiving all the fees so you can trade smarter, not harder, all by upgrading to the elite experience where you'll analyze, strategize, and then hopefully after that, you'll capitalize on their platform that has everything. It's got infinite data, infinite trading, instant trading, I should say, lightning fast market insights, and game-changing charts. You can also predict a lot better with their backtesting tool, guys. Reliable, real-time data, global markets at the tips of your fingers. It's an all-in-one platform. Do not miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan that QR code or check the link in the description. Shout out to the great folks at eSignal. Let's go on to T-Mobile naming a new CEO and focusing on sustained growth. So what happened here? They appointed a new CEO, Srini Gopalan, as its new chief executive officer. That is effective November 1st, replacing longtime CEO Mike Seivert. Gopalan, who's 55, is currently T-Mobile's COO and has been running day-to-day operations since January and previously held the executive role at Deutsche Telekom, Capital One, Vodafone, so he's got some experience. Sivart, whatever, the outgoing guy, 56 years old. He will move on to a newly created vice chairman position and continue shaping the company's strategy from that role. Strategic focus here for T-Mobile is to kind of sustain its decades-long growth streak, building on the 2020 acquisition of Sprint Mobile. It's a merger that transformed the company to the most valuable U.S. wireless carrier. The T-Mobile's market cap now exceeds $260 billion, surpassing both AT&T and Verizon as a result of that 2020 acquisition of Sprint. Under Sivert, T-Mobile added millions of broadband customers leveraging its 5G network to compete with cable providers. The company is also investing $5 billion in a wired broadband joint venture with KKR Holding Group. And last but not least, Joey, a potential fourth national wireless operator could emerge if Boost Mobile's owner sells licenses, but Gopalan said the pricing was too high for T-Mobile, so not going to happen. Just anecdotally, I'll tell you, like my sister and the fam, when they immigrated to the States in October of 2019, right? And when they got there, everybody was on Verizon, right? And they had the Verizon plans. When I visited them last, everybody's on T-Mobile now? And you get better service, at least in Orange County, with T-Mobile than you get with Verizon. That was never the case. Verizon was like, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, like number one in terms of, carrier availability and whatever. So T-Mobile making moves.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, from a technical standpoint, so this is something positive, right? You have this downtrend snap, so that's consistent lower highs right there. You're on the backside of that trend. You're continuing to climb higher. Now you also have an additional trend that was to the top side being snapped. Watch out for some potential more downside on this name. Is VZ? Yeah, VZ. Let's see what Verizon's up to. Consolidation. Not doing too much over there, but hey, cell phone, our plans are significantly cheaper in the United States than what they are here. I don't think it's. I
feel like these companies, like I'm not touching these companies unless I want a divvy.
Yeah, and I think that's what you're rolling with Verizon with to get the dividend. And
when you look at Rogers and Bell, like what have they done lately? Like
you don't want
new business expansion. I feel like it's a 2010 story. All right, let's go on
Bell.
to
Yeah, I mean they spent with Bell. They spent so much money transitioning from copper lines to fiber optics.
You would know about that.
Yeah. So they spend a lot of money, and I guess they're not seeing the returns the return on investment. Like these guys are spending a lot of cash.
I remember seeing signs all around the neighborhoods, like, "Oh, we're changing this neighborhood into purely fiber
to the
and
home.
Like everything would be ripped out of the ground."
Yeah, everything, brother.
So you know all about that. That's your wheelhouse, baby. All right, let's go on to Berkshire Hathaway fully exiting their profitable stake in BYD. Bring your own dreams, more like end your dreams over here. Berkshire Hathaway has completely exited its investment in Chinese EV maker BYD, a stake it first acquired back in 2008 for $230 million at Charlie Munger's urging. Shout out to the Charlie. May he rest in peace. The investment turned into one of Berkshire's most profitable bets ever, rising 3,890% return over 17 years. The sell-off began really a long time ago in August 2022 when Berkshire reduced its 225 million share stake after the value surged to $9 billion in Q2 of 22. By June 2023, Berkshire had sold about 76% of its position, dropping below that 5% threshold where disclosure under the Hong Kong rules is required. We know that in Q1, their financial filing from Berkshire revealed that the value of BYD's holdings is now zero. As of March 31st of this year, a Berkshire spokesperson later confirmed the entire position was sold. The sale aligns with Berkshire's broader reduction in exposure to these Chinese-linked assets. They're citing, the geopolitical headwinds here. Buffett's rationale for getting out. He suggested Berkshire would find better opportunities to invest its capital. He reiterated the concerns, Joey, about the geopolitical risks tied to China and the issues with trade. Interestingly, though, Buffett and Trump share some overlap on corporate reporting. Trump recently proposed the SEC to allow earnings reporting every 6 months instead of quarterly. Buffett, along with your other good friend, Jamie Dimon, had argued for ending quarterly earnings per share guidance, saying it focuses on short-termism rather than on the company. So I know I'm talking about two different things here.
Yeah.
Quarterly switch to bi-yearly, and as well as BYD and Berkshire exiting. Thoughts on both?
I mean, obviously, if they switch to semi-annually, then you're going to be saving money on accounting practices. That's obvious. So if that's what the objective is to save money, then yeah, sure enough, you could do that. Or you could just put everything into a stable coin, and you can save money on transactions as well with that. But no, as for BYD, we know what they're doing in the likes of Europe. Triple-digit growth across multiple countries, taking market share from Tesla, all these other EV names, even though there's not that many, even taking share from their competitors within their own country. I think that's absolutely fantastic. But I'm also curious, considering as of March, they were completely out of the position. Was there any influence within the administration for them to either,
great point.
Hey, you know what?
Great point.
Maybe it's time for you guys to get all out and then start investing that capital into something here.
Or preemptively on their part, not really wanting to hear from Donald.
Strategically being like, hey, all right, let's get out of this and then find something else that we can invest our money in.
So this is this is BYDDY, which is obviously the OTC exchange. There's two guys, BYDDF and BYDDY. Full disclosure, I'm involved in this name. I just got in. We're like at 13 3/4, $13.50 area. The point was it came into a technical area of support for me. This is an area of resistance and then support. We'll see, but it's trading below the 200. So I am kind of concerned, especially as we've talked more and more about these Chinese EV makers basically undercutting each other all the way down. They call that the race to the bottom, where everybody just drops their prices and then everybody's margins get compressed and only the strong survive. If you believe that that is the case and that's how this is unfold, while BYD is the strongest of the bunch, obviously a lot stronger than XPEV, NIO, Li Auto, whoever else. But we'll have to wait and see. So that's BYD. We'll have to see if their stock looks a little bit better here, but definitely not looking good there, Joey. Let's talk about the TikTok deal. Donald Trump suggests the Murdochs, the Ellersons, as well as the Dells, Dell, is going to be in the deal for the acquisition of TikTok. We'll tell you more about that when we get back from Adair.
Yeah, just be aware here. Keep an eye on Microsoft and Broadcom. So I'm seeing reports that apparently Nvidia's deal with OpenAI, which in case you missed it, Nvidia set to invest up to $100 billion in OpenAI. This deal, though, apparently does not change any of OpenAI's compute plans, including its partnership with Microsoft or its effort to build its own chips. So, of course, Microsoft on watch here. AVGO also on watch because they, I believe, were implicated in OpenAI's plans to build their own chips. So AVGO and MSFT on watch, even though Nvidia is announcing a hefty investment in OpenAI. OpenAI will reportedly still continue with its compute plans. Back to you.
Trump talking about the Murdochs, the Ellisons, and Dell. So let's talk about this. Look at this. See, this is just a hallucination central, right? President Donald Trump stated that Rupert Murdoch and his sons Lachlan Murdoch are likely to play a role in the deal to save TikTok's U.S. operations. Trump emphasized Lachlan's involvement. Those sources told CNBC Lachlan is unlikely to participate individually, but the Fox Corporation as a whole could be part of the group. Trump highlighted the Murdochs as patriotic business leaders, framing them as strong candidates to oversee TikTok's future. But it's not just them that's going to be involved. We know Larry Ellison, the Ellisons, as well as the Dells. Trump confirmed Oracle's executive chairman Larry Ellison and Dell Technologies CEO Michael Dell are also likely participants in the ownership group. Oracle is expected to have a critical role in overseeing TikTok's U.S. data, as well as privacy protections, ensuring compliance with the security concerns raised by the Trump administration. These American tech giants bring capital strength, obviously, as well as infrastructure credibility to the deal, which are key for getting things approved. The oversight of TikTok is going to be U.S. based, though. What am I talking about? I'm talking about the algorithm. So the White House stated that 6 of the 7 board members for TikTok's new U.S. entity will be Americans. The U.S. will also control TikTok's algorithm, addressing one of the most significant points of contentions in the negotiations between the two countries. This structure is designed to limit the Chinese government's influence over TikTok U.S. operations. But we know that President Donald Trump and President Xi spoke on the phone on Friday. And if you believe some of the reports, the deal for TikTok had been struck some time ago, but it had not proceeded as a result of the ongoing trade negotiations between the two countries. China says, they pushed back on those reports suggesting the U.S. and China remain far apart in the negotiations. Beijing stressed that solutions must comply with Chinese laws and called for an open and fair business environment for these Chinese companies in the U.S. So they should give Google and Meta and everybody else the same look in China, then, shouldn't they, Joey?
Same treatment. I mean, hey, man, you can't win it all. We know we go into like set, obviously, YouTube, etc. Hold on, let me get out of this. Use long here. It's not doing too good. We're small size. We'll just take a little bit of a loss there, nothing substantial, to see if we can get this market to move a little bit lower. Doesn't seem like it wants to, even though some of the bigger names are starting to come back in with the likes of Apple. Nice trade there at VWAP, Katina Man, by the way. Amazon still hovering below the volume-weighted average price, but Nvidia making a pushback for that high. So that's just a little update. Tried to get this rolling, wasn't breaking down, so we just get out of that, take a small loss on it. But hey, listen, as for this TikTok deal, I like it, Sharif. I think it's a step in the right direction as for all-around trade talks. And as for some of these big boys starting to take control of it, obviously in the United States, I think that's good as well, too, keeping the algorithm intact and also just kind of just disclosing what kind of data they're going to be releasing to obviously the Chinese government and the U.S. government. So for me personally, I think it's good. Step in the right direction. You're having the big boys take control of it, and that's what you want.
All right, guys, Windows is intense. Let's talk about some of these small cap gappers that are continuing to make a move. We're done with the news, by the way, guys. Let's talk about some of these TikTok small cap gappers that are making moves here in the afternoon. KOD really looking like the best of the bunch here, up 54.5%, just got into the day high at $14.84. This one had been a $14 flat top break candidate, and oh baby, did it ever. You get that initial price spike at $10.25 right into 14, it rejects. You got a double top here, 11.50 and 12 into 14. Doesn't reject, but it drops back down into the 20 and then starts putting in higher lows and higher highs. Then at that 140 time slot, all hell broke loose above 14, pushing this one up nicely to 14.84, the current day high, and now trading at 14.70, about 14 pennies off that high. So this one has been quite strong. Likewise with SKBL, look at that beautiful quadruple bottom right at $3. Doesn't breach on a wick close or otherwise basis, and below that, about 2 pennies was the volume weighted average price. So this one held 3 strictly as opposed to VWAP, and right back up into that 340 goes. Alas, we are still below that double top at 345, but it's put up a nice day today. SKBL, that is 39.5%. Rich Tech Robotics as well, continuing to curl back up, possibly into that high day. 547 HOD, didn't quite make it up into 550, but we find great support at 520, and here we are knocking in the door of 540 again, up 20.75%. And then last but not least, QSI. I had a bit of a bias on this one. It felt like a flat top break at 171 because it was just such an aggressive seller there, but it ended up losing that bid and dropped down to 165. So we'll see if this one can kind of reclaim that level. Otherwise, yeah, not much else going on. A lot of them gave back what they, the aggressive move, like NVNI, lost VWAP, despite the fact that this one was insanely respectful of the 10 EMA. I guess it kind of showed its hand here at 110 once it lost the 10 EMA quite decisively with this red candle, giving back a substantial amount. So it's still up 40% on the day, but well off the highs, Joey. Yeah. So that is my look right now for the small cap gappers as we wind down the show. About 8 minutes left. The big kahuna's already back in their seats. Obi and Sean, they're ready to go, baby. Katina, man, how was the swimming session? Raining. Oh, so you didn't walk over there. Yeah, so it was raining. So he didn't make it over there. That's all good. There's 4 more days left in this week, baby.
There is, to be precise. Well, to be precise, yeah. I mean, don't start counting now, man, because it's going to be a long one if that's the case. Look at APLD. Did you get back in the gym at least?
Yeah, so I hit the gym a couple of times yesterday against better judgment, but I was
hurt.
climbing the walls, bro.
Yeah.
I felt a little bit better, but like I started getting the shivers again last night, but I'm okay.
So you went there and you gave it the
doubles, and I played tennis.
Oh, okay, so that's not good.
And
that's not community college.
Just triple yesterday.
All right,
yeah, but I'm like not there though.
Yeah,
I'm not there quite yet.
I feel you on that one. I got hockey tonight, so maybe I'll hit the gym for a couple minutes. Man, APLD, enough of that. APLD has just been absolutely monstrous throughout the day, 20%. I know you guys have been calling it out. We got all out of that TQ short.
It's big.
Again, we just talked about the accuracy on this trade. Not very good, and I feel like I'm in at a pretty good high, right? Like, I mean, I guess you're only up around 1.6%, but this is all-day grinder, and it's just like, boom, all right, let's see if we can get a little bit moved down towards some key support levels. And not even, like, I'm not even asking for a VWAP, maybe just half the way, and it's just like, we're on a different planet today, and rightfully so. Like, if you look at the likes of what Apple's been up to in Nvidia, you think that shorting the market on heavy size is going to do anything? I took a stab at it. Small, so nothing to worry about. But let's do a quick trade review and see what we got going on. So there it is, the couple scalps that we did on ETHA. So it's just boom, enter there, stop out, break even, boom, enter there, get out, break even once again, and thankfully so, because this one would have been a hefty loss. We were really small there, and then sure enough, you break down, and then you don't even get all the way back towards that volume-weighted average price. And then as for NVDA, we were involved in this one. Man, what a beautiful breakout. Look at the volume just kick in, and it's just off to the races, so I wasn't keeping my eye out on that. And I thought you would get a little bit deeper of a pullback considering, but that was not the case. So this was our small little scalp that we took on this one. We did miss out on a lot of that move to the top side, but hey, got to be thankful for what you take. I made the decision. I pressed the keys to get out, and therefore I'm living with it. Now, as for the best trade of the day, that's going to fall into the realm of IBIT. Attempt number one, no go. You take a loss on that one. Well, guess what? We get right back in, risking 10 cents. This was actually like, for me personally, just from a risk to reward standpoint, it's just like, okay, I'm literally risking 10 cents, and then I don't even partial until I get to a 2 to 1, right? So a little bit less, but you're at that 2 to 1. You take a little bit off, and then you just continue that ride higher. Didn't add any on the consolidation break there. Boom, we take it off at the highs, and we grab that tick. Now, as for the third entry, we get in, we get stopped out. It's the exact same thing. This time, we're risking 5 cents. So 114. And we're out at 107, so roughly around 7 at that fill. Same thing here, we take a little bit off at the 2 to 1, take some more off, and then eventually we get stopped out, break even. So execution-wise, not horrible. We can always do a little bit better, but Bitcoin was definitely the trade of the day. I thought we would get more continuation and fill some of that gap that we experienced from this morning, but that wasn't the case. So that's why I'm going to suspect that we see some more downside in the cryptos before we get a imminent bounce.
Yeah, that it was not a good looking sell-off on the weekend, Joey, for sure.
No, not at all, man. And yeah,
and I was kind of surprised by it, I'm not gonna lie. Like, it was like, what is this? But then you kind of become immune to crypto volatility because it's just part and parcel of
I need a shot of the immunity then, man, because
sorry, bro. I know you're going knee deep or neck deep into
I'm deeper than all of that there, man. No, in all seriousness, like, hey, Shreve, man, if you want to make big money, you got to put up the big money. You got to put it up too. So again, I think I have confidence in the space for the long run. It's just that the shorter duration with contracts, the positions have to be managed differently.
Oh, 100%. There's 100%.
Right? So even though they don't expire until March, just think about it. If Bitcoin and Ethereum go into a consolidation until, say, November, December, you lose X amount of the value of those contracts to just theta alone, right?
Hey, come on, bro.
Did you start your thing?
No, that's enough.
All right.
Sitting down. It's still on my to-do list, which shows you how much I respect my to-do list.
Exactly, because you got the notification and you obviously ignored it.
I know, I did. But I'm not going to forget. What he's talking about is I want to start reading that options book. It's by the Nigerian brothers. If you ever watch CNBC, I think during COVID they were on all the time. Now they're not really on anymore. It's called It's Not an Option. So it's super basic, but to me, I just need elementary knowledge to kind of get my...
I sent you the link to that guy too.
Which guy?
The
I got all the links you sent me, obviously, in the chat.
Yeah, it's in there. Yeah. Well, we don't want to give him credit without.
Yeah. Well,
it's up there though.
I've seen other links here too, Joey. I see a bunch of other links here too, Joey.
It's up there.
Beta. Get it, Miss Lucia.
Beta.
So that's what I'm looking at right now. Well, that's what I'm talking about, guys. But I want to give you guys one last one here before we go. Look, KOD, I didn't execute anything on this. We traded how many names today? Goodness gracious. We traded about 6 names. We're positive on 5 and negative on 6. I will be negative on 6, negative on 1. But I didn't trade anything on this one. And the deal is I didn't trade anything on KOD because the spread is ridiculous. 84 on the bid, 67 on the ask, and I've seen it wider. Despite, though, it has a $15 high of day, and here we go, working back into 15, 97s, 96. It feels like 15 is just a matter of time before it breaks. It's up a respectable 56% on the day. But, you know, to me, it just didn't fit my criteria. See, here it is, tightening up, 10 penny spread now. And I saw it about 8 pennies seconds ago, showing 15s. It looks like it's going to take out that seller. I'll submit to you guys, though, that the seller at 15, likely an iceberg, a hidden order, as we're barely seeing anything here posted on the gateways in terms of sell orders. So KOD, I want to leave you with that one, as well as SKBL. SKBL was a good one for us on the day. Let's just find that chart quick. There it is. That was also working into the day's high. I want to say 345 is the day high. It's showing me 44s right now on the ask. Another one that's spready. 9 pennies right now on SKBL. Adair is giving it a round of applause. I hope you guys like it as well, like this, but to me, it's just, you know, it doesn't work with my methodology to get in with that kind of spread. So that's all I've got in terms of a summary. Joey, you got 30 seconds.
30
Leave them with a thought, baby.
Kill him with kindness. Yeah, I mean, you know the typical saying, say as I do, not or do as I say, not as I do. Yeah, I do that with the crypto contracts and everything along those lines. There's obviously ways that you can mitigate, obviously. Yeah, hey, man, I'll wax it. When I'm down bad, I'll tell you guys, I'm not down bad, but it's a hefty loss, right? It's like a 4-figure loss at this point this morning, but we're not going to realize it just yet.
That's daily. That's unrealized daily,
Yeah, it's
right?
unrealized. No. Okay. It's just a literally. No, okay, so we got 3 seconds. So what happens is I have a bunch of shares, right? The shares are heavily in the money. Now, these contracts are now out of the money, but essentially the loss that I have in the contracts is flat considering the unrealized gains that I have in the shares.
Got it.
Right? So it's like, I'm down, but it's essentially unrealized that I have lost. So I'm literally flat on the whole position. Even though the contracts are down multiple hundreds of dollars, the shares mitigate that and hold it relative.
And I love that's how you're playing. What is that called? That strategy?
It's just a hybrid system. Hybrid contracts and share system.
Fair?
Yeah.
All right, guys, it is 2 o'clock. If you weren't with us this morning, Neil has a day off. So Obi in first place. Obi and Sean that way. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care.
Yo, welcome back, everyone.
Yo, what's going on, Obi? Your mic is live or what?
My mic is live. We're doing this live.
How was your midday?
It was good. It was all right. I took a little bit of a break. Had some lunch. Actually, did a little bit of gaming because I was like,
you did some gaming.
I'm not gonna lie. I was a little. I wouldn't say tilted, but feeling a little off for missing a bit of Apple. And I did a little bit of review, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna take a bit of a break to take my mind off things. So I played Age of Empires for about 45 minutes.
Okay. Is that did you find like that's productive just to get thinking about other things?
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at charts. I was talking with the boys at the same time about like morning opportunities. So it was like we were playing the game, but like the conversation was very like, I guess almost trade related.
Right.
It was good.
Yeah,
I find a good vibe. It was chill. But
the reason I asked that is because that's part of the reason why I like to go to the gym or whatever. Like today it was pouring rain, so it just stopped raining like 30 minutes ago, and I still went for like just a quick little walk, get away from the desk, and and think about other things, right? I mean, I think that's important to do. And even if, I put on another trade here with Apple when I sat back down, which is a good trade here. But, at the end of the day, I think you got to keep your mind sort of fresh and ready to go. And I do think that taking breaks in the middle of the day, definitely something. 2 thumbs up for our side of it. And just like these guys will now go. they'll be done for the day, but they'll be here early, take a little bit of a break, get ready to go for the show. So welcome back, everybody.
Weather's much better out there.
You know, we got all-time highs in Nvidia.
Yep.
While you were gaming.
Yes, I saw that. No, I saw the push. Like I had left before that. See, I got short on Nvidia.
I was making up the top.
I got short on Nvidia.
Oh, okay.
I put in a stop, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna come back to this, but it didn't work. So I was like, all right, I'm just gonna get up and leave. So right after this is when I kind of got up and left. That was around almost 12:20, 12:30ish. So nothing too crazy. Nvidia, absolutely crazy. So.
Yeah, I can't even remember what that call was actually.
Something about investing in OpenAI or something.
Yeah, I mean, just absolute rip city right there. New all-time highs by a couple pennies there on Nvidia. It's past all-time high. I had written down here, or not I did, eSignal had 184.48. Today we went 184.56. And I was telling you guys just before we went off air there, we got hit right away in the morning, and I said that we had gotten hit on some Nvidia longs, and then that happened. So a little lucky, obviously, there today. But I think that luck favors not the bold, but just I'm buying great companies on what I perceive to be some kind of dips. I'm not sure how far Nvidia dips, but there it is, a nice little trade there for Nvidia. And then we also got reloaded with our Apple trade right there as it fell back into the 200 period moving average. So bang that up there to the upside today for a $6 winner off the node, and then got it again right there again for another $1. So we've made $7, $8, $9 or so on this so far there. And we do have some nice pullbacks, that were happening early in the quantum space, including QBTS, Rigetti. They're all the same today, where we wrote down on our note to try to find a base early, but unfortunately it just happened way too early. It was almost right away at 940, and then there's the bump higher, and we just kept on going from those points. So yeah, what's been a great day for opportunity there. Oh, yeah. I heard Joe talking all about crypto and things like that, so there's more to come as we look at iBit and Ethereum and those kind of plays. So yeah, he
was talking about that APLD. Like we were going through some of the names, and we all had different kind of picks for like what the best trade of the day was. Some people were like Tesla was absolutely amazing. Apple was absolutely amazing. I saw Joe talking about APLD. That was absolutely crazy as well. And then even in small caps, better BETR.
Oh, wow.
Did you see that one?
What is that?
Like I saw a couple of traders on the Twitterverse just slammed.
Wait a minute, where did it
the
open?
backside of that move.
Oh, the back. Okay, good.
Oh, the backside was so good. Look at that.
Yeah. Because remember
getting in on the break of trend in the 90s and the high 80s, and then it just never looks back.
So I can't actually imagine, because the thing is I wonder what that spread looked like.
Oh yeah,
I think that we talked about fortune favors the bold a little bit. And I think if you see that kind of a trade, the upside there, as long as you have your stop, the upside of a name like Better, and this was an Eric Jackson name here, again, the same guy that pumped up.
I heard about that. I was like,
we were on the air, we were talking about this. Yeah.
No, I heard about that. It was him later on this stock later today. I was like, oh, it's that guy again.
Yeah.
I'm like, if we see that thing, if we see that kind of setup happen over and over again, like you're just waiting for the sellers to step right in, because
exactly.
But he gets long and then tweets about it, and it just runs up. So.
Oh yeah, I had that. You must have been in his zone there. We talked when this at first was halted there. I said my piece about how it's sometimes the rich get richer here, where they build a position and then they release the information, and then like I have no idea where they got out or anything like that, or where Eric are still in, most likely, right? But the same thing happened with Open Door, and then that's what it is. But you got to do the work. You got to take the position, and you can see, I think, money coming maybe out of Open Door today, and I think traders are fearing potentially that maybe some of the steam has come out of this name, which is why Eric Jackson and the crew that's trying to pump up Eric, EMJ Capital, I think it is. I think that's about right. Might be losing their sort of will to continue with Open Door and might have gone over to BETR there today. But you are 100% right about how it's sort of losing its steam just a little bit right there, but it has bounced nicely off this $50 area. Look at the spread, $1.08 right now. Join Adara and I tonight for the recap show. It should be a good one. We're going to talk about some hot names that are printing today, and then we're also going to try to do something a little different where we talk a little bit more about tomorrow's trade and try to educate what we're looking for in potential movements in a stock that reports tomorrow, like Micron. So Micron reports tomorrow, the first of the Q4. So they're going to drop Q4 tomorrow, and that'll give us a good idea of potentially what to look forward to with Nvidia, with AMD, and if the supply is still there. Because I know they're DRAM, and it's going to be RAM and memory with Micron, right? But if my memory serves me correct, if they continue to push forward higher expectations, then that means that they have a good feeling too that CapEx will continue to go. Names like, you know, the Oracles of the world will continue to move higher there as we need places to put all of these, and we need the system to continue to go forward. And then again, we get the open AI news with Nvidia today.
Yeah.
And just to see if this house of cards continues to stack higher, or if we're slowly going to start to remove some pieces of said castle until eventually it comes tumbling down. So I think we'll wait to see.
I'm looking for that, man. Like, look at the run up into earnings. Like, this is so aggressive. Like, since September, we broke out of that base, bit of a sideways chop, prior earnings high as well, 136s. So yeah, we extended pretty aggressively since September on Micron. But yeah, I like the way it's leading up into earnings, and it could. I have no bias coming into it being like long or short. But I'm like, if we gap up on something that's already been trending, like, yeah, we definitely have some room to push as well. If we gap down, yeah, we got lots of places to look for potential support as well. We know how strong some of these chip names are, and any aggressive sells. We were talking about when is the next aggressive sell going to come in, and I mentioned earlier this year we had about a 20, 15, 17%.
They're all over the
pullback.
charts.
Right, it's just like, all right, cool. Like, are we going to get another one within the same year? It's definitely possible with the way we're extended so aggressively, but I don't know what news it's going to be. Right, sometimes like it's always something like crazy. Like what was the one the bottom in April? Right, you got the presidential seal after some aggressive sell.
Oh, that was
April bottom.
when he held up that tariff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
And then he was like, this is a great time to buy.
Well, yeah, that was the trigger to
April
go long.
lows. So it's just like that was the turn off of that 17% drop.
That's where you just say push all in.
Yeah.
On moves like that. But no, I'm with you. I actually did a video recently. You can go find it on Instagram, I believe, where we answered the question, what would you do if you had 10 grand to invest?
Oh, yeah.
So what would your advice be to people? I'll tell you what I did if you want to know that.
Sure, yeah.
So I said basically I would put $5,000 into the S&P 500. The S&P 500 has returned 83% over the last 3 years and continues its upward momentum, right? And that way you're not stock picking, okay? Then I was saying, you know, $2,500, I think you could throw it into pick a name. I think you can go with Nvidia. You can go with Nvidia. This guy over here, JPM. Love some JPM. I mean, you guys know I love some JPM.
I don't even know what JPM. I know Canadian
Morgan's
banks
at
are
all-time
strong.
highs. My guy, don't worry about looking it up. So basically, names that you like, spread
names that you use. Names
I mean, you could put 1,000 in Google, whatever, like that. And then I was also the key point was here is that I think it's important that you leave 10% in cash into a high-yielding cash account.
Okay.
So whether or not you're grabbing 4%, if you have a Wealthsimple or you have a Webull or you have a Robinhood or something like that, if you're just sitting in cash.
Coinbase nowadays.
Coinbase USDC is 4.5%. You know, so keep your money in there, let it keep on earning a little bit of interest so that when you see an opportunity like what everybody's looking for, you have cash. Because the thing is, if you're going to say all of my and I realize that I'm Italian and I talk with my hands all the time. My wife was watching an old video of me and my daughter, and we were singing Let It Go, Frozen.
Yeah.
And I was sitting there watching it on her iPad, and I was like, let it go, let it go. And I was like, and it didn't take control. And I was just like, and then we were looking at it, and my daughter's like, and she was 3 years old. And I was holding her in my lap, and she's kind of like looking at me like, And I'm just belting it out, and my hands are going everywhere. But no, I think that if you put most of your earnings, or it's paper earnings, right, where it's in the stock. So you could say, I have $1 million in the stock market, but it's all tied up. Mm-hmm. Well, then when the move happens, unfortunately, that million is tied to that move. So if you have 900 in equity, but then 100 in cash, regardless, move zeros whatever way you want, like maybe $900. Mm-hmm. If you have that much in cash, then it gives you that flexibility. Of being able to then deploy that into names, either dollar cost averaging or getting that all figured out. And Joe was just talking about on the midday show as well, trading with options and using longer dated options. So there's different strategies that everybody can use. Dry powder. is a good point, everyone in the chat. And on that note, I know we got to go to Sharif in a minute. I just want to say here, we love the chat. There it is. What's up, James Dell? Got to keep a little dry powder. I think that is 1,000 million%. But I want to get this going immediately right now. If you're watching, you got rolled over from the old broadcast, all right? So or maybe you didn't, I don't know. But we got to get some more likes. So let's hit that like button right now. We've got Obi back in the building. May or may not see him the rest of the week, right? He's filling in for us whenever we can. We want to thank Obi for that. So hit the like button. Obi's compensation is directly tied to how many likes we have.
Damn.
Yeah, maybe I should have told you that before.
Yeah. Well, let's. What percent are we looking at? Like 10, 15%.
Let's not make
up
our
to 10,000 likes, guys.
Let's not make our negotiations public. But that is my bad. I should have explained that earlier.
Yeah. Oh boy! All right, guys, you heard the man. You heard the man. So we got about 300. So the momentum's really coming in. I would go long the like button as well.
You're betting here? What is going on?
$1 per like? Oh boy!
Oh boy! I should renegotiate. I think I need to be renegotiating that, because if it's $1 per like, these guys are going to run this to a couple $1,000s. That would be at least how much your worth is per day. In my opinion,
a couple more Apple trades.
In my opinion.
Yeah.
Let's see what their opinion is. Let's see. Well, it's already 400.
Yeah, there you go.
This is starting to get exciting right now. What have I done? I apologize to.
How many people are watching right now? There's about 4,000, 4,600, right?
Decent payday.
So 4,600 of you watching, and about 400 likes. That's about 10%, guys. Come on.
This could be a good payday over here.
Let's move.
All right, let's go back over to Sharif, and we'll get this all figured out. So
let's hit the run.
Yeah, there it is. So yeah, people are following orders now, so that is good. Thank you for doing that. They like us. All right, let's go over to Sharif and figure out what the rundown is all about this fine afternoon.
Welcome to the afternoon rundown, everyone. The show you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Obi, he's in for Neil. Neil's got the day off today, but the boys, they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers right there is to get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. Super simple. Just throw in that $sign followed by whatever ticker your heart so desires. Let's first look at the 4 major averages before we start the rundown here. All 4 major averages green on the day, with the ES up about 1/3%. Good look. The NASDAQ, though, leading the way here, up over 0.5% and knocking on the 25,000 point area. Yes, the melt up in the NASDAQ continues. The Dow above 46,000. Closing in on that 47,000 area, up the least of the 4 major averages, up 0.14. And the Russell looking at taking the lead here from the NASDAQ, up 0.4% on the day, up into about 2476. Let's look at the first ticker, though, as decided by you. No question about this one. Nvidia, yes, we got close, if did not break all-time highs on Nvidia. 184.55 is the high of the day. On the back of this headline, yes, Nvidia is throwing their hat behind OpenAI to the tune of $100 billion being announced here to support the ChatGPT creator. So good luck, guys. Nvidia, $100 billion investment in OpenAI.
All right, guys, 14 years ago, BTCC, 0 hacks, 0 excuses. BTCC.com delivers when others don't. Trade Bitcoin up to 500 times, even Tesla, gold, and Forex. With smart copy trading, you don't just watch the pros, you trade like them. Regulated in the USA, Canada, and Europe, trusted by 6.8 million traders. Trader TV Live exclusive. Scan the QR or click the link in the description box for a 15% deposit bonus. BTCC.com, where the pros trade, and now so can you. All right, so thank you for that, Sharif. Nvidia, crazy kind of move on the news there. Look at that opening range high / day high breakout when the news does come in. Absolutely slamming it through the day high, through prior day's high as well. That was a bit of a giveaway, in my opinion. Didn't really participate in that one because it came in so hot, but still continuing and holding up pretty well as of right now. I did participate in a little bit of a short just right here at that 183, but you can see it's holding up the base really well as of right now. Again, strong continuation and a higher price acceptance off of the intraday catalyst on Nvidia. So good stuff here. Fresh all-time highs, Sean. So
Yeah, just barely here.
Continuation.
I actually heard Sharif mention something on the midday when this happened. And I kind of think like this is Nvidia to invest up to $100 billion in OpenAI for 10 gigawatts of AI data centers powered by millions of Nvidia GPUs for OpenAI's next generation AI infrastructure, right? So I almost feel like Nvidia's investing in themselves again right here.
Oh yeah.
You know, and the thing is, it's like they just invested $100 billion in OpenAI and gained like, I don't know, $200 billion in market cap or something like that. So like, I don't, this is like part of that house of cards that I'm talking about. Like, I don't understand, like their strategic partnership enables OpenAI to deploy at least 10 gigawatts of AI data centers with Nvidia systems representing millions of GPUs and OpenAI's next generation of AI infrastructure. Okay, so the reason why, obviously I'm just kind of, you know, talking like this, but I think the boon for Nvidia is that it was them and not AMD.
AMD, yep.
You know, like Nvidia got to talk to OpenAI and agree to give them this $100 billion worth of GPUs and equipment in order to deploy a faster chat GPT, get the system going, build on top or whatever they're doing with this. So for me, I think it's a great idea. It puts Nvidia more into the spotlight, but I don't know if it actually changes anything right there. If you're investing, it's almost like a share buyback almost, I feel like a little bit. Now, I'm sure I'm misunderstanding the story here, but at the end of the day, who really gives a, you know what, because hopefully someone made
money, of course.
And I mean, this is why, Obi, nothing that I try to do is rocket science because I'm just quite frankly not that smart. But at the end of the day, I think investing in the best companies will yield results like this. Like I talked about this earlier, the levers that a lot of these big companies can pull. If Amazon says, oh, I want to get into making bobbleheads, all right? Bye-bye whoever's making bobbleheads right now.
Right, yeah. They'll absolutely crush the competition.
Right, you're either going to get bought out by Amazon, which would be great for them, or they're just going to they're going to sign a deal with the NFL or whoever and start making bobbleheads. You know, or something like that. And they tried to do that with iRobot, you know, IRBT, that got blocked. But they were like, you know, going to buy out iRobot to make those Zoombas or whatever, to clean up, whatever. And then all of a sudden that gets blocked. But that's how I'm feeling about with a lot of these big companies here, like in Nvidia. So for me, I recently bought more this morning, obviously, well, not aware of this kind of a news story, but I think if you just keep putting your money into the big names, stuff like this will happen, and Nvidia just goes back to all-time highs. I mean, can you imagine a world where the Nasdaq's at all-time highs and Nvidia isn't? Well, now we don't have to worry about that because that is exactly what's happening. So, all right, let's go back over. Here's another name. Someone in the government bought this name, I believe, a hell of a long time ago. Well, let's go find out what the story today is. One of the best traders in the world. In the world, yeah. I think so. Like earnings wise, like percentage gained wise.
Yeah.
So let's go find out what's up with Tempest.
It was up nicely, Sean. I mean, it started out the morning, the pre-market, it got that aggressive move up after, you know, the closing print on Friday at 88.23, popped up all the way, guys, to 97.79, but as quickly as it made its way up there, as quickly as it dropped, and now we're down 4.4% on the day. But here was a headline. It received FDA clearance for the XR RNA-based diagnostic device. So here's the deal. The company stated the XR IVD will be offered as a life science tool to support drug development programs. It's supposed to help with different types of malignant neoplasms. That's all you, Ob. Explain it to everybody.
Thank you, Sharif. Go ahead, Obi.
Yeah, no.
I mean, I know exactly what it means, but.
Yeah, well, you know, this price action looks a little malignant right now because it kind of ate up all of the bid from the morning session. So that was pretty interesting. I did have this one on watch in the pre-market, but kind of looked away from it after this this action up into 97s here. But oh boy, what a beautiful kind of reversion to VWAP and a breakdown later on in the day, pretty much giving it all back. Coming into that reference price. That is the current day low. That reference price, let's get specific, is 87.01. current day low is sitting at 86.95. So it did take it out by about 5 to 6 pennies there on the day low that's been printed. But yeah, Tempest AI, maybe a little bit of profit taking, but this thing has been absolutely crazy to the upside, higher highs and higher lows for the majority of the year here. And yeah, no, I think I was going to say. She's a very solid investor of our time, you know, rivals some of the best traders of all time as well. So interesting stuff there.
I mean, we could always talk about it like tongue in cheek, but I mean, the results are there. I mean, it's like, it is what it is. There are also Nancy Pelosi ETFs that people can trade with. Yeah. There's that S-Jim, the short Jim Cramer ETF.
Yeah, wasn't that one a great swing short as well?
Nancy
like
Pelosi
S-Jim itself? Because they got delisted.
It did?
It doesn't exist anymore, yeah.
What happened to that one?
That's what I'm saying. It was a beautiful swing short. Because nobody was interested in the product. It never did enough volume.
Yeah, I know, but did it? But I just wonder, what was the result of the? I don't know, because it didn't go down to zero. They just got.
I got to look back on it, but I remember there being a nice, distinct fade on it. So.
All right. Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, it's a nice little downside play for Tempest, but I mean, it hasn't done much. I still, again, like the space. I like everything AI related right now. I mean, the quantum names started ripping back up to the upside today as well. But yeah, that little wick top there, 98, that's obviously nothing that... to have been short there in the pre-market is something else. So it is a $10 move straight to the downside. I really feel like, and let's just talk about the trade really quickly, and then we can move on to Tesla, because that had a very similar move once the market opened. But there it is at 927. And we talk about, if you're looking to make a trade tomorrow, like something that might be more evergreen rather than just talking about a simple trade. And that is that there's VWAP right there. So when this comes back in and retests VWAP at 94.70, there was really no test of it. It just went right through it. And I always feel like when the market just comes down that hard against VWAP, then you want to break it and then start using that as your top again. And you could have shorted it basically at 10 o'clock again there at $94 against that VWAP. So I just want to say, like, and I learned it from Brian Shannon from Alpha Trends, it's like when there's a gap, play it to VWAP. But on this name, like, there's the gap basically higher. I mean, it wasn't a gap, it was pretty smooth, but then it comes back in and then it just runs right through. So if you tried to go long there, I can't blame you, but then get out and then look for the reload short because we're underneath it. So that's the play there for Tempest. And then, you know, holding something the whole day is the tricky part about it. And I don't know how you do that, but you're still well under VWAP and still going lower here for Tempest. So I think that's the trade that we can all learn for tomorrow. And plays where we gap higher, and you can look at that on better. Maybe we can look at that as well. Yeah. How did that play with VWAP? But let's go back over the desk with Sharif.
All right, guys, Tesla getting the nod today from Piper Sandler. Nice price target upgrade, maintaining that overweight rating, but boosting the price target substantially from 400 to 500. Tesla has been in breakout mode lately, with Piper liking Elon buying about $1 billion back worth of his stock, saying it shows confidence in the name. So Tesla, guys, up 1 2/3 on the day.
All right. Yeah, so I was just going to say, like, for Tesla, okay.
Yeah, I gave it all back. Yeah.
Damn, Shorty, why did I miss that? That's, maybe I wasn't here. Like, that's a great spot. I was going to say, you and I sat here during the pre-show, and we talked about Tesla having very dramatic moves one way or the other off the open. And with better news today, Tesla opened up higher than the rest of the market. The market was red when we came in this morning, and Tesla was up basically this percentage, right? And it was like we thought that Tesla did have a great opportunity to go. It does bounce off the 200 period moving average almost perfectly and then goes up $15 or whatever, right? But that is the area where causing me pause for concern, because that should have been a long right there at 430, came right back in and gave you like a great even dollar level. So I like that trade there for Tesla and hope it comes back right now. I'm going to try to go long on Tesla. I mean, I feel good about the stock. I love the fact that we said this earlier, they're talking about cars again. I like that for Tesla. We already know the base case scenario that we're excited for robo-taxis. We're excited for sort of the push into China, or not, they're already into China, but the push for the Chinese deal. I think if that gets done, I think that would help out Tesla as we get to figure all that kind of stuff out. Even, you know, deals with Canada for automotive. And I just think that Tesla does have we don't say this too often, but there's some tailwinds here that exist with Tesla, and I think they're real this time. And then the robot, I think, is real. Neil and I have sort of looked that up. I don't know if you have, but it was only like 20 grand. Now, I think 20 grand is expensive for it to do nothing.
Optimus?
Yeah.
That's not bad at all.
Yeah, but I think the average person, I think the idea behind Tesla Model 3s is that at one point the Tesla Model 3 became like an everyman car, and what I mean by that is it was less. The price of a Tesla Model 3 became lower than the average car sold in the United States at one point. Yeah. So I just think if they're going to be the first ones releasing a robot, what happens is that you have to have that initial adoption,
right? And
I think a lot of the money comes from. I think it comes from commercial and industrial first,
right?
Where they're putting, and it's already there, robots to help the lines.
It's already started to happen, yeah.
Right? Making the cars are already all robotic, anyways, at Tesla. So things like that, and then if you can get into the households, that's where the margins start to increase like crazy. Yeah. So I think that with robotaxi, full self-drive, and the fact, and just all the automation that they have, and the robots, I think Tesla has a bunch of now potential tailwinds that can help push them back into that 480 and all-time high levels. So I like Tesla here, and I think it's time to get a little more positive on the name. So I'm going to try to go long on Tesla, and it's been a great breakout, and I think that you're going to get some support regardless at 400, and then we go higher from there. You're halfway now between 400 and the all-time highs. So let's see what happens first.
No, I really like the name, and this is one we've been talking about for a while here. And yeah, beautiful move on the day today. And guess what? An even better reversion. I was looking for a similar kind of reversion here on an Apple, but didn't really come in this aggressively. It pretty much gave back everything down into that 230, which again happens to be in and around that prior day high. Pre-market levels, pre-market supports in and around that area as well. Couldn't break down 230. Look at that nice little lick grab, only going down to 429.89. So yeah, nice little push there. But yeah, beautiful opportunity in the morning, getting long through prior highs right here at that. I think it was 40. If I'm not mistaken, it was 34 or 44. Let me check real quick right here. So that was just a technical breakout. Yeah, right here. So that 33.50-ish level here on Tesla. You can see that came in pretty nicely right off of the open pre-market highs as well, taking everything out for almost a 10-15 point run off of the lows there. So gave it all back, but I think opportunities both ways, Sean.
Let me ask you, do you think the market is ready? Like, do you think they can sell to the public those robots without like mass adoption early? Like if all of a sudden they were to release this robot for 20 grand,
yeah,
do you think they sell out immediately? Like, what do you think
what's the inventory like?
That's what I'm saying.
Right?
I don't know, but do you think that they can meet the demand? Like what? Like
yeah, I think they could meet the demand, but like I don't know. I don't know what that market is like. Like I would
would you take a robo-taxi, like an unmanned taxi before an Uber? For me, I'm not there yet.
I think I'd be fine with it.
You'd be fine with it?
Because
Okay.
I've looked into a lot of the technology, and I've seen a lot of the test drives as well. And I would say that I definitely trust it. But I think I've seen a couple of videos with people kind of being trapped in the vehicle as well. So it has to have a kill switch. It's got to have a switch where like I hit the button and I'm like, all right, let me take over. You know what I mean?
Take over what?
Take over. I don't know. Maybe with my phone or something. You know, I'll say stop.
Dude, they're never gonna let the passenger take over the car.
Yeah.
Because
I can be like emergency stop or something. I'll be like an emergency stop button, and it just it kind of overrides everything, and it just pulls over, right?
You know the reason is like. Because most people will take cabs, maybe they're intoxicated or whatever.
Yeah.
So the thing is like you may be sitting in a robo-taxi and there's absolutely nothing wrong, but your head is spinning.
Yeah.
So you potentially think the
emergency stop. Yeah,
Can you imagine that?
Maybe, yeah.
They're like, sir, like it comes on the microphone, sir, there's actually nothing wrong with your robo-taxi. You are asleep in the back seat, my friend.
Yeah.
And but
maybe you get a fine for that. You know, it's just like on transit. You know how you have like the emergency stop buttons and the pulls or whatever. Like if you pull it for no reason, you're gonna get a fine. fine.
Okay.
But if you have valid reason, then you're fine with that. You're okay.
I got you on
I
that.
don't know. The
Apple-
robos, I think they do get sold out, but again, I don't know. They'd have to place an offer into the market and see what the demand really is like, right?
Yeah, it's kind of a rhetorical question. Like we have no idea. I'm not even sure the price tag, but that's what they were talking about earlier. Apple right now up $1.50, but right now every year 3.8 million concussions are reported, Andre, in the United States. Yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. But there is NYSE-listed Oragenics, and of course their symbol is OGen, and they are changing that with their first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach over $9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. You can learn more and schedule your meeting today by scanning on that QR code right there to find more about Oragenics, and I think that's very important. And I mean, they need to find out a way to stop having Achilles and whatnot on ACLs popping in the NFL. We had 3 or 4 big-time injuries. James Conner yesterday, gone for the season. Najee Harris gone. Both running backs, changing the game for fantasy players this week. A lot of injuries this week in the NFL as...
That's crazy. Like, over the past month, I think both my brother-in-laws ripped their ACL.
Doing?
One of them was playing basketball, and the other one, I think some like a trampoline thing that they were doing together. But
who the hell's hitting the bang? Sorry, Obi. Joe really appreciates. Joe is like, Obi's family got hurt.
Yeah, bang, bang, bang. Come on, what? Hey, it's the basketball. Okay, I guess. I don't know. Go sports. I love playing basketball. But no. Hopefully they get better soon. But yeah, no, that's weird. I'm just like all these ACL injuries happening around. And
I think if you and Joe want to deal with it after, you guys could do that. But it's all good.
Hey, we got the fourth screen. What's up? He says he has a bad knee too. Yeah, don't we all, man? I got a bad knee.
He really likes it when other people join him with the bad knee.
Yeah. Is it,
hey, me and you are attached.
What's it? Suffering loves companion. What's the thing?
Yeah, suffering.
What's that expression?
Like that.
Misery loves company.
Yeah. Misery.
Misery. Yeah.
Misery loves
something like that. I don't know how the saying goes.
Okay. All right. Let's go back over right here and talk about how miserable Open has been today.
Well, Open Door's stock price is kind of miserable, Sean, but the technicals aren't that bad. Down 5 3/4 on the back of this headline. So a hedge fund manager named George Noble, he criticized Open Door, calling it total garbage despite its 1,700+% rally. Noble argues that Open Door's business model is flawed, citing inconsistent losses and poor unit economics. He's warning investors against believing in the long-term viability, and he dismisses the impact of the cost-cutting measures the company's putting in place. So as I mentioned, down 5 4/5 today, but trying to hold on to $9, guys.
Hey, Obi, how many family members blew their ACLs?
2.
Oh man, when it's your show, it's
nice
just
knowing
amazing.
You guys.
Oh boy, I can't. I just can't anymore. I can't. Okay, so.
It's just funny. Hopefully, you guys are having a blast. Hit that! Come on, hit that!
This is why.
I'm having too much fun.
We can't be here for our pretty faces, you know. We got to provide some entertainment to the people.
Yeah.
And I think we're doing it. So thank you.
Provide
everybody.
a little bit more than that. We provide the liquidity.
Who's watching us right now? Yeah. So Open Door, total garbage. I mean, when you get into things like that, I mean, I don't really like to hear the extension of like that just almost seems personal, right? When you're hearing things. So I don't know enough about the Open Door model to say that it's not going to work. But we all knew that it was not like, I don't know, Neil was sitting here talking about, if they cut the rates 50 basis points, he was just punching long on Open Door. I don't, to me, I never thought about that. I mean, the IWM makes a lot of sense, but I don't think that mortgage rates are really too much affected right here for Open Door's business model at the end of the day here. But if they're more, we don't have Open Door here in Canada, but if they're more automated, I think that's good. I mean, I want to get rid of the middleman a lot of the time, and I don't know exactly what Open Door's business model is, but I do know that the volume is dying down here on the intraday. It is starting to fade out a little bit. It does look very, very top heavy, obviously, as we talk about 10 and 11s, and now looks to be 3 straight down days here, and I think we'll probably stay red today, but that could change. So I don't know, man, barring, and we were joking about this last week, Adara put out a whole thing on Trader TV Research about following the sort of the paper trail here. And it's been 55 cents, you know, back in July, up to $11. And I do feel as well that, you know, the momentum looks to be dying off of this name and potentially moving to other ones, which we'll talk about in a couple seconds. But yeah, I would say stay long if you believe in it. And I mean, you're out, it could be somewhere around here, this sort of gap filling in around $7. So for me, I'd be happy. I wouldn't be happy holding this, but I'd be happy buying somewhere around 7 to see if Open Door can get going there. So that would be something that I would look at. All right, Patrick.
Patrick.
I mean, you know, we were super chatting last week, and here it is again. I want to say thank you so much. I didn't even read the note yet. I hope it's okay. Here, okay. Thanks. Oops. For some reason, I can't really click on these things too hot. There it is. I'll just keep it like that, then I'll be able to see it. Thanks for another insane day. Apple, Tesla, SoFi, Mara.
Interesting.
Wait. $16,000.
Hey-oh.
Patrick, I have a kid that's in hockey. I have a kid, you know, that's, you know, if you want to adopt anybody, or you know, there's a little bit of opportunity there.
Yeah.
She's 11. She likes Sephora, Labubus,
Nice.
Uggs. Patrick, man, congratulations, man. I mean, that was huge. I mean, that Apple trade off the open, Obi and I both ran that thing, and I mean, I really hope that you took some of our confidence and some of what we talked about into those plays. But we say this all the time, man, and it's all about, like, just honestly having the confidence to hit the button yourself and putting out the amount of shares. And you and I have the ability to put in a whole bunch or a whole little or whatever. But, you know, every trader out there, man, you guys, girls, guys, theys, everybody, doing the absolute best for yourself and your family. So, Patrick, I'm so happy that you're on this kind of a run. The only thing I have to say to traders that are on this kind of a run is, if 16,000, or like, because everybody has different numbers, you know, that what they're looking to do. And that's why sometimes I feel like daily goal met, right? It's like certain traders can't have the same goals because they're either not trading the same share size or they're not looking for the same thing or whatever. But make sure that you don't then just turn around and risk all of that on the next idea. Make sure that the ideas line up. You know,
You got to remember how you got there.
right. And it's a little bit about being humble, because when you're making that kind of money, sometimes you have to realize that can, like, disappear, and sometimes we get a little overconfident, and we start to ramp up our share sizes and whatnot, and then the next thing we know, like, that 16 grand dwindles down to like 10 grand, and then, you know, and then it's like 5 grand, and then you start to feel like, what have I done with that 11 grand?
So what you're telling me is that if I'm on a heater, I'm not parlaying?
No, I think that's a good one, and I'm glad that you're talking sports. So.
Oh boy.
But at the end of the day, I think that is correct. I want people to stay hot and play the hot hand.
Yeah.
So if you think you're reading the board right and you want to go again, fine. But I'm just saying, sometimes it is worth putting 25% away. Like, deal 100%. With it, and then at the end of the month, look at that kitty. Like, if you take 25% of all your profits and put it away into that high interest account or whatever, just put it there and don't trade it. You know, trade with firm's capital or the profit that you've made. Right. I think that's great, and I want to thank Patrick for that, and I hope you're heeding some of that advice or not. But at the end of the day, some great trading over there. You want to talk about anything with Open Door quickly?
Great advice there, Sean. I think, just got to remember how you got there and what's giving you that profitability, and doing more of that, right? Open Door. I don't know what their business model here is either, Sean, but I think it's something along the lines of a stair-step squeeze. Because that's basically what's been happening on this name. It eventually kind of started off as a little bit of a meme move, and then maybe even gathering a little bit of a storyline and a sentiment along the way as well. But stair-step squeeze is definitely the name of this game here, to me, for me at least, as it just holds structure higher and higher. Do we create bases? Do we have price acceptance higher? That's the question I'm asking. A little bit of turbulence here at that $10 level, but we're holding base at 850s pretty well. And again, stepping up on structure. So unless and until we see one of these prior resistances turn support, turn back into resistance, I'm going to stay a little bit patient on this one and say this can go one way or the other. I do like a bit of a double top on underneath this 11 mark, but I'm open to any sort of price action on this one.
Like that one, Obe. Nice way to finish it off. All right, Webull having a fantastic day today. Fantastic couple of days, guys. Up almost 7% to 14.25. No headline. There was no headline on Friday either, except this unusual options activity headline. So apparently there's a bullish option flow detected in Webull with about 75,500 calls trading with 3 times the expected and implied volatility increasing almost 6 points now up to 98.5. It's the September 26th weekly $15 calls and the $14 calls that are most active, guys, with total volume on those strikes near 22,300 contracts. So unusual options activity for Webull.
Nice. Are we bullish? We might be bullish. I don't know.
Did another uncle blow an ACL or something?
I have no idea.
Okay, well we're done with that. We don't want to overplay that one.
Oh boy.
Yeah, anything on the chart there? Because
I mean, I didn't have eyes on this one, but I guess if you had an early look there, it was doing relative volume in the pre-market. It was doing relative volume coming into the close on Friday as well. Bit of a flat top push that gets taken out with aggressive volume and action off of the open. So yeah, great long. Wasn't really looking here, but it seems like, Sean, there was a lot of great longs, like opening drive runs off of the open that just were amazing trades, were solid trades. They never looked back. So yeah, a lot of opportunity in this market, man. It's things are getting a little bit crazy. It's just, I just hope it lasts a long time. But and if it doesn't, that's fine as well. We know the cycles that the markets go through. Sometimes they're dead, and then you have markets like this where you might have like 10 opportunities off the open, and we're all arguing about what the best opportunity was. Was it a Tesla? Was it an APLD? Was it a Webull? Was it an Apple? Who knows? Was it the airlines short, right? Was it crude oil? Like there's so many things that are moving around and have range and extension that, it's difficult to kind of stock pick. But the thing, what I'm noticing is like, just got to pick one or two and really try to do your best at them. And that's the best thing we can do. Like you said, we can't catch all of them, but this market is definitely very, very fruitful.
Yeah, if you were Ash, you try to catch them all, but you can't really do that. But
from Pallet Town.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know enough about it, so you're getting to be too much into that. I just know Ash Ketchum. That's it. I don't know anything else. I know that I'm trying to catch like a Bulbasaur or a Charizard and all those things, and all that kind of stuff. And that Pikachu's not the strongest; he's just the cutest, you know.
Yeah.
That's it. Okay, so yeah. I don't know. I mean, was Sharif mentioning that just options activity? So someone out there, and they talk about how the option market drives also, you know, the liquidity and the movement in the equity market. So there's always traders that are looking forward and trying to figure out proper plays. And if this is being front run by someone with options, well, then maybe there is some sort of a release coming for Webull. The only thing that I can possibly think about now is that maybe some of the, and I don't think some of the luster is gone or whatever on Robinhood. I mean, I think Robinhood still has a lot to go, and the fact that they're almost green today, I think is saying a lot, considering the index action was Friday, and you know, the pullback I thought was going to be somewhat real on this, and maybe we could have gotten something into the teens here for Robinhood, but it's not pulling back at all. We've seen Robinhood and SoFi, some of the newer fintech plays get added into NASDAQ 100, S&P 500, whatever it happens to be. So I'm just thinking that, hey, if all of these companies are doing that, and Webull has a similar trajectory. Now, I don't know what Webull's daily active users are or monthly users or what their assets under management are or anything like that as comparison to a Robinhood. But I do know here, I see them advertising a lot. I know they're stepping into Canada. I know they're in the US. I know they got some of their crypto licenses as well going through there to operate in different parts of this world in different jurisdictions. So I think Webull continues to work, and honestly, I just thought it maybe got beat up over the last couple days, and it would make sense to me that as people change their money into Robinhood and into SoFi, which is breaking all-time highs. I mean, we have $1 winner right now on SoFi, and we're going to talk about that as well. But maybe now some of our focus will go over to Webull, you know, instead of these other names. So I just wonder if money came out and went into names like SoFi and Robinhood. I mean, look at what Robinhood's and SoFi has been doing over the last little while. So yeah, I mean, we're long down there, but that's the kind of stuff that I'm thinking is just a rotation from same sector but now out of names like SoFi and Robinhood because we've already put the work in. They've already made all-time highs. So now let's flip over and look at a Webull. So for me, I think you can timestamp it right now. Like this day might be the start of something decent for Webull, and we'll see if it can get back up to highs as well. I would say it can, and most likely will. We just don't want it to step up into earnings and have a mistake, right? And I think that's what everybody's always protecting against. All right, thank you for that. Now back over into trading just real quickly here. I got out of another piece. We'll fire off the hot dog cannon because it's been a good day for SoFi. This was marked down on our sticky note real early, and boom to the upside there, $30 and change. I'm just gonna get out of another piece here because we're underneath VWAP. We're not underneath VWAP. We're underneath the 200 and underneath the 50-period moving average. You're gonna get another piece out here at $30. Our best out is 30.30, and that ain't bad. So from 29 bucks all the way upside for SoFi. It was well traded there, and I'm glad to be able to put this on here today. So SoFi continues to do okay. Right there. This is people are talking. Use Webull, move from Schwab there as well, and there's difference. So thank you for that, Joseph, for sharing that. And that's what I think people are doing. They're getting price. They don't want to pay for trades. They want to have all the options. They want to have a cool experience on their app. Even for me, I'm still with one of those legacy trading, factions, and I use the app, and it's not the greatest. Yeah. But I'm not trading on my desktop anymore. I'm putting trades through on the phone.
Right.
So I think that if they can sort of monetize that, which Webull and SoFi and Robinhood and all that seem to be doing, there's Moo or something like that. There's a bunch of different opportunities there to do that. IBKR, I think, has a good app, and there's a lot of opportunities to trade on different spots. But SoFi is a bank, it's a little different than everything else. But anyways, that's that.
Yeah, no, I think this is a good move on SoFi. Great job catching that long early on. That was the best price all day on something like a SoFi. But guys, I got some exciting news for Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and US Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points. Until December 31st of 2025. That's the end of this year. Not many months left until then, guys. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize US dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying US equity indices. If you are a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn some more. All right, guys, Oracle, I see what you guys are typing in the chat. I'm looking for the next trade. I'm watching this Nvidia, not really in anything significant, just looking for maybe an end-of-day pull-in, but more than willing to give it a couple of tries. Not the best opportunity, in my opinion, but I'm looking for the next trade here. And some of you in the chat pointed out Oracle, and oh boy, Oracle, what a crazy move. Strong trend to the upside, holding pre-market levels that broke in the first hour of the trading day. You can see in and around about that 10:30 mark, we break pretty clean through the high of day, through pre-market highs, and continuing to push even higher. So it seems like this one might be a little bit, I guess, lifted on the TikTok news, and dancing to that tune there to the upside on Oracle. The morning seems like it was some of the best times to get long on a lot of these stocks on the day here. And yeah, Oracle, another one of those. 300 holding up really, really well. We saw how it kind of consolidated in and around there for a majority of last week. A little bit of a ping to the downside, 292 lows from last week, and then just bids right back up, 325s now. So absolute crazy runner on this one. Oracle just going for it right there. So let's take a quick look as well. Some serious support for Meta, saying Misham here. So let's go take a look at Meta here as well. I know this is one of the Mag 7s that I kind of leave on the side burner, but oh boy, what a beautiful short. Prior day, supply coming in at I guess you want to call it 780, 790, 775s. Guess what? Same kind of area today. You can't even get through the opening price of prior day, and sellers step it right back into the consolidation lows of yesterday on Meta platforms. I did look at this fade on Friday, but kind of missed it here today. It seems like sellers still on board on Meta in and around some of these prices as of right now. Let's see what else. Chill Vibe saying, can you check GLD? Oh boy, we know that this one's been running to the upside. Gold's all-time highs, guys. So let's take a quick look at GLD and see how that one's holding up here. Go straight to the weekly. Wow, look at that weekly gap up, man. Oh boy, that consolidation that was happening for a majority of the year, guess what? That's a flat top breakout, as Sharif likes to say right there. 317s, 318s, those higher lows building up into that level. And yeah, the gold chart looks very similar as well. GLD pushing fresh highs, and the weekly looking like it's starting to extend. And you know what I really like, Chill Vibes? The breakout happening with expanding volume. I know you like that as well. Let's take a quick look at gold futures as well, because that's mainly what I focus on in terms of morning scans when I'm looking at the price and price action of gold, as well as some of the other futures as well. You can see here, not as aggressive of a gap up on the weekly. You can see that gold futures actually overlap a little bit there. I like this information a little bit more because, again, they trade they trade a little bit differently than some of the stocks and ETFs themselves. So I like to use this as more of a specific indicator. But you can see the same kind of action here. A little bit of a it's not as flat, but a bit of a flag happening with higher lows that finally breaks out. No volume here, but you can probably check that out on some of those ETFs as well. So yeah, GLD, absolute banger on not even the day, on the monthly, I would say. Look at that consolidation and continuation. So leg consolidation. Oh boy, do we see a measured move on gold? I have no idea, but we are mid breakout here. Vic in the chat saying Google. Let's take a quick look at Google, and then I'll cover Amazon for none in the chat as well, and then I'll pass it back to Sean here. So Google, I had it on watch prior day because of how strong it was going into the close, but guess what? Not really the same kind of sentiment as a Tesla or an Apple coming in on the day here. Bit of a lick grab of prior day's levels, and then strong fade. I don't know what this was in the middle of the day, but I was like, oh boy, that's a crazy wick low of that 250. It kind of slams into that 250 and then bids right back up for a nice, I guess, sell-off and reversion back into VWAP. But you can see sellers kind of dominant, staying dominant on the day today on Google, as we are trading both below VWAP and below opening range highs as of right now on Google. So nice little continuation potential on that one if you had that VWAP short there. And what was the next one? Amazon. Oh boy, this one I think I did trade it last week. Yeah, this one, nice continuation there. So we saw some aggressive selling coming into the close on a rebalancing day. So it was on my watch coming into today, being like, do we see a little bit of more of the same kind of action? And guess what? Off the open, straight slam, bit of a reversion. Not really that clean, but the retest is what I'm looking for. That 230, that wick from Friday's low, in and around that area, that support turning into a bit of a resistance on Amazon for another leg lower. But guess what? Still within range, still doing pretty well on the higher time frame. That's just the intraday. But when you look at a weekly or a monthly, Amazon is doing pretty well here. So you can see almost back at those all-time highs. Let's just go straight up to a monthly here because we're looking at higher time frame stuff. You can see here the action, the price action, a little bit more clearly when you take out all the noise that comes in with the daily charts and sometimes even the weekly charts. That's why I like to look at 3 months and sometimes even 12-month charts just to take a look at a bigger picture. But you can see here, absolutely solid uptrend and poised for all-time highs. So that's what I'm honestly waiting for on Amazon, guys. What do you got going on, Sean?
You just heard, I was listening to you, man. I like all
great
that
reload on that Apple.
All that work that you're doing there. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, so we reloaded. I just want to talk about Apple because, and just since you've been talking there, we are getting out of a little bit more there. It's up 4% today. I mean, that's a big move for Apple, right? I mean, you don't get those kind of moves out of the blue, and we kind of got that today. I mean, all we really heard about was, you know, how popular these iPhone exactly is, and we had that huge break. This is going to be obviously the P&L trade of the day for me. We took it immediately right away. We put on the amount of shares that we were very comfortable with, and there it goes, right? Never really went against us. And then for the very first time, it comes in and pulls into the 200 period moving average. And when that happened there, I missed it there, and then we grabbed it right when it came in. And I actually did have some orders a little lower to see if we could support it. I was going to try to maybe even buy this against VWAP, but we didn't have to. So then it just started going, and we just started to top out a little bit here. I don't always wait for the very highs of the day. I mean, some greed does get the best of you. And then we broke back down below this 21 period, and I'm just trying to get out of a little bit more here, just in case the market does fall down. And the reason why I'm looking at that, Obi, is like, this is what the NASDAQ is doing. It is trying to break trend. Now, we tried there, we tried there, we tried there. This is the 50-period moving average. I often get people tweeting at me or messaging me on Instagram saying, what are these lines? But this is a 50-period moving average, just SMA, simple moving average. And I use it as kind of like a trend break, right? And I mean, and it gets choppy. But if you're trying to hold something going higher, this is like sort of the area where you say, okay, if you're long on a break, like maybe you're long here, looking to get out, whatever the case may be, this is almost where your out is. You don't have to get out of it all, but that's where you want to start to look. So for me, if the futures, again, are starting to have a little bit of an issue, now we had it there, and we kept on going higher. So for me, for Apple, just looking at what we're seeing right now on that stock, it's something very similar where, for the first time, sure, we broke it there, but I was already getting out there of half, so now we're trying to get out of more. And we did hold 254, fine. But it's made that move higher. Now we've broken below and we're retesting that 50. So if we break below there, it'd be silly not to get something out. So, on this thing, we only have about 20% left of this Apple trade, but we're starting to get out some more as it comes back in. So the reason why we talk like this is not a new position. This is to help all of you that are potentially in positions yourself. If we always get questions here, like right now, Louis saying, can we bring up Palantir? Sure, bring up Palantir. And it's just like when you're looking at these trades and you're long or you're short and you're thinking about what to do. That was a great dip buy opportunity, and some of you might have had that. So for me, if you're still long on Palantir right here, everything's turning up. Don't stop. Don't get out of everything right now. You are bouncing off the 200-period moving average, and you guys know how many times I get stock out. This is a spot to get some out. Like if you went long down here, pay yourself. Pay the man his monies, as Neil likes to say. And I would say pay yourself, man. Like you took a risk. You bought off that bottom right here at 178.50. You're back to the 200 period. That's why these lines are here. Use them. Take out $1. Take something out. It might not be the number that you're looking for, but if you do get the number you're looking for, then you're going to have to break through all this and get back to the highs. If you're looking for highs of the day, I think it could be there for Palantir. But how to hold it? Maybe watch this 50-period moving average right here. I'm trying to zoom in here so I can show you guys. Watch this just continue to climb higher with the stock, right? This is a 1-minute chart. Or if 1-minute chart is like, Sean's like a maniac for trading off a 1-minute chart. I can't tell how many times I've heard that. Even the 50-period, there's the 50-period moving average on a 5-minute chart. You're now breaking back above it. This could be your stop then. A pullback below that. Confirmation, maybe closing below the last prior bar low of a 5-minute chart. That could be an out. I've heard Obi talk about prior bar highs and lows, and I think that's an area right there. So no matter what you're looking at, for me, for Palantir right now is a long, and we have some decent stop areas for all of that. Last week, though, I got some out right here live on the show, 180 or 180. I think it was 180.75 or whatever it was. We did it. I think that, you don't want to get too greedy. Do I think 190 is coming? Sure. But on the way back up, take some profit out, buy yourself a sweater, whatever, and do the best, right? So I think that's something to look for. So that's a name there, Palantir. All right, so Intel. Part of it is, I'm going to show you the numbers here in a minute, the numbers that were made on Friday here at Real Trading. But if you just go over here, like this is a fun thing there. Thanks to Fabian for this. Yours looks great, but there it is right there. These are the notes that we had. Apple long, possibly a 250. Possibly a 250 break long. We had that. There's your 29.75 short on Intel. There's your SoFi 29 long. And then we talked about wait for a developed support, then get long on the quantum names. Well, we're going to go, this is a 4 for 4 sticky note. But not only that, they're actionable trades that actually all filled today, right? Like here's the Intel short, 29.75. And then when we were in the trade, we talked about potentially reloading if it got to 30, and that's exactly what happened. And so there's the push down on Intel. That's $1 in the money. There's our SoFi long, right? So that worked out, and then the Apple trade you've already talked about. So I just think that no matter what your note looks like, follow the rules and then look back and judge, you know, how did it play out, and how can I get this going just a little bit better? I mean, Rigetti and some of those quantum names, we don't even have fills on those today unless you do. I don't.
No.
But, you know, again, there's the move down.
They were running like crazy. The whole sector is running.
Yeah. Well, but today, though, these are down 4 or 5% to start with, you know? And so to your point, Obi, it's like if the sector's hot, then we know, this is why I said, look for a bottom, buy the dip in a sector that's hot fire. I mean, that got me into Nvidia longer today in the long-term account. I like the space. We have Micron coming tomorrow reporting Q4 earnings. They're going to lead the way, right? They're going to give us an idea of what Q4 looks like for them, what CapEx is looking like, you know, what their fabs are, what their build-outs look like. Do they see continued demand? And if they do, then I think Nvidia goes higher, and if they don't, Nvidia goes lower. So you're playing the game here, and you just got to make sure you do your homework, and I think that everything will eventually work out. So that's kind of my thought there, and how I look at stocks. Play the right sectors and look for the right names.
Yeah, I think stock selection is definitely very, very key here. I just asked the chat, what charts do you guys want to go over? Because I know I keep calling out just a few names off of the open, but I know for a fact I keep finding other names that had amazing opening drives, like that Webull, and some of these other quantum names as well. The Oklo was going as well, IONQ as well. So yeah, a lot of stuff moving around. So I want to take a look at some of those as well, and that's going to help me out as well for when I review potential opportunities and missed opportunities later tonight as well. So yeah, we can do some of that work together here while I'm also looking for the next trade. Nvidia, I was stopped out of. Guess what? That came in pretty I wouldn't say aggressively, but it looked like it was going to break down to me, and then it just came right back into the highs there. I didn't give it to high a day, which is obviously real risk in my opinion, but that's not the trade I'm really looking for. I'm looking for it to go right away without catching any sort of a bid here, as it was kind of building structure lower and lower. So I just gave the out above that prior high. I think just above the quarters there, and yeah, it's coming back into the upside here, and the market relentless bid to the upside here as well. We talked about that 25,000 potentially coming in here on the NASDAQ in the morning session, and that's coming in pretty nicely and holding an all-day bid, holding an all-day trend. We were kind of talking about, oh, when rates get cut, when will we find the bid? Is the bid going to come in? And it seems like some of that buying is definitely starting to trickle in. Now, I don't know if that's the kind of those are the participants you know, positioning in or feeling more comfortable, being like, oh, Nvidia strong catalyst plus rate cuts plus market environment, we just got to get long for the high a day break. Like I get that, but regardless of whatever, there's a lot of opportunities in this market. Okay, Vin H saying SPY. Yeah, I like that. I have been looking at the SPY, but again, a lot of things moving around and breaking out. Guess what? You can play it safe. You can be like, all right, Nvidia and Apple, some of the market leaders, sure not, Apple and Tesla, some of the market leaders, are blasting to the upside. Where can I take that trade as well? Maybe not looking for the same kind of volatility like a Tesla might involve. The spider or one of the futures might be your answer to that one there. You can see, wow, what a 4 a.m. candle. I don't know how real this one is, but being information on TradingView, I think things were printed down there all the way down at 657s on the 4 a.m. Talk about arbitrage on the opening print off of the 4 a.m. That's crazy. Yeah, strong continuation happening there. 666, oh boy, 89 is the high of day as of right now on the spider. Continues to climb up all-time highs. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it is. But look at that prior day breakout. I think this is the trade on SPY. If we're going to go back and review and be like, okay, in retrospect, what was a decent trade here? I like the opening drive. I like that a lot, and you can see that it's been holding VWAP there as well. So similar kind of concept of that of Apple and Tesla this morning, where buying dominance shows up as a VWAP bid and as a pre-market breakout and as a prior day high breakout. But this pullback is what I'm looking at here, Sean. This pullback, the only pullback that we have that lasts for more than about 30 minutes here on the SPY, pulls back into prior day's high, bases out, and then you can get in here. You can have all different kinds of execution sets. You can take the breakout, you can take the break of the downtrend. Regardless, this ends up being a good area to buy, where that resistance from prior day, now clearly the market is showing you that it's turned into support. That's a little bit of retrospect analysis, but it is what it is. Spider also looking like it gave amazing opportunities. What's going on, Adara?
Keep an eye here on Walmart. Speaking of S&P 500, I guess components there. WMT saying that their same-day pharmacy delivery will include refrigerated and reconstituted medications such as insulin, GLP-1s, and that'll be available across the U.S. So apparently WMT here talking about their same-day pharmacy delivery, which will include medications like insulin and GLP-1s. Back to you.
There, I don't think it's a needle mover for Walmart, but she showed the chart, not much going on right there. We got out some more Apple right here quickly. Yeah, I mean, a lot of you guys talking about this market top right now. I don't really want to short this, man. I mean, if anything, a trade idea that I'm looking at right now, I want to, especially with this like Nvidia news here, I think the space is completely fine right here. I think China can win. I think the United States can win. I think if China's going to win, then it's going to come with an Alibaba victory dance and a couple laps around as well. And I think that China has sort of showed their interest in supporting Alibaba and what they're doing, and potentially the building of their own chips there in China to sort of bypass whatever sort of curbs will be put on the H100s or whatever these chips are that are going or not going into China. So I really think that Alibaba has a great opportunity here, and any sort of a pullback into the market. We get questions all the time. I'm still bidding 152. I think it expires this Friday. If we get a push down in the space and anywhere, NASDAQ space, or a push down, Alibaba is one of the names that I want to buy. And while we talked about getting back to prior days highs, while this is a great level for me, this 150 breakout, the minute that happened, I think we even went long on the show 150 and it just ripped that day. But at the end of it all, I think we could pull back a little bit. I really like Alibaba, and just as a trade right here today, to me it's kind of basing now, and I don't. It's not the greatest. I was hoping that if we. Yeah, I mean, it's still too far away. I don't know. Like, it's 307 right now. The market seems pretty flattish. I was thinking about if we can hold the 50, hold the 20, well, the 21 won't matter at that point, but this is the 200, break above it, and then kind of get above this 164.50. If we can break long here on Alibaba and use 164.25 or whatever the 200 period is going to be as our sort of support, then I do think we can get back to VWAP, which is giving you that 2-to-1, 3-to-1 kind of a trade. And then if we take that out, then the sky's the limit on a good story here into the close. But with only 40 minutes now until imbalances, I'm not sure that the long or waiting for that to happen I'm not sure that will happen. So I'm just tell you guys like what I'm looking at. A strong name that's beating the market right now, or relatively flat with it, but this has an opportunity to get going. I think Alibaba right there is something. And if we're going to look at the NASDAQ itself, maybe you guys are looking to, because 0-day options can really only be done on the ETFs, not on single stocks. So if you're going to look at the futures, I mean, this is what the NASDAQ looks like. It doesn't even look like an index, just straight up right now, bouncing off levels and taking out highs. I would favor the long rather than the short, and I think you can go long here until it breaks through this 104.70 or so area. For me, what about a day high break, which is about to happen right now? I think if we could take that out, we seem to have been holding. So like you'd get long like 25,000, 20, something like that. I mean, if you're going to do the Qs, you can look there as well. Whatever the day high break is in whatever index you're looking at, I think you can go and then use the 50-period moving average as potentially you're out. And I don't think there's that much risk there. And then you get that push forward because you have Apple mooning. We're $2 in the money there on good stories, right? Better global demand for the iPhone. I don't know. They increase the prices and the demand goes up. Like, that's not what they taught me in economy class. What the hell did they teach me in economics anyways? They definitely teach me how to speak English. I don't even speak that properly. But, so Apple's sort of bucking the trend there. Higher prices, more demand. I don't know. But there it goes, higher right there for Apple. We have the Nvidia story pushing things higher as well today. We have new all-time highs, across the board. Nvidia right now looking to take out highs. I think the market can work here. And yeah. I don't know. For me, I don't mind that trade at all, Obi. What is the high for the TQs today? Yeah, 105. So we're right here right now.
It's solid.
What about just a break there and then using the 50-period moving average, which is down here, and see if we can ride it into the close? I mean, I never want, if the market's going to be quiet like this, I don't want to fight the trend.
Yeah.
So I'd rather go with it. I think the long is a little stronger there. Yeah, you're right, Noon. There's absolutely, right here, you're 100% right. There's no way I graduated. There's no way I graduated. Now, I have a university degree, political science, and obviously in business with a focus in finance. But my education comes from sitting right here.
Oh, yeah. Seat time is the best education you can give.
Like, I tell this to my kids all the time, like, that piece of paper is nice, and I thought it meant a lot when I got it. But after you get it, you realize it doesn't really mean anything. I've interviewed so many traders. I don't even care what degree they have or where it's from.
Yeah.
I want to know, what are your thoughts? What do you know about risk? What do you know about tolerance? Some questions to sort of figure that out.
Yeah. Is your flip game strong?
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Do you know who Obi is? Stuff like that.
Well,
and it's just like that to me is what it's about. The piece of paper is nice. What I think a university education or college or high school or whatever level you have is, it shows that you have a strong commitment level. Like, you've seen it through. Like, besides calculus or, I don't know, some of the accounting classes or something like that, or maybe some of the advanced finance, there was nothing, I didn't find for myself anyways, that much, I don't want to say challenging university. I just felt like you could do the work and graduate.
Yeah.
And then after that, it's how well do you interview, and unfortunately, it is a lot of who do you know and things like
exactly.
that.
I was just about to say that. It's like I 100% agree with you. And when it comes to education, especially in finance, I think it really depends on what school you go to. You see that happen in the States. A lot of top firms only hire from Ivy League schools. I think
that's a mistake, or?
Well, I don't know, but here's the thing. When I go around and talk to different traders, they come from all walks of life, and even really successful ones as well. I think a good book to read is Market Wizards. Look at where a lot of those guys came from, guys and gals. You know what I mean? The university degree has nothing to do with if you are profitable or not in the markets, or whether you can trade or not. Anybody who would like to argue otherwise, please come.
Oh, I mean, the world's richest men, I'm not sure even have strong degrees. I don't know, other than doctorates that they've been given.
Yeah, it's
Elon
good for
Musk, Jeff Bezos, all these
degrees. It's good for STEM fields if you get a degree, but it's just like the
amount of money that you
people
spend.
In the world, they hire people with degrees. That's what you have to know.
Right.
The richest people in the world, they hire people with degrees.
Time is much more than money, much more valuable than money. Time. Because you can't get time back. And the amount of time that you spend with loved ones or with jobs that you love to do, I think the better you're enriching your life. And I don't want people to be brainwashed to think that, I have to. I don't want my kids to think they have to go to university.
Yeah.
Because I don't think they do. They just have to do something they love. Yeah. And if they can find whatever that is, I'm here to support that.
Oh, yeah.
Over and over again. I'll buy, one of my kids loves chess and loves the gaming side of it, and is very analytical about playing video games, and has led him towards liking chess and things like that. And then my other kid is big into sports, and then my kid that's so one of my kids is doing a degree right now in university, but he's took time off that I supported financially.
Yeah.
To start new businesses and take some of the ideas that he's learned and give them a go. And now he's back finishing up his last semester, and he'll get that piece of paper. But at the end of the day, he's had that already, that real world experience. So I think there's a lot to be said about that. And I think we can go on and on and on and on and on and on again with that. And when wasting time, what I did was not get into the TQs, because we should have taken that break.
It did the break.
So it did the break, as we had said. So I'm going to punch in a little bit now into this. And I know I've given up whatever, I didn't give up that many pennies. I mean, we should have been long at 97. Okay, so we're long here at 02. All right, so now we've got some O2s in our account right now, and we'll get this all figured out. But I'm going to try to hold this. Like I said, there's the 50 period. We sort of did support in and around here. 104.85 is a support area, so watch this. 104.79. We put in our stop 100%. Bam! We put that in and see what winds up happening there. I will average in right here. What, I don't even remember the price I just put in, 79s. Okay, so we'll put another bid here around 90. So if we do fall in, right now we have like a quarter of a unit. We'll probably get 1 unit or so if it falls back into this area, and then we'll see if it wants to rip up. That's gonna be my new trade of the day, or of the afternoon. We're gonna put this in. I don't wanna be short a sleepy market. I wanna go with the trend. Hey, if we were down 2% on the TQs, I'd go short, but we're not. So I'm going to go long right now and see if this wants to work out. I mean, here we go. Spiky city already. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher. First area to get out for me, yeah, let's try 105.15. Let's see if we can get 13 or 14 cents. Give us that 1-to-1 and we'll work off of it from there. So that's my trade right now. We'll hit the trade alert button. New trade alert, Obi. So that's what we're in right now, and we're getting some out as we go. So.
Yeah, for sure. Nick in the chat asking me, Obi, what did you trade today? Well, I traded just 2 names, Apple and a little bit of Nvidia. But a lot of you guys were talking about Robinhood. I don't know what's good in the hood, but this thing is going a little crazy right now, breaking out of the day high, breaking out of prior day high as well. This bid came in and around, what is it, 254, 255-ish. Maybe catalyst driven. I haven't really looked into it just yet, but nice little push and breakout of opening range, and a lot of you guys were calling it out in the chat as well. I got eyes on it. I didn't want to chase along up here, but oh boy, I'm looking at maybe a potential reversion, but I'm not really. I'm going to wait and kind of observe and see. This was added to the S&P as well. We got a strong push on Friday. That imbalance was absolutely crazy, both on Robinhood and App Loving. And yeah, so App Loving not really loving the price action today relative to Robinhood, because if you look at App right here, bit of a distinct difference here, as it could not get past that prior day high, that aggressive bid that took us through day high. Again, on the imbalances, it was quad witching, and again, both of these stocks getting added to the S&P. But today, a bit of a flat bottom, looking like it might want to break. VWAP has held pretty nicely, but Hood, oh boy, that continuation's coming in quite nicely. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, the short float on Hood is definitely higher than that of App Loving. Let me just quickly check my FinViz right here real quick. But yeah, no, App was pretty strong. Hood was pretty strong going into the close. And let's see. Short float on App Loving is 5.69%, so about 6% short float on App Loving. And then when we check Hood and we see that, that's about, okay, wow, I was wrong. 3.91%, so that's not as I remembered it. I guess maybe on the grind up that Hood's been having, it did exhaust a lot of the shorts there. So I was mistaken. I thought Hood was a little bit more soaked than that of App Loving, but I am wrong on that. But again, don't forget, some of those short interest numbers are about 3 to 4 weeks old. So just gotta take that with that in mind. Got to remember that things may have changed over the past few weeks for that stat to kind of move around a little bit. But I do like that push through that all-time high, or not all-time high, prior day high, and the 125 push. So we're pulling back right now. I do like the idea of a reversion, but I'm going to stay patient. We are going into the last half hour, just about 10, 12 minutes left for that. And if we're going to be trading this far high, I'm going to be a little bit more patient and just to see if that bid will step right back in, maybe after trapping some shorts there. But Hood looking pretty strong, and nice continuation on the day today. A lot of consolidation, man. It's almost in retrospect, you were like, oh, well, we made higher lows with a relative flat top, so maybe keeping eyes on that prior day high was something worth doing on the day today. But yeah, a bit of a miss on my part. Hood, absolutely beautiful action on that. So, Let's see, Scalp Hunter asking, do you know of any programs that let you put in your trading data so you can look over your own trading metrics? Yeah, there's a lot of trading trade analysis softwares out there, and that can track your trades and give you stats behind them. I can't think of many off the top of my head, but to be honest, I have a bit of a tinfoil suit. Some of those services, I'm a little sketched out to give them my trading data. I just keep a lot of my trading data by myself. But every now and then, every 6 months or every year, what I've done is like I've uploaded some stats just to get a half year or a full year's worth of data all together, and then I just delete it after. But again, I'm sure they keep that data that data as well. But regardless, I'm sure there's a lot of analytical tools there. You just got to do a Google search, and I'm sure some of the top ones will do more than fine. I remember there was one that we used to use, but kind of fell off because I didn't really like the way they kind of did their thing. I think it was TraderView or something like that. But tried them out for a while.
Trade Ideas?
No, not Trade Ideas. We're talking about like uploading your trading information, and it gives you a whole thing of stats. So some of those are really good. It'll be like, oh, you traded Apple this many times today. On average, this was your maximum excursion. On average, this was your maximum gain as well. It's just like how you might find stocks that you never win on, so you might want to take that out of your roster as well. So it's always good to run those stats. But off the top, I'm not really using anything specific right now, other than just tracking my own setups and be getting really specific. My setup tracking and my journaling has really, I guess, changed significantly over the past year and a half. Just trying to become a little bit more effective and efficient with what I'm doing. So it's like I'll review a lot of like every trade that I take during the day, but I'm being very specific with the kinds of trades I'm writing a full write up on, and then afterwards I'm like, okay, these were the best trades of this month for me. And those are the things that I want to be looking for going forward because I performed well on them as well. So,
right. Yeah.
It's always good to do that stuff.
That's the only way to become better at what you're doing.
Yeah, of course. How are you going to get better if you don't review your work?
Right. No, 100%. It's like I said, not to beat a dead horse, but you and I sat down this morning and I was like, I really wish that there was like that one sort of idea that I had to say, like, this is the trade today, you know, like I'm going to put everything I have into this one trade. And as you become more comfortable looking at screens and trying to figure it out, like that Apple trade would have been a good example of that here today. But okay, trade alert again. We've averaged boom, boom. Geez, boom, boom, right there. So we did average into our TQs, and it's like almost immediately, like, find the biggest red candle here in the last 2 hours. Well, how about right when I was talking about going long?
Boom.
So bang, right into where I said that we would dip by. Thing is, like, you would never, this is why I only said we're going like a quarter of a unit, and then we put on 75, so the other 75 to have 1 unit right now. And I mean, that's kind of what I'm talking about taking profit as well as getting into a position. It sucks when you're right here and you only have a quarter and it takes off, but then at least you have something. But if you've seen it like come back in and hit the 50 a bunch of times, nothing wrong with saving again some powder to be able to average in or average down or average up if it's working as well, like you did on Apple, right? So, so that's why my average price right now, I haven't got anything out. The average price you see on the screen right now is correct, 96. It's actually 90. It's actually, I'm long at 104.957. But we'll call it 956, so it's right here. It's a flat trade right now. I still am going to give it, I mean, now the 50 period is at 90. I'm still going to give it to this little drop zone right there, which is 85s. I feel fine about that, and then I extended it to 79 for some reason. I just don't want to stop out at the very spot, but I don't mind stopping out if it does break lower, and it'll be a 1 unit hit, and it'll be actually our first loss on the day. All right, with that being said, Apple also now, you know, there's that top again there for Apple, so that could have been something to talk about. And this time we might have even got that little wick action there with not a huge amount of selling come through. The last time we had a sell candle, it was actually a negative. It was a positive for the buyers and negative for the sellers as it popped back up off that last large sell candle. This time is a little different because it actually happens and wicks the top there on a top move and then pulls back. But here comes Apple right back there to the upside. So we'll see if we get an opportunity. I'm going to put another piece out. We still have some shares to go here with our Apple long. Let me put something now at 90 and we'll see if we can get that. And that's what we're dealing with right now. Does shout out to grapes. Yeah, I don't know what that means. We'll do that. Let me just check on right here. I love grape. I mean, are you a red wine or white wine kind of guy?
Red.
Red, okay. I was going to say.
Red wine.
Okay, yeah, we don't need to sing that, but that's good. Thanks, Obi, for that. Stay close to me or whatever that song is. Yeah, that's a good one there for sure. Red wine.
Let's go.
That's a good song for many different reasons.
Of course.
Of course. There. Rolls Royce?
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's Rich Robotics. Okay.
Oh.
That kind of looks like Rolls Royce.
Yeah, that's a Rolls Royce symbol.
I think this is the Rolls Royce symbol, isn't it?
Yeah. That looks like the same symbol on my car
I think we
back
have
at
an
home.
error right there. This is the same, and trust me, Obi would know. He has a few of these vehicles sitting in his driveway right now.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah, Box L, Rich Tech Robotics, we've talked about that. BBAI, 720? Hello. We're long at $4 on BBAI.
Let's go.
And we talked about, thanks, man, yeah. But we talked about that. We got some out at $6.50. Now the next play is $7.50, then $8.50. So we're getting close. Maybe tomorrow.
And then $15.
Maybe tomorrow on that one. Yeah, and then the plan is to hold about 35 to 40% of our position. And we'll see if that wants to run higher there. Apple up 4%. We've talked about that. Tempest AI, we did a little bit of work there. Oklo continues to be wow. Like I remember when this was like a $20 name. Now $140. We could check out on our boy SMR as well. But that's what you guys want to talk about there today. So quick little look there. We're now back to flat on the TQQs here. All right. We got some super chats coming through here that I definitely missed. So I'm just going to cover these just real quick time. All right.
Yes, sir.
First of all, Patrick, thank you so much, man. Money. I mean, 16 grand. I mean, that's a good. That's a good month. Let's be honest. You know, you do 160. You do 16 there. That's 160 a year. Tack on a little bit more, 2 months extra.
Yeah.
You know, you're talking about 190 grand a year there in trading. If you could do that a month, you're doing that in a day. We want to thank you, Patrick, for sharing some of that and letting us know that you're kind of balling out right there. We want to thank you for that. All right. Sorry. I did say that about Wolf, but I want to do this in order. Okay, so Dave's dumb trade of the day.
Oh, boy.
All right, get ready.
Yep.
We'll hit the fail because of the dumb trade. I think every trade is not necessarily a dumb one, but I do like what we're talking about. So Webull, the October 31st, so we got a month on that, probably about 6 weeks, $18 calls, but the spread is crazy. Yeah, and I think that's going to happen when you're talking, so let's hope that prints for you. So we'll just hit that. I mean, there we go. David's dropped some great trades in our chat before. I'll mark that down. I know, David, you watch every day. We can ask, Joe's not here right now, but that would probably be a good trade there. $18 for bulls. Let me just see. We've been up there before, right? I actually got some out. Most of the trading that I do when I'm getting out of trades, we'll definitely talk about it on the show. That's not true for everybody, but for me, I'm okay doing that. That's the high right there for 18. I think you're right about the level. So I like that. There's something brewing at Webull. I really like that trade. If it can get going similarly to Robinhood and to SoFi, you might be onto something. This could be early days for that. So I say bang for that idea. I like it. Okay, so that's David's crazy trade of the day. All right, and then what's up to Bijo? All right, Sean, my man, what up? Want to take a look at Wolf, sure. For me and see what you think. If you look at the chart of 1 hour, 15 minute, or whatever, I prefer. Google button in the company a couple weeks ago. Yo, Obi, peace, he says.
Yo.
There we go, Obi catching a shout out as well there. So, all right, let's look at Wolf here. Just have a quick little look. Of course, TeraWolf. They've a good name in this space. Again, as we talked to some about AI, you just dropped a word there about the Google buy, which is right here, August 13th, I believe. Makes sense. Nice little push there for TeraWolf. Oh boy, what was the question? What do I think about it? Okay, so the first thing I like to do when I'm looking at a stock, of course, is to try to think like, what's the catalyst for the name? And I don't know much about the macro for this play right now, but if you're in this name right now, it definitely looks like it's extension again today, breaking through that top. This to me looks like a decent area to hold, 1050. The pullback, this is a great consolidation. I really love when we see this and then the takeoff and rip higher. I could show you many examples with Apple. We got one again today with Nvidia. So now the fact that you're like this and you get this base, now the next story that hits this company, this is gonna fly. Because we've already had a buyer at $9. It goes back into here. We broke that resistance, and now it becomes support and a decent amount of it as well. So I think this has a great chance to get a little bit higher there for TeraWolf. So this is just a daily chart. So if you're thinking about holding this, I think you already got to go right there. the break of that high. We've seen break of highs for Robinhood, for SoFi, just some of those other names. And we can go over some AI plays as well. Google taking out the consolidated levels. I think that's good. And if you're going to look at a 5-minute chart, that's kind of the next levels that I look at right here. So, all right, running into a little bit of problems here if you're long right now today. Could possibly see a pullback. This goes all the way back to, looks like Thursday or Friday's highs. So we definitely like to clear that. If you're not in position, I'd rather wait for it to break right here, 1180 to get long, and or wait for a pullback into this level right now, 1140. So I do like the stock on the daily. I think it's breaking out. I think there's more expansion to go. But if I zoom back out and we're talking about intraday trades, I do think, Bijo, that you might be getting an opportunity to buy this again in and around 1140. So I think you're kind of stuck right now. I either like the 1180 break higher through that or a pullback into some supported levels over the last couple of days. So those are, for me, good levels. Look, they were resistance, resistance, resistance. Now support, support again. So I like 1150 long on Wolf, TeraWolf, and or that break higher coinciding with the daily level there. So again, thanks guys for all that, and shout out to Obi for that from Bijo.
Oh, thank you, Sean, for that. Yeah, I haven't really looked at the weekly on Wolf, and I was just looking at it. What a buildup on this one, man. This thing kind of sold off aggressively from prior highs. I don't know if there were any splits that happened, but I guess yeah, this is an adjusted chart. I don't really see splits off the bat here, but it's giving me a high of 43.98. So oh boy, we came all the way down to 53s, and it's been building up quite nicely. I know a few friends that were kind of there was chatter about this. There's definitely chatter about this more and more over the past couple of months, but you can see this expanding volume that's coming in from 2024 as we push higher and higher. And even this breakout right here, this huge candle that happened on, what is that, I guess, right after the 11th of August. So right after earnings right there. So aggressive volume relative to the past couple of years on Wolf. So yeah, looking like a good recipe for potential continuation, higher time frame, but yeah, good look on that one there. Okay, so we just got another super chat here from LA 1769.
Yeah,
Thank you for the super chat. MSTR has been trash song in 200s, 300s, 400s, got in at 390 and got stuck. Think we see it run again. Oh boy. Yeah, the MSTR trade has been quite an interesting one. Again, this is looking at the weekly here. So you're saying you got long in the 200s to 300s, and again into the 400s, got in at 390 and then got stuck. So, okay, yeah, we are taking a little bit of a pullback on this one. You know what Bitcoin has been doing. We know the kind of positioning this company does in terms of its crypto allocation. So yeah, a little bit of a pullback. Are they overvalued? I know there's a lot of arguments about fundamentals and everything on here, but in terms of price action, from what I can see, we've been holding structure quite well. But the thing is, this thing in my books it is a little bit overextended. When and if the selling does come in, it could be nice. But again, if Bitcoin continues to hold higher and step up higher, I think that MSTR, this is well within range. We are making, look at this consolidation base, step up, base on top of 240s, maybe another step up here, and maybe potentially forming a little bit of a support here just underneath that 318 level on MSTR. But Bitcoin is something definitely that I want to keep on watch if I'm going to be looking at this stock as well. You can see, yeah, well within range here. So if this continues to push a little bit higher, sure, MSTR can do a little bit of a chop, but I want to see that overall structure kind of hold a little bit higher and higher every time without really breaking that pattern. For me, that's the trend on MSTR, even though it has pretty nasty pullbacks. Overall, higher time frame structure has been holding, and that's a similar story here on the weekly on Bitcoin as well. So 124533 is the current high on Coinbase for Bitcoin here, and holding and sustaining above that 100,000 level pretty well at the same time. So yeah, good look on that one there. Thank you for the super chat here. But yeah, the MSTR. I don't know. I think it's very Bitcoin dependent. It's very sentiment dependent as well. And you know, I think their average, if I'm not mistaken, is somewhere between I would say 90 to 100,000, or they bought a bunch in between 90 to 100,000 recently. Correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah. So MSTR is definitely an interesting look there. But I think another one, kind of in a similar sector now, is the BMNR. I know a lot of people, a lot of chatter about this one as well. BMNR. Bitmine immersion, and now these guys do a little bit more of the Ethereum push there. So we've been seeing some action on this one here as well. But Ethereum taking a little bit of a pullback off of its highs recently, maybe has this gapping down and selling off on the day today. So it should be interesting going forward, but a little bit of an uptrend here on this one. ETHUSD, let's take a quick look at what that one's up to here. Let's go to Coinbase. And I haven't really looked at this one since, I guess, this morning. So, oh boy, wow, look at that little dump. When did that happen? Right there. So, yeah, this morning, actually. Okay, so I guess I didn't look at it this morning that closely, because we got a strong kwadunk from 4200s all the way to 4100s. So nothing too crazy, but a nice little sell-off coming into the week. And again, selling potentially coming in a little bit earlier on Sunday as well. So I just want to go to a weekly here. So yeah, we were pulling back from that 5K high. That's basically what I noticed. And yeah, still kind of doing the same here. So question is, there was supply here in 2021. Is there supply here once again 4 years later? That's the question I'm asking. It was pretty aggressive. Do we expect a little bit of a chop when we get back to those highs? Yes, of course, I think so. And that's kind of what we're getting here right now on Ethereum as well. Market may be taking a little bit of a pullback here with only about 25 minutes left. And guess what? A lot of people were talking about Amazon this morning, and I was like, oh boy, that one was nice coming into the end of the week last week. And I was looking for continuation on the day today. And oh boy, was that definitely right here. So we got that continuation coming in right off of the open, and then the retest of pre-market lows gives you a better chance just as it comes back in towards VWAP. And then look at that, trading and consolidating near day lows right now. So sellers are definitely in charge on Amazon on the day today. When it comes to some other names, obviously we've seen some distinct difference. MSFT hasn't really gone anywhere. A little bit of a sideways chop after the aggressive move on Friday. Again, another push off of the quarterly rebalances there, and a strong move. So it came in and around 511s, and a strong push all the way up to 519s. Today, we're just consolidating sideways. Nothing too crazy. Weren't able to break out. Wasn't really able to break down either. So softy just consolidating sideways, while Apple continues to push a little bit higher here. Not quite at high a day just yet, but only about 60, 70 pennies away from there. Look at that hold above VWAP here. We saw Sean take that continuation long here. That was an absolute snipe as well. And the morning session opening drive, that was a great push in as well on Apple today. So this thing looks like it has a little bit more going into the end of the day. And Nvidia still consolidating. I did like the short a little earlier, but GG's, it's coming back down through 183s. I was short here just below 182.90s here earlier. I stopped out into the 25s, it goes to 84s, and then comes right back in, following into that range. So my fault for not re-engaging. If I do think that we're gonna continue to sell off today, it did show us that we're kind of holding this support at that 182 halves and kind of ranging and building into it. So I got to stay patient for that one here. Market's taking a little bit of a pullback. There's that 25,000 mark coming in here again on the NASDAQ. A little bit of an interesting price, if I do say so myself, over the past few weeks. It just keeps on kind of magneting into there. But yeah, that crazy continuation on Nvidia, intraday catalyst, almost, was this all-time highs? I think it was pretty much there. No, yeah, it actually clipped all-time highs right there. 8 cents, I think. Yeah, wow, look at that. What a beautiful
we got stopped out of our futures trade, which is fine. Is that pushed down to the downside? We have new breaking news.
What's going on?
Disney has issued a statement that they are bringing back Jimmy Kimmel. So whether or not you believe that is the right thing to do or not, on Tuesday he will return. So there you go. So
Did they say they lost like a $4 billion valuation?
dude, this is
or
the
something
thing that
like
I don't
I don't even know. What,
oh no, they lost probably more than that. I mean, here's on the daily chart right there. I think they got rid of Kimmel. What was it last? I was gonna say I think it was Thursday. It wasn't even that long. I think he was gone for. I think it was my birthday. I think it was the 17th. I think it was like missed like 2 shows or something.
Yeah.
Thursday, Friday, and I guess not filming today, but back on Tuesday. So yeah, they had a little bit of a downside push there. Disney was already starting to come back in a little bit into the 200 period moving average. I still do own this stock, but I don't love the name. But yeah, so there it is, a nice little pop back to the upside there. As yeah, I mean, you know. I don't know if it's a good, like, I don't know if Disney should pop on this. I mean, apparently, if the numbers were right, as you were mentioning there, I'm not sure if what the ratings were exactly like on all this and if they were losing money or not. But if they're bringing it back, it must have been okay. They must have advertisers still willing to fill those spots and whatnot. But it does look like right now, and I'm not even going to look at the chat because there's probably some too many opinions about this guy coming back. But that's the news, and we're just reporting it because Disney is right now getting that pop up to the upside right now. As they do announce, Disney issues statements saying Jimmy Kimmel Live will return on Tuesday. And the thing about Kimmel, it's funny because ABC, which is Disney as well, which is where he is. ABC also has Who Wants to Be a Millionaire,
Yeah.
which is hosted by Jimmy Kimmel. So there's some stuff there. So I don't know. We'll see what he comes back and if anything's changed. I would say probably nothing's changed, which I think is fine. I mean, this is what these guys have the ability and right to do all that kind of stuff. So, congratulations to those that like him, and let's see what goes from here. Moving, but that is what's happening there. All right, so we take this opportunity right now as the futures go to the downside to get out some more Apple. I'm almost out of everything at 256. So the reload down there is at 253.50. That's a good trade. Nice trade take to the upside, and we do have to stop a fail because we suck and we got out right there. We don't at all, but this is a small loss. Just to tell you what we wound up losing on this, we'll wind up losing 5% of what we made on Apple today. So that was a little bit of a hit, and we talked about having 1 unit, so not a huge amount of trades. The most units I'll try to take is like 4, something like that. So if you can say like 25% of a full position there on that, and there goes the dip down. This could be a buying spot now, but with only 8 minutes left until the imbalances, I don't feel comfortable going into any trades right now because these imbalances will hit. And they're going to come through at 350, and there's going to be millions of shares one way or the other on here. There was that SPTN or something you said it was maybe it was a delete or something. So we'll see how that all fills out there. But for right now, we have Oracle. They only show the NAS.
Oracle is pushing nicely, man. Is Oracle on that? Oracle's a buy?
Yeah. Okay. So the thing about Oracle here is why is it so stupid? Honestly, oh my God, not Oracle, but like me as a trader, because we had talked about that. We said right here live on air today when we had that TikTok news, and we knew that Oracle was all the rage and all the talk there about that story, and Oracle just continues to climb higher, man. I mean, look at the market's doing right now. Look what Oracle's doing. Great level there. Wow, you're almost back to highs right now for Oracle. Obi, dude, buy the best companies when they dip down. We all know the story here. They had a crazy quarter. Their business with AI, with OpenAI, C3 OpenAI. Their business with Meta, they got a $20 billion contract late Friday. Now they get the TikTok tailwind. I think they're one of the only companies named in the TikTok American takeover of TikTok algorithm.
I think you asked me earlier, well, here's a bit of a sell-off coming in the market now. You asked me earlier about the 10K, like what would I put my money into? And I think you gave some great advice there as well. It's just like, that's what I've noticed over time. It's like buying into companies that you use, that you're faithful to and that work for you. For example, if you're like, oh, I'm an avid user of TikTok, and you hear that Oracle is maybe looking to purchase TikTok and they're a strong bidder, whatever, that's coming into action. If you like Apple, if you're an Apple user, right? I don't use Apple, but I do have Apple in my portfolio because a lot of my family uses Apple. So I'm like, I understand the sentiment, and it's like it's being used in the household, and it's really good. So it's at the same time.
I do the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Like my wife talks about Elf Cosmetics. Yeah. That's been great. Ulta Beauty,
Yeah.
stores that are getting popular. I used to buy Starbucks because I was tired of them spending $7 per drink. So I was like, I'm just going to own the company.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that's right. You know, look at the current trends of your.
Look at Instagram. How many of you trade Instagram? How many of you use Instagram on a daily basis? Versus how many of you have Meta shares? Come on.
I know.
Right?
I mean,
it's like sometimes it's not
I say the funny story every time.
that
there's a
difficult
kid
when you look
born,
at it in retrospect, but you know.
Every time there's a birth in North America,
Unless you wear
Instagram
Crocs.
gains
I don't know how that's been.
one new. Every time there's a birth in North America, Instagram gains one new customer.
Yeah. I'm sure, yeah.
No, because the thing is like, and people don't have to put up pictures of their kids or anything like that, but that's what happens. You get married, boom, I'm posting, wedding pictures, doing that. Oh, here's a picture of my kid. Oh, my kid learned how to walk. Oh, here's a picture on Instagram. Here's a video, And then when the kids grows up, they're used to it. They see mommy posting all the time or whatever, dad, whatever. And they like that, man. Technology's not going anywhere.
I mean, I just pulled up a random stock because I'm like, LOL, this one might be not in a straight line up, but Crocs. I know a lot of people who've been wearing Crocs. Sure, the journey has not been the cleanest on this chart, but take a look at it since IPO. Right, it did nothing from about 2013 to 2021, but regardless, it's just like if it's something that you really like and you want to sit on it and you see that it has a consumer base and it has somewhat of a cult following like that of an Apple or a Tesla or a Crocs or an Nvidia, then you can see that the positioning can definitely give you a little bit of the upside there as well. So I really like that idea. For me, I think Apple's been good. And what was another one? Oh, recently I was talking to Michael Noss about this when he was here. We were talking about like swing trading, and I showed him how like that Tesla buildup was really nice as well. But even investing in something that you think is homegrown and strong. For example, have you seen Bombardier as of recent? This is probably one of my best swing trades ever. Because look at what this thing has been doing on the weekly. Wow, 195. This closed at 180 last week, 181. And I was like, oh boy.
195?
195. And Sean, guess what? I bought this in 2021.
At?
2021.
$16. That's why I didn't even think this even had a $100 handle on it.
Yeah. But look at this. Bombardier, this is Canada's sweetheart. Like, they're not going to let it fail. They do a lot of business.
I mean, they suck at making subways.
Well, regardless, they have government contracts.
I'm just joking. That's the point.
They have government contracts. So we've seen over and over again companies do really well when they start getting government contracts. Palantir is a great example of that, right? So something like this. So it's just like I like looking for like these the stocks that no one's really watching, but I still do think they have strong value. They might not be showing it as of right now, but this thing's going absolutely parabolic. I'll be honest. I sold a little bit here at 162s, 163s. I didn't know it was going to do this though. 198. So stuff like that, I really do like. So if you're going to ask me where I'm putting my money, it's going to be stuff that for example, like Bombardier, they make the TTC. Do we use transit a lot?
Yeah,
does Toronto use transit a lot? There you go. You know what I mean? They have government contracts that'll last them for many years to come.
Major city here, right? Yeah. I mean, it's a big contract there for them. So no, I think you're 100% right.
Trying to figure this day trading thing out.
Yeah, don't worry. It'll come eventually. I don't know. Trading continues to be a tough business. That is for sure. I keep trying to tell people that, and then I get, I don't know. People have different opinions on it.
It's a good work.
It's all good at the end of the day. All right, guys, 347. Thank you so much. Thanks, Obi, for coming through with us here today as well, man. It's been a big day all over the place. And, Apple, SoFi, we're almost out of SoFi. We only have one little, you know what? I'm just going to get out of SoFi now. I didn't realize it broke that strongly down. We don't okay, well, there it is. Now we're out. I don't have any shares left. So that concludes that trade on SoFi. We only have 2 minutes left. I do want to try to empty out said clip on everything. I mean, this is a... here we go again. I sold Intel in the PA last week. 25% of it. And or 20 or 25% of it. We talked about it live. And again, I don't really believe in that deal that happened there with Intel and Nvidia. I think it was just fluff. So nice downside push there. I'll stand by that. And we got out at $30.70. $2 ago, live on air, man, live on air. So that was that out. So we're happy to do that. And what? I thought I covered that. Oh, it didn't print me. See, I was waiting for 77. Let's just punch out 79er. There it is. So now we're out there. So a good short into the day there for Intel. We'll get out of that one. Apple continues to go higher, but now that we're here, let's hold a little bit. We'll get there. We go. We got out O1s. We'll, or O's, I don't know, whatever that was. We'll take a piece out right there, and then now we'll just wait to see, it was O's, and then now we'll just wait to see what happens for that last little bit as we are at the highs for Apple. If Apple comes out a bid, then probably takes out those levels as well. So we'll wait to see if there's anything popping off, per se, in that space right now. Yeah. And that's all that we have left. So we do wait for those imbalances to come out. Please join Adara and myself for the market recap show where we'll go over everything in the market today, talk about Micron tomorrow, see if we can get some action there with Micron, and then we'll wait to see what the largest size is to come out here on the exchanges heading into the close. So that's going to happen in 20 seconds. Big Bear AI has been a monster today, man. I mean, that's, again, it was just at 720. Okay, there's the pullback down for Big Bear AI, a nice little day for them, but only 10 seconds now, and then we'll get a good look at set imbalances. So let's be patient and wait to see what pops off very, very shortly here for the imbalances in one. And here we go. We are now on top of it. There goes Nvidia. No surprise there as they come as a bid. Oracle also coming as a bid, taking that a little bit higher. My Apple is not doing too much, so I guess it's not on there. Kenvue, the story today, of course, we get, I don't know about RFK and what they're trying to do here, but Kenvue right there gets a bad story as Tylenol, acetaminophen, catching a little bit of slack there for potentially part of the problem with autism.
Yeah, it's crazy. I got to look into some of that stuff because I was curious.
It's all bullshit.
Yeah, I was curious. I'm like, where does that data come from? I never really learned anything about that in terms of how that could potentially happen. Oh boy, there goes Oracle with a little bit of a strong bid going into.
Yeah, but they got the buy imbalance.
Yeah, they got a bit of a buy imbalance here as well.
Oh, Broadcom with a bid as well, so that should help, but it's not helping. There's a little bit of a gap there for Broadcom, so there's the bid going from 339 up to 339 flat up to 339.50. There with the upside going higher. I just think, Marvell was a good stock that we've have in the portfolio. That's cooking, man, Marvell. Talk about buying good names on dips, man. That Marvell. I don't know if you saw their earnings call. Bad. Yeah. This was earnings. I bought some pre-earnings. And was like, all right, guys, we're into Marvell. We're really super smart. And then it fell off earnings, and we were able to pick some up on day 3, which happened to be pretty decent. Now it's right back to the upside. What I meant to say there on Kenvue, and sometimes I get a little heated. I mean, I'm Italian. That doesn't mean anything. KVEU, what was Kenvue? QVUE?
Yeah, KVUE.
Yeah, there it is right there. Was just that, like, I would just feel like if that science somehow confirms that that is what it is, the lawsuits and everything that are going to come from all of this is just going, like, if you believe that those studies are accurate, J&J, and now they're spun off with Kenvue. They spun off Kenvue on purpose to get
probably. That's some interesting stuff, right? That happened just last year.
Which?
The Kenvue spinoff.
Was it last year? It might have been a little more than that, but it doesn't matter. But they're spinning off all of that, which is fine. They're allowed to do that, right? And I think Procter & Gamble did some similar things as well. So Johnson & Johnson. But at the end of the day there, that's going to be a problem. So I'm just going to say yay for science and think that that's not the case. Yeah. But we'll see if that is. And it's just that's a tough long to have right now.
That's true. COE saying none of us are doctors. I'm like, yes. That's
yeah, exactly. That's just my. I just feel like that's such a bad story there because autism is one of those things where obviously, being on the spectrum is not the end of the world by any stretch of the imagination, right? But that's just something that there's been a lot of, medications. It upsets the whole balance there if that is true, and then we wait to see what happens. Because if that's the case, then what else does Tylenol? Like I take Tylenol when I get a headache.
Yeah.
Like, am I doing more damage to myself long term that there's maybe some studies out there that I don't know about? I don't know. I should maybe hold on there as well. But also the man that's making these claims as well is also not a doctor. RFK, I thought he was against vaccines, but his kids are vaccinated. Like, I don't know exactly. But it's only when women take it. I think the study was pregnant women.
Yeah.
And maybe there's a certain point in that cycle. that it does affect. So hopefully the studies come out and it can prove one way or the other. But Kenvue down 8% today on stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, I was laughing at that because like you don't need to be a doctor to have scientific knowledge. You know what I mean? Like if you have, regardless, if you've gone through some any sort of courses that you learn some sort of pharmacology in, a lot of the stuff that comes out in the biotech world, a little fugazi, right? So yeah, definitely have to watch out for that. But Kenvue, great short on the day today. Imbalances. I'm watching this Nvidia. Nvidia came out with almost was it a 4 million buy, and it did a little bit of a wick shimmy dance with that 183, 184 area as well.
Here, I'll read that. Yeah, let me read the note on Kenvue here because I want to make it. So we have here the Trump administration is preparing to announce a potential link between Tylenol being used during pregnancy and autism, despite strong denials from Kenvue and the lack of scientific consensus from medical authorities. This has created a sharp decline in Kenvue stock. Adara.
So for what it's worth, Caroline Levitt was really cagey when people tried to ask, is this what's happening? And have you seen other scientific evidence suggesting this is not the case? She said, you know, come in with an open mind. Don't come in ready to judge. Be ready to see what Trump has to say. So, I mean, she's really, and it's worth noting as well, previously, we already had the Health and Human Services Department deny other reports suggesting this was going to be the announcement. So just because we have this being the announcement doesn't mean there might be some other, something else up their sleeve. That's kind of the vibe I was getting from just the rhetoric that they've been saying as of late. We'll have to wait and find out. I also want to add really quickly as well, the UK Authority for Regulation, with regards to medication, they said they've never seen any studies to this effect.
Makes sense. Yeah.
So that's part of it, right? And I mean, of course, Kenvue, and I just have to say there's always two sides to every story. Of course, Kenvue is going to deny it. I mean, that's literally, if they don't, imagine they agree with it. I mean, I'm not laughing because of that. I'm just saying, like, these are the stories that would be a little bit of a problem for sure.
Jackie's in the chat was never take ibuprofen on a full moon night. Very bad. You turn into a werewolf. It's true, I swear.
It is true. I take
source. Trust me, bro.
I've already taken.
As everybody likes to believe this. Trust me, bro. Sources.
Oh,
right?
If it's a trust me, bro, then I do trust them.
All right. So I think we gotta do some business here right now. So guys, did you know that instead of risking your own money, you can now trade with someone else's capital? No more fear of losing. No more moving your stop loss too soon. And you actually get enough capital to make it worth your time, so you can aim for big profits, not just a couple of $100 a month. This is the revolution called limited risk trading, and it's powered by Trade the Pool. This is how it works. Join Trade the Pool, hit the profit goal, and keep 70% of the profits. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now for 10% off. All right, so yeah, nothing too crazy happening here on these imbalances. The Google's maybe bidding up a little bit here. Amazon continues to sell off. Apple with a buy imbalance. Nvidia with a buy imbalance as well. SoundHound's up there as well. Rigetti, Mara. Okay, let me take a quick look at those. We don't have too much time until the close here. I gotta find some windows. There we go. So, oh boy. So we can take a look at Mara first. Right here, take a look at a 3-minute. Let's see what that's been doing. A little bit of a buy imbalance. Nothing too crazy, but I still want to check the chart to see if there's anything happening or going on here. So that's Mara. Nothing too crazy. Maybe a little bit of a bid up on the initial, I guess, push of that imbalance. SoundHound. Let's take a look at this one as well. We know this one used to be owned by Nvidia, and then they I think they let them go, right? I think this one, I think they still have RX. I got to go back and check what holdings they still have. But SoundHound was one of them, and catching a bit of a bid here going into the end of the day as well. Wow, Oracle almost at that. Well, it did clip that 329 just now. Maybe we see that 330, Sean, but we only have 3 minutes left. So
I'm
hopefully
tapping out.
You guys,
I just got out of Apple.
Yeah, hopefully you guys had solid trade, man. Great trade there.
That was a good one.
Pretty much closing it near the day highs there. So hopefully you guys had a solid, great day. We talk about the kind of opportunities in this market. This market is absolutely crazy. We're up only about 0.6% on the day on the NASDAQ, but you can see the trend that we've been holding pretty nicely. Another magnet push up into that 25,000 here on the NASDAQ as well. So great opportunities across the board today, man. And bringing some of the best ones to you here. Sean had that Apple and the reload and the Tylenol
No, Advil.
Oh, Advil, I'm sorry.
This is Costco Advil.
Oh, boy.
So I have this little Tupperware from my house.
Yes.
And we go to Costco and we buy like
The big bottle?
big bottle.
Yeah.
And then I dump some in here and bring it in.
Yep.
Because today, for example, like if I check the old iPhone here, and it shows raining on my iPhone.
Yes.
Therefore, it's most likely raining outside, and I find that I have pressure. The downside there of the, oh my God, I'm losing my mind here. The clouds, I forget what that's called, but anyways, that pressure hits me.
Yep.
And I feel like I get like a headache whenever it's either raining or cloudy outside. I know that's not the word I'm trying to look for. The atmosphere, barometric pressure coming lower and coming on. That might not even be right. I just read that in the chat. Okay. All right, Obi, I'm going to head over there. We got the market recap show, so join Adara and myself here as we'll, do the best we can. And thank you, Obi, again for another successful day.
Sure, great trading
really
today.
Appreciate. Thank you. I really appreciate you coming through and helping us out one more time here today. Okay, so I'm going to get over to the desk. We don't have any major earnings on tap for today, but we're going to review some stories and have some good times here on the recap show. So I'll be right over there and take them into the close.
15 seconds, guys. So thank you again, Sean, for another amazing trading day and a great start of the week here as well. So yeah, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Don't forget the closing bell is brought to you by VinFast. VFS is the stock there as well. So great day. Hopefully you guys, again, participated, learned something today, learned what to do, what not to do. The market is ever, it's ever teaching, I would say at the very least, and very opportunistic, very opportune in this kind of environment here as well. And we kind of talked about this a little bit earlier, and I want to reiterate, the best education that you can get for trading markets is straight up seat time. That's what I've heard, just from the beginning, and that's what I'm realizing day after day, sitting at the desk and learning from great traders all around me and in the Twitterverse as well. So don't forget that best education in the market is seat time. None of those degrees are really going to do too much there, but hopefully you guys had a solid day. Tomorrow the market is open once again, so don't forget. But you guys don't go anywhere. We got the market recap with Sean and Adara. So I'll see you guys around. Maybe tomorrow, maybe sometime soon. Take it easy, guys. Have a good one.
All right, this is your market recap. Thank you so much, Obi, for throwing it over here right now. I just did hear something else in my ear about Kenvue right now, but Adara, how's
Trump's talking right now, so that's
okay. So you're getting your earpiece in to get ready to go,
or at least it seems like this stream might have started.
Okay.
Yeah, or
Man,
the stream started. He's not.
This is the funny thing. Like Ramin doesn't message me all day. I get up here, and now there's like paragraphs into here that I'm supposed to be reading here, and it's like I don't know. All right, we'll figure it out, Ramin. No problem. Get something anyways. All right, thank you to everybody for joining us here one more time. This is the Market Recap Show. I'm Sean, that's Adara. And we're going to do our very best to sort of go over the market, a little bit of a recap here on what we saw today, talk about some big names that are on tap today and moving into tomorrow. We want to talk about Micron. We're going to have a little segment where we talk about Micron later. You've worked on some nice graphics for us here into this closing period as well. So we're going to start off right now with Apple. I mean, Apple talked about today all about Wedbush coming out with their $310 price target. So here's Apple right now on my screen right now as it loads up. Load. Yeah, the New Zealand stock market, of course, not very popular there for Apple. But here's Apple on the daily chart. I'm just going to actually zoom this down a little bit. I do have the chat open up right here for you guys as well. Come on. Let's get going. I'm going to have to find a better system for this. But there goes Apple straight up to the upside as Wedbush does have their $310 price target there from $270 on hot iPhone demand. That's going to be story number 1 right there. And of course, as we go through them all, let's keep going. We've got Tesla up today. Tesla up today, 1.85% right now, but did have a nice move down. We'll talk about all of that. Again, Piper with another price target upgrade on Tesla today. Looking at AI and autonomy, that storyline still more to come there with Tesla. So we'll see what that winds up doing, up 1.86% today. And then Pfizer, not a name that we talk too much about on the show today, but Pfizer, of course, with their purchase of Metsera deal with getting into that obesity drug race right there. Started the day super hot fire and then downside there for Pfizer. So that was a big deal there. $7.3 billion getting into that space. So we're going to talk a little bit about that as well. And then crypto, we can look at IBIT today. That's going to be a story that came out. $1.59 billion apparently worth of liquidations over the weekend and overnight, leading to IBIT being down 2.6% today, leading to Ethereum, which we can track with ETHA, and that trust down 5 or 6% today at its lows, 6.67, so 6 2/3 percentage points down for crypto and the space. But that's what we're looking at right now. Those are your top stories in the market today. Apple, Tesla, Pfizer, crypto, and some key levels to watch out for in those names as well. So, all right, man. I mean, I think that that's good. There's a few other names that we talked about, you know, Meta.
Yeah, I mean, Meta here, Sean, they've got their Meta Llama, which is getting some U.S. government approval. As I mentioned earlier during that midday show, we wonder if this puts some pressure on Palantir, Sean, because we know that Palantir is really known for all of its deals with regards to the government and AI. So if you start getting competitors in there, it could be a little bit dicey. Right now, we actually have a press conference happening right this second, although it's not started yet. We just see a podium with some flags in the background. Donald Trump's administration is reportedly set to link the usage of Tylenol during pregnancy with autism in children. So this could be certainly on watch. J&J or Johnson & Johnson also on watch here. And then Nvidia, Sean, I mean, NVDA was a pretty wild one, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, here's the chart for Nvidia. Thanks for doing that. And we're going to go through this rundown again. The chart of Nvidia was really super hot today. There's a lot of traders that went long the NASDAQ. Nvidia really carried the day here, and it sort of happened right around noon when they get that deal with OpenAI, $100 billion investment into the company so that they can buy more Nvidia chips. I mean, I think it could be a house of cards when I hear stories like that, but traders don't think that, and neither does Nvidia, as it goes up now, up 4% right there. So that's going to be a big move there. There's also the AI hub in Abu Dhabi that should be keeping that going. Their Thor chip is going to be the first one used. Nvidia right now takes out all-time highs today. We don't go out at all-time highs, but close enough to it, that 184.50. I mean, this is just what it looks like on a 1-minute chart. The daily chart here for Nvidia remains real hot, and we want to thank everybody for watching. There it is right there, taking out those highs for Nvidia right now. I think tomorrow's trade, possibly Nvidia looking to get longer into that. Good move there. There's going to be some FOMO when people look back at charts and say, what? Nvidia made all-time highs today? I think that continues to work. And then going back to your graphic, of course, we have T-Mobile. Yeah. So TMUS, Adara there, that's making a move. Again, I didn't really make too many moves today. We saw Open Door make a huge announcement with a new CEO, and that really rocketed the stock. But today, with TMUS, not much action there. It has been hit to the downside. But again, new CEO coming for T-Mobile and not much happening. What was happening in Berkshire today?
Well, Berkshire, they closed their position there in BYD, which apparently they had open for over 10 years. We know Charlie Munger, RIP Charlie Munger, who actually shares a birthday with me. He was really known for a lot of these kind of China plays. He was involved in Alibaba ahead of his death. So looks like he kind of spearheaded the BYD. Either way, the position's been closed. And again, we kind of wonder, is it still Warren Buffett at the head or at the helm, or is Greg Abel, who again is going to be the CEO, replacing Buffett as of January 1st, 26? Will we start to see Greg Abel's decisions pop up a little bit more? With regards to new CEO, Sean, though, I really want to mention as well, I don't know how much this got discussed. Oracle announced a new CEO too.
Okay.
So ORCL CEO Safra Katz, she's now going to serve as the vice executive chair of their board, but then in her place, we'll get two CEOs. They actually both are internal hires from the company. One of them actually served as the president of Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, which we know is a part of the business they're really trying to promote. So again, interesting look there for TMUS and BYD. Snapchat, I don't know if you checked this one today, Sean. No. I know you were watching it. They had their largest weekly volume candle of their entire history last week.
Okay.
If you didn't know.
No, but we were looking at it last week. I did like that $7 bottom. I think the augmented sunglasses there, or glasses, I think are something that we have to look forward to for Snapchat. Today, down 4%, but yeah, a great story there as Snapchat, again, their OS, they actually launched a new OS for those glasses as well, 2.0, plus that TikTok sort of uncertainty, a little bit of certainty today in TikTok, and maybe that's why Snapchat came back down to the downside, because I think if they ever snapped TikTok away from the youth, it may give some more love into Snapchat. I would say maybe not not time to get long Snapchat yet. But yeah, pull back in here into $8. We talked about it down here at 750. So I think I'd go long if we came back into the 50-period moving average there for Snapchat. So these are some top stories there today. And then, of course, QUBT sort of sent the quantum names reeling early, right? We came in here, we saw all these quantum names to the downside as QUBT raises $500 million ahead of their Q-Day hype. And we'll find, I don't know what day that is exactly, but there it is, the move down. And what that did was cause some action in Rigetti, some action in IonQ, and some of these other names that really started to pull to the downside early, but then based and ripped and continue to do what they do best, the quantum names. Although I'm noticing right here, Rigetti finishes down on the day, but nowhere near where they were down 6 or 7% to start. Nice move back up to 29.50, basically making all-time highs again, and then just falling out a little bit there at the close. So that is quantum. So, you know, Meta, Kenvue, some of these big names today, but quantum definitely in play. And I hope a lot of you were able to trade off of that. Again, thank you for watching this recap show with us. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. Okay, Adara, a story that I think we're going to talk about for a couple more days and forever probably, especially around these places, is Apple, right? I mean, what a monster play they had today. Today we had Wedbush go with that $310 price target, raising it from 370, from 270. We know Sharif grabbed the new iPhone today as well. I know you're still iPhoning from 10 years ago or so.
No, so my iPhone is a SE, so I don't know if that's 10 years ago, but it's not.
It might be close.
Yeah, it might be close. Who knows? But yeah, this is my iPhone SE, and I know here Dan Ives talks about how people are going to be upgrading the iPhone soon. That's, of course, the Wedbush analyst that led this team. He's known for being very bullish on tech, specifically Mag 7s. But yeah, he said that they're expecting that roughly 315 million of the 1.5 billion people who use iPhones, they haven't upgraded in like 4 years.
Right.
So, and I'm actually not part of that crew. I upgraded about a year and a half ago. I just have an old phone. But that's not the point. The point is people are in this upgrade cycle, Sean. And so with that in mind, Dan Ives certainly very bullish on the stock. He said also that the demand for that iPhone 17 sales, I guess they've been stronger than expected. It's already ahead of the iPhone 16 sales, and supply checks in Asia suggest that there could be increase here in production for these models by roughly 20%. You think, yeah, I mean, this pop in the stock really shows that this was something people were really interested in today to the upside. People have also been asking me in the chat for Firefly earnings, Firefly Aerospace, FLY. I'll put them in the chat. The report has been released, but I haven't had time to comb through it.
All right, so great talk there, great graphic. I hope that helps all you guys. And let's just look at the chart just real quickly here for Apple, and then we'll move on. I mean, we busted the long there at 250. I mean, there was a great trade there today. We had this Apple long, and then we refreshed it right here. If I can actually show it to you, hold on a second. If I go to here and we talk about our fills, you'll be able to see them. Too many fills, obviously, early. That's what we always do. But there's the 250 break. There's the reload, and then it just went upside all day there for Apple. Again, I really like that 250 level, key level break. And now we wait to see all-time highs coming into play tomorrow, I believe, for Apple up there at 260. So again, Dan Ives back on this train. More, right? The more they can sell. Wait till you hear how many AirPods they're going to sell. I think that's going to be another sort of good move there for Apple and a carry forward for that name. All right, story number 2, man. Let's go over right now with Tesla, actually, not Meta, sorry. Tesla, story number 2. Piper with a price target increase here, Adara, as we go all the way up again for Tesla. Tesla right now coming through. We did hear about Berkshire getting out of BYD, so what does that mean exactly? We'll wait to see. But Tesla right now with a $500 price target from Piper. Delivery outlook, 495,000 units for Q3. I think that's huge. If they can hit that, that'd be great. They're benchmarking over there in Chinese against the Tesla, which means, hey, they're doing something right over there. I don't know who Gary Black is, but also you just mentioned Dan Ives with the $1 trillion mark there. Anything you want to talk about Tesla?
Yeah, I mean, Gary Black is an investor who has a lot of opinions on Tesla. Sometimes they're bullish, sometimes they're bearish. Usually they're more on the cautious side, but he's not, I wouldn't say he's out and out a Tesla bear. I do want to talk about the man I have on my screen right now as well, Elon Musk. Since Elon Musk bought those shares, he said, quote unquote, daddy is very much home. And I think since then we've seen a lot of optimism in the stock, obviously in the price of the stock, but also with regards to analyst notes, right? So I think the return of Elon Musk has led to a lot of optimism. We know that he's really trusted by the board to lead the company. Board chair Robin Denham said that herself. So with that in mind, if the board trusts him, if shareholders are going to trust him to vote for this pay package that could massively increase his wealth, but also the market cap of the company. If there is all that trust, it seems like retail investors and analysts are willing to ride with the company for now, for lack of a better term.
Okay, great. I mean, we really like some Tesla around here. We trade it all the time. Make sure you join us every day to watch out for Tesla and some key levels. It's always on the sticky note anyways at the end of the day. So have a quick look over there. Let's just jump right over to Pfizer. Let's talk about that story just real quick right now. Pfizer, a name obviously here on the NYSE. And today, Pfizer started off real great, right? They came in with a $7.3 billion Metsera acquisition, $7.3 billion, and this is for them to get into and re-enter more successfully the obesity drug race. And this is going to go against Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk. Of course, they're going to be late to the game. So whenever that's the case, get in there and look to buy either a competitor or look to get that technology into your system. So that's what Pfizer did there today. It's pretty much slipped all day, started off quite nicely, but it hasn't been great on the daily chart here for Pfizer. If you're going to look, it's really just trying to base out. If this is a great story, I think this might be time to get a little bit of Pfizer. The only play that I have in this space is Eli Lilly. But again, now it's a strategic pivot after they've had their own setbacks. So now we'll wait to see if they can get this. For me, on Pfizer, it hasn't been a great stock. There is a dividend associated with it. I never like to chase yield. For me, I'd like to see it break this $25 mark to get going there on Pfizer. But you do have a little bit of a graphic there that's talking about that. Why don't we put the graphic on the screen and we can review that, Dara?
Yeah, let's do it. So we have, actually, I wanted to combine two of our health catalysts today, just for a little bit of ease of access. On one side, you have Pfizer with this Metsera deal.
Perfect.
On the other side, Ken, you view, of course, on Watch. Donald Trump said to deliver a press conference. At one point, we were in the White House. Now we are back outside the White House. But let's look at this story on the left here so we can talk about this Pfizer-Metsera deal. As you mentioned, Sean, there's been a lot of struggles here with Pfizer to get off the schneid, to return from Neil, with regards to these weight loss drugs. They've tried, they failed, and now their approach is, if we can't do it ourselves, much like Apple with the AI, where they're struggling with the AI, why don't we just acquire a company that is capable of doing it? I think it's a smart choice for PFE. I think it's a good look for Pfizer's stock today as well. And Pfizer's also on watch tangentially with the Kenvue story, because apparently one of the treatments that will reportedly be, touted by the Trump administration with regards to autism, I'm seeing Pfizer has a form of that. So PFE could be on watch with the second catalyst in the health space as well.
Okay, great little look there. Make sure you guys watch this all back, man. Grab those graphics. Now, are you putting them on TTV Research?
Oh, they're all on TTV Research.
Perfect. So go to @TTV Research to go find those. You could sort of follow along with what we're doing over there right now on TTV as we change a little bit of the format here, get some infographics into the space. All right, big smile. Right? You're here right now, so shout out to you for being here in our chat, talking about VIX up, gold up, indexes up, right? 2 and 10 years up. Okay, I didn't even look at those today. Bitcoin down. Boy, things sure seem weird. Time to go heavy, shorting crypto. I think you might be close to that, being accurate on there. Kyle Burdett, I want to say big smile. That's what you call yourself, but we know it's Kyle. So shout out to you, Kyle, on that one. We did have quite a liquidation happen. I'm going to call up IBIT right here as well. So here's IBIT on the daily, breaking a little bit lower. The news here is very, very simple, right? They experienced over a $1.6 billion worth of liquidations, largely from long positions that might have been levered up or something like that, that just got stopped out there over the weekend due to, there it is in our notes, due to leverage rather than fundamentals. Bitcoin pulled back into 112 and actually lower right now into 111, and Ethereum actually drove a wider sell-off than Bitcoin. Ethereum also down today, so ETHA coming to the downside here today, down 6 2/3% as that continues to make a move lower. I just wonder if this is a healthy reset or if we have seen maybe the tops for now in crypto. So yeah, with gold, here's gold. This is what Kyle was talking about right now. I was thinking that gold and Bitcoin might kind of move together there, but that's not the case at all, as there's GLD really going high side right now as spot gold higher, spot Bitcoin lower. Difference between actual physical gold and digital gold, which Bitcoin's often called. I'm a little bit nervous. I cannot deny that. Bitcoin has been sort of attached at the hip, I find, like with NASDAQ, and as technology continues to grow and as we get more and more love for tech names, Bitcoin, I thought, was kind of following that trend, but now it looks like it's coming back to the downside. I think that, like, with now the introduction of the interest rate cycle cuts starting to happen, maybe we just flow into the equity market like traditional investors rather than heading into crypto. So I think 58 there on IBIT could come into play. I should actually have a crypto chart up right here as well. I don't have one right now, so I'm just going to call this up just real quickly here. We'll get this going. I have it right here on Binance. So let's just have a quick little look at what's going on with crypto. We'll get rid of that and we'll go like that. This is again here a daily chart for BTC. You could get a dip down. That's 107, 108. We can see if that's eventually going to hold or not. But there's a big red candle signifying that, yeah, traders are exiting this space. And again, it's not on huge volume. We've seen bigger drawdowns than this. But yeah, the drawdowns are a little bit higher right now than the pull forwards and the deposits in the name. So I don't know. I would look for something to happen. This is a big red candle here that didn't affect too much, but this is now closing, right? It's not being followed by a big wick. So I would say, yeah, Kyle and everybody else, it looks like crypto is going to just take a little bit of a break here as we focus on names like Nvidia and whatnot in the space. So for me on crypto, I am a little bit negative on the space right now. I haven't sold anything. We've seen names like Ripple get to the downside as well as other names. I just lost everything on my screen, so I don't know what just happened there, but there it is.
Did you wiggle the mouse? Because sometimes that
I did wiggle the mouse, but now I've lost everything.
Oh no.
Right now, so we'll have to go and find that. Let's throw it over to you. You have any graphics you want to talk about?
Yeah, we can talk about Meta. I did not make this graphic. This is just Meta's little llama logo. But I mean, I think META on watch. Again, I think with the Palantir aspect of the competition, this could certainly be something to just be aware of going forward. But I want to focus more on Micron tomorrow, too. So MU, tomorrow they're going to be pulling up with their earnings. This is Sanjay Mehrotra. He is the CEO of the company. And I really want to mention, Sean, this is interesting. So initially their guidance for this next quarter was $10.4 billion to $11 billion. That would be, like the revenue estimate here of $11.07 billion. If they make that, that would be a massive beat. But the company, as of recently, actually raised its quarterly guidance to $11.1 billion to $11.3 billion. So with that in mind, analyst estimates of $11.07 billion suggest that Micron is actually going to miss. So we're gonna have to wait and see what happens. Maybe this revenue estimate that I'm seeing hasn't really factored in Micron's new guidance yet. But I was pretty shocked, honestly, to see that we are expecting, based on these estimates and Micron's new guidance, we're maybe expecting a miss for them. Now, it is worth noting their revenue increased by 37% year over year in the previous quarter. Their EPS also was a healthy beat. Again, this is for their last quarter, so $1.91 per share for Q3 2025 EPS versus estimates of $1.60. I mean, let's see what happens here. But I think factoring in that new guidance and how much stronger it is compared to the estimates that analysts are looking for this quarter, I think it's something to definitely be aware of, guys, when you look forward to this report. MU, again, though, did have a massive beat last quarter, especially on a year-over-year basis. So it'll be a mixed look. I'm very excited to see what that report ends up bringing us. Tomorrow morning, we get AutoZone earnings. Also, I put earnings for FLY in the chat, but this was actually I don't think it compares to estimates, but either way for FLY, on both metrics, EPS or losses per share and sales, they had a decline on a year-over-year basis. So larger than expected loss per share. They lost more money, and their sales were worse. Martina Chandler in the chat was also asking me here about SAVA. Why is that pumping? It looks like there was an insider buy for roughly $534,000 worth of the company's shares. That's by the CEO and president.
All right, so I think it's important that we go over Micron technology. Micron is a cornerstone of the semiconductor industry. So what exactly do they do and how can we trade it? Let's start to review this immediately. Micron earnings are always market moving. And the reason why is they're a bellwether for the semiconductor business, right? And often sets the tone for big names like AMD and Nvidia, right? We thought Broadcom as well. And just the whole chip sector in general, right? This is what every trader needs to know as we go into their earnings, right? Micron is the largest US memory chip maker. They have DRAM and NAND DRAM as well. Earnings signal global demand for both PCs, smartphones, and data centers. Their stock is a leading indicator, as we've said, for the whole semiconductor space. So we're gonna see tomorrow what Micron can do. Now, the thing about Micron is that they have had huge moves to the north side. There's Micron just lifting themselves up higher and higher as we wait for their EPS and their earnings growth. This is the thing. If they can show us, Adara, that they do have future CapEx spending allotted for the DRAM, right? Can they build more and more of their products to use into some of these server sides, right? What is the chip space going to look like? If they report weaker than expected demand, Adara, then what does that mean for the big traders and the big companies like Nvidia and AMD? The run that Micron's had, it looks like it's priced for perfection. The guidance is what's going to be key here for Micron. Let's see if they can lead us towards a path of profitability, obviously, but then where does the demand come from? Will it be with Nvidia? Will it be in the chip space? What do you have to talk about with Micron?
I mean, I think I already kind of said a little bit of it there. I just think what's really interesting here, Sean, is that analysts are expecting the company to post revenue of $11.07 billion. But the company just raised its guidance, so they're now expecting revenue between $11.1 billion and $11.3 billion. Now, Sean, assuming that the analyst estimates factor in the new guidance, that means analysts are expecting a miss. So it's unclear if these estimates just haven't factored in the new guidance, but I think either way, that could certainly be something to watch out for. As I mentioned earlier, they had a stellar report last quarter. MU tends to do pretty well here on earnings, but as you said, I think guidance going forward is going to be interesting. But this is a case where not only the forward guidance, but also the guidance they just gave us that was different from their initial guidance, their increased guidance. I think that's going to be of watch. How accurate was this? And are we going to skew closer to their new guidance, their old guidance, or these analyst estimates, which are a bit in between?
So for me, we had 6.7% implied move here in Micron. When you're looking at options, Micron can tend to move 10+%, and it's going to be a fast tape. This is going to move when these numbers come out, and we're going to look for other stocks to move as well. But here's the daily chart for Micron, and look, they're coming tomorrow. Tomorrow's market recap show. Join myself as well and Adara tomorrow, and we'll have the earnings live for you right here. But this is what the moves happen for Micron. There's the break of 135. If we do get a 10% move, which Micron's been known to do, we could drop down that back into the 150 area, which just puts us back to where we were last week. And if we get that 10% move higher, look out, man. We'll take out that 170, and then it's clear sales. So I think tomorrow for Micron, remember, we have to look at when you take a consideration of what to do with earnings. You're looking for, are we in the right space? Are there going to be enough buyers in that name? And I feel like Micron is in the right space with the chip space and leading the way. This should be a good bellwether moving forward. Let's trade Micron tomorrow and look to see what happens with earnings. Lots of volume heading into the earnings print. A good print here at close. Micron comes tomorrow around 4:15 or so. We'll see when that number.
4 o'clock, I would see.
4 o'clock immediately. We'll see when that number hits. I like Micron, and I think it's going to be a great bellwether for the semis. We're going to talk about that more tomorrow. Join us live when we do that. So that's a little bit of a recap there. It's a trading event. So that's the key thing about Micron. You want to trade names that will move with the market, and we do know that MU, come tomorrow, is a key driver of the whole semiconductor space. So that's Micron. All right, just a quick little recap. We only have 4 minutes left, so let's do that right now. Any graphics we haven't covered so far?
I think we went over all of the ones that I have prepared, but again, if you guys want to look at these graphics again, or if you want to check us out in general, I have lots of infographics on Watch X at TTV Research, guys. TTV Research on X.
Right, yeah, make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe to the show right now, because we're going to be doing more and more of this, talking about tomorrow's trade, right? Do we have earnings? And if we do have earnings, why are they important? Why potentially are they not important for just not only day traders, but for traders in general? Because I bought some more Nvidia in my portfolio today. If Micron comes out and misses tomorrow, maybe we dump Nvidia, right? We got to make sure that we trade very consistently and profitable, right? We do not want to be holding the bag on too many of these names. All right, just real quickly, man, we got Apple upgrades today. We like that. We got Tesla upgrades today. Right? We got Pfizer stepping into and making a buy, right? Looking to say, hey, maybe we can't compete with Novo or Eli Lilly with their science, but we'll buy someone that can. That Minestra deal, $7.3 billion. You know what we didn't wind up doing? How did that affect Eli Lilly? I know you like to trade Eli Lilly. Was that up or down today on this news? I mean, okay, it's actually up today a little bit, up 0.4. I think Eli Lilly is a strong name to continue to hold on to. I mean, look, it's like, what do they say? Imitation is the greatest form of flattery. You know, those that can't can't beat them, join them. So we'll see if Pfizer has any sort of effect there. NVO as well with a nice downside play today, potentially. I saw it down early. Yeah, but does battle back, still down 1.09%, but a nice battle back for Novo. They're above the 50-period moving average as well. Of course, we got that TikTok deal, and we didn't even look at Oracle today. Have you seen the move in Oracle?
Yeah, that was massive.
Absolutely massive there for Oracle. We brought that news to you early. Adair was reading the tape for us, talking about how this TikTok deal is getting done. I mean, the framework is there. Whether or not China agrees to it or not, I have no idea. But there goes Oracle, up 6% today and continuously climbing there. Oracle almost made it all back. I mean, people wrote this stock down, not for dead, but was like, okay, we had a huge earnings bounce there and we're giving some back, but there it goes today on a deal. We already knew TikTok was involved with Oracle, that they're gonna house all the data. So great job there. Interesting to hear, Adara, what are the next companies involved?
Yeah.
Like who's gonna be running that algorithm? What's up with that?
Well, I know Oracle's gonna be housing the data at the very least, so they're gonna have a key role, but maybe they'll enlist some people, who knows?
Will the US government take a stake? We heard no.
They said no.
Okay.
They said no.
Okay.
But they've also said details are still being worked out. So.
Yeah, and I don't think, I mean, this is a Chinese entity that has to hand over this algorithm.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that just because there's a framework in place, that's actually something that may or may not happen, as we get very spooky with that as well. But that's those are a couple trades that's happened today. I did like what Kyle brought up there with gold. I mean, gold can signify uncertainty in the market as well. But in gold's recent run up though, Kyle and everybody else, the market's been pretty certain what it wants to do, man. The NASDAQ wants to go higher. We go out today at all-time highs. We go out near all-time highs for the SPY, and we do go out for all-time highs in gold. So I'm not sure exactly, what that means today, but I am a little fearful. Some of the oil, XLE and some of those names as well, continue to get hit on the back of more global tensions. But we'll see if oil can also, generally speaking, if there's problems in the world, oil can tend to go to the downside, and you're seeing some downside action right now in XLE over the last 3 days. All right, let's wrap this thing up with what we've made famous.
Let's do it.
Let's do a little bit of a roll call, Adara. All right, here we go, man. Oil to 50 by New Year. What's up to David? David, what was your play of the day again? It was, you did have a play of the day. I can't remember what it was, though. Maybe David will remind us. But let's just say hi to everybody. Hey, Andrew Chow, how are you doing? How's Showtime? Hey, Adara, how are you doing?
Cool.
There's Explorer as well. David's in there as well. Everyone's saying thank you for the great show. Thank you so much to everybody for watching. Chris says, yo. Anthony says, yo, Sean, there's some Italians here. Hey, forget about it, Anthony. We're everywhere. There we go. What's up to Danny Dollars? What's up to Zachary? Lone Hustler's here as well. Mike, Ben is here. What's up to Mike P. DeRider? This guy's here all day. But at the end of the day, we want to thank all 2,700 of you for watching, and it's been an absolutely banger. Thank you for continuously supporting the show. This market recap show is brought to you by Beta Pro and their product and Global X as well. So thank you to continue to sponsor us. We really appreciate that, but we have no show without you. Adara, today's a great day. I want you to tell me, let's get rid of that roll call. Me and Adara have something fun that we like to do. This is your favorite season.
Oh, fall.
Oh, boom, mine too.
Great. I think we've talked about this.
Yeah, I love the fall right now. So the fall, we're getting some fall kind of weather right now. It's kind of like chilly in the evenings and in the mornings, but it's great sleeping weather.
Warm during the day.
It is beautiful out here. Today was a little rainy. No matter where you are, give your loved ones a big hug and a big kiss and enjoy your evening. We're back live tomorrow at 8:30 for Adara. I'm Sean Chow for now.
See ya. Ooh.